The unknown is alive at Paranormal M. We bring you stories too chilling to ignore. Subscribe, because fear loves company. The Upstairs Room. My family has had that house for what feels like forever. Well over a century, actually. It sits at the edge of a quiet village that's too small to be called a town. There's a single bakery, an old gas station, tiny elementary school, and one of those discount stores never seemed to close. Before I came along, my parents rented the house from my grandparents. They had inherited it from their parents. I've only heard stories about my great-grandparents and how kind and warm they were, but I've always believed every word of it. When my mom finally had me, it wasn't easy. She had miscarried before, and I was a complicated birth. 23 hours of labor and an emergency C-section. I was a chubby little baby, pink cheeks and all. My nursery was right next to my parents' room upstairs, and back then the house still felt fresh, not creaky and tired like it is now. One day, while cleaning out the attic entrance in the nursery closet, my dad said he heard a slow, deliberate footstep in the hallway. He was home alone, and my mom had taken me to my grandparents' place just a few blocks away. And he searched the entire house and it was empty. Mom used to tell me that as a baby, I'd stare at the top corner of the nursery and laugh for minutes at a time. And later, when I could talk, they'd take me to the cemetery and I'd babble in front of my great-grandparents' grave like I was chatting with them. When I was 4, my little brother was born. We moved into my grandparents' basement. It wasn't spooky down there, just damp and prone to flooding every spring. After years of soaked carpets and chaos, we moved back into our old house. I was in kindergarten. My brother was old enough to have his own little bed, but no matter what my parents tried, he refused to sleep in that nursery room. Night after night, we both ended up in our parents' bed. I wasn't scared. My knees were constantly back then, and every night Mom would rub them until the pain dulled, and everything was normal, until my cousin came over for her first sleepover. We played dolls and whispered under the covers until a smell drifted up from the kitchen. Cookies. Warm, buttery cookies. We crept downstairs. The stairwell light, the only glow in the house. The kitchen light was on, the smell was fading. No one there, everyone was asleep. To this day, my cousin swears that after we returned to my room, the TV turned on by itself. Static, hissing in the darkness. And our dolls were stuffed into the closet. I don't remember any of that, but she refuses to set foot in that house after sunset. Funny thing is my great-grandma was famous for her cookies. Everyone in the family says she could bake anything from scratch, even ice cream. Baked ice cream. Years later, we eventually moved into another house. It was when I was in 4th grade. My grandparents rented out the old place for a while. The tenants were odd. When they'd left, the house was in terrible shape. Paint smeared strangely upside-down doors and water stains worse than ever. My grandparents remodeled what they could, and they made me a nice bed in my old room so I could stay over whenever I visited. But no one else will sleep upstairs. Not my brother, not my cousins. They'd rather squeeze onto an old couch than sleep in a perfectly good bed. I don't mind. Their rooms always felt calm to me. That is, until this year. It started quietly. I was lying in bed reading on my phone. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Thought it was Grandma coming to say goodnight. But no one came in, and when I checked, the hallway was empty. She was downstairs the whole time. A few weeks later, it happened again. This time, a soft tap on my door. I called out. Silence. No one. Then one night I heard a woman's laugh, old and raspy, but not unkind per se. Sent chills down my spine. Flicked the light on so fast I almost fell out of bed. And 2 weeks ago, while watching some ghost hunting show on my phone, I caught something in the corner of my eye, a shadow shifting on the floor. I sat frozen with my heart pounding. When I turned on the lights, nothing. Probably my imagination. Probably. I keep telling myself it's my great-grandparents checking in on me. After all, I'm the only one brave or stupid enough to sleep up there. The house may be old, but it still feels like ours. It's creaky and weird and smells like cinnamon when it rains. And yeah, sometimes it laughs back at you. Sounds like a good house to me. The quiet hallway. This happened quite a few years ago. In my hometown, there's this little diner everybody loves. Serves real home-style meals and always has someone smiling behind the counter. The place is run by a group of elderly church ladies who turned sort of an old middle school building, I suppose, into their restaurant. That's pretty big. On Friday and Saturday evenings, they'd bring in small bluegrass and gospel bands to play. Kind of place where you feel like everybody knows everyone. So, one warm afternoon, my sister, and we're going to call her Elle, they called and asked if I'd meet her there for lunch. I didn't even have to think twice. Their mashed potatoes alone were worth the drive. We ate a slow, lovely lunch. Spent some extra time chatting with one of the ladies who told us about the upcoming music night. After that, we just sat there with our iced teas, talking about nothing and everything. Eventually, I excused myself to use the restroom. Elle told me to go up a short set of creaky stairs and walk through what used to be the science lab. I'd find the restroom down a narrow hallway on the other side. When I stepped into the lab, a strange chill ran over me. It was early July in the deep south, hot enough to fry eggs on the sidewalk, that far south. But the room, it felt like somebody had cranked up an invisible air conditioner. Tables were bare, except for a few empty sinks and old shelves. I suddenly had that unmistakable feeling. The eyes on the back of your neck feeling. I didn't wait to confirm it. I picked up my pace, slipped into the hallway. The restroom was tiny, exactly what you'd expect from an old school building. Faded tiled, 2 stalls, 1 little sink. The stall on the left was taken. I saw pale sneakers under the door, and I went into the other stall, obviously. A few seconds later, I heard the flush and the creaky door swing open. Footsteps walking over to the sink. The person washed their hands, left, and I saw those sneakers pass by. So I finished up. I decided to walk the long way back instead of cutting through the cold lab again. And when I sat down, I told Elle how quaint that little restaurant was. Or restroom, rather. It had its 2 squeaky wooden stall doors, and she gave me a puzzled look and said, there's only 1 toilet in there. The other stall's been closed off for years, full of cleaning supplies. I laughed, thinking maybe they'd cleared it out. Nope, she said, shaking her head. I was just here 3 days ago, stacked up with mops and boxes. Something about her certainty made my stomach tighten. We decided to check it out together. As we reached the top of the stairs, Elle slowed and quietly said, "Can we take the side hallway instead of the lab?" She didn't know I'd already felt something weird in there, so I asked why. She shrugged and was almost embarrassed. "It's just that room creeps me out like someone's watching me." My heart thumped. Yeah, I said, me too. Stepped into the restroom and I walked straight toward the left stall, the one I'd seen those sneakers in. My hand hovered midair and the door was gone. Toilet was gone. And just like she'd said, the stall was crammed with old boxes and brooms and buckets. No space for anyone to stand, much less flush and walk out. To this day, I don't know what I encountered in that hallway. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. And of all the strange little moments of my life, that one still sits at the edge of my memory like a quiet, cold room waiting for me to step back inside of it. My quiet companion. I want to start off by saying I've never been a religious person, unless of course you consider science a kind of faith in and of itself. I'm also the kind of person who rolls their eyes at most paranormal videos. With today's editing tools, anything can be faked. But here's the twist. For the past 3 years, I've had what I call a spirit companion. I used to think nothing exists after death, and honestly, I still lean that way sometimes. But then, this presence reminds me that something's here. It's always close and always quiet. For this story, let's call the spirit Leora. Leora's strange language. I don't believe Leora understands English. She seems to grasp something deeper. Intention, emotion, and energy. For example, when I feel a rush of irritation or even just imagine getting angry, I'll sense a gentle current of air sweep past me. When I'm cold, it's like the warmth of my jacket thickens slightly, as if she's trying to help me. But if I try to be too direct, like asking, touch my ring finger for yes and index for no, nothing happens. Leora isn't a party trick. She doesn't alter temperature for no reason. If it gets chilly or strangely warm, there's always a kind of message behind it. Human imitations. I'm convinced Leora has no fixed shape, but she imitates human gestures. A brush against the shoulder, a tug on my sleeve, sense of a hand being near mine. People might call it a ghost of a loved one, but I don't buy that. Spirits, if they exist, are likely nothing like we imagine. The breeze she creates isn't particularly strong. Think of somebody blowing through a paper straw. Soft but distinct. Not plastic. And while she can't lift objects, she can tug at me in ways that feel oddly internal. It's not the skin she touches, but something deeper, like the pressures on the bone or beneath it. Electricity and silence. Half the time she carries a faint charge, like static electricity buzzing lightly. And the other half, it's like a warm human touch. She never made a sound, not once in 3 years, which makes me doubt the stories of spirits whispering or talking out loud. And her size seems to shift too. Sometimes she feels small, like an invisible creature circling me. Other times she feels huge, like walking with a cloak trailing behind me on the stairs, and yeah, that classic someone's following you up the stairs feeling, that's her. The shadow in the corner. Leora makes her presence known constantly. When I'm focused on work, she'll nudge the back of my head or tilt it to one side, like a bored friend waiting for me to notice. And occasionally I catch her in my peripheral vision, a black shape pulsing between solid and translucent. Doesn't stay for long. I've always suspected that sleep paralysis might be related to this kind of presence. Maybe some spirits, or whatever they are, maybe they don't know how to communicate gently, so they kind of force awareness. Leora has done a soft, weaker version of that. I don't expect any me. Honestly, if I were reading this from someone else, I might not either. But that doesn't change the quiet fact of Leora's existence in my world. Not loud, not dramatic, just here. Yeah, I relate to that. Whispers at Hollow Barn. Okay, so it's around early August 2019. I'm going on holiday with my cousin's family. They're a big, loud family. There's my cousin, his mom, and dad, their newly adopted toddler son, and their grandma and grandpa. They also decided to bring along their aunt and her little terrier. We weren't going that far, maybe 3-4 hours in the car, but because the little boy was only about 18 months old, it made sense to break the trip and stay overnight somewhere halfway. They'd found this place on Airbnb, a 17th century farmhouse in Devon, UK. For a surprisingly good price, too. Needed to fit all 8 of us and a dog, and space kind of mattered. The house is old in that charming but creepy kind of way. Creaky wooden floors, uneven levels, heavy beams cutting across the ceiling, and those tiny doorways that make you duck, and sat on the edge of a farm surrounded by fields and an unnervingly quiet countryside. The evening was lovely. We had dinner, played cards, and everybody went to bed a bit tired from the road. But that night things got strange. My room in the attic. I was sleeping in a loft-style room. It's narrow but long, with 2 double beds pushed against the sloping roof. Right above my bed was a skylight without any blinds. So at night, the pitch-black sky turned into a sort of mirror. Actually felt peaceful at first, until sometime around 2:50 a.m., when a cool draft brushed over my neck. Old houses get breezes all the time, so I didn't think much of it. Then I felt another one, sharper this time, like something had moved right behind my bed. I glanced up at the skylight, and for a split second it looked like a shadow ran past the end of my bed toward my cousin's side of the room. My brain went straight into panic mode, and I turned quickly to look with my heart pounding and saw nothing. I forced myself to roll over, telling myself it was just tiredness playing tricks, and eventually fell asleep again. The morning after, at breakfast, I casually mentioned what I saw, and my cousin's aunt immediately said she'd heard footsteps during the night, like someone walking up and down the hall outside her rooms. She swore it sounded like 2 people whispering and laughing. She even thought that we'd gotten up to play darts in the game room. There actually was a dartboard down there, but didn't really help. Then their grandma spoke up. She said that at some point she heard somebody humming softly near her bedroom door, the tune of an old nursery rhyme. No one in the house had that kind of voice. Finally, my cousin's mom came downstairs, pale-faced, told us before hearing any of this that she heard what sounded like her late father calling her name from the hallway. The toddler apparently sat up in his cot, pointed at the same corner that she'd heard the voice from. We never talked about it again. No one really wanted to discuss it after breakfast. We packed up, got in the car, carried on with the trip like nothing had happened. But years later, when I brought it up with my cousin, he said he remembered the feeling that night, the uneasy silence, the footsteps, the way everybody looked unsettled the next morning, even though he didn't experience anything himself. Even now, just writing this gives me goosebumps. And for anyone curious, the farmhouse was called Hollow Barn, just outside a small village near Exeter, Devon. Exeter. Exeter. Typical American, not knowing how to pronounce things. The Night Visitor. I was around 11 or 12, still in that same old house I'm in now. Used to be really close friends with the boy who lived just a few doors down. He was about a year older, and honestly, back then I kind of looked up to him. We shared the same hobbies, the same weird sense of humor, and the same obsession with anything creative. Every afternoon after school, and almost every weekend, I'd go over to his place. He had this program on his computer called Pivot Stick Figure Animator. Basically, a simple stop-motion software where you could make little stickmen run, jump, and fight or build worlds. To us, it was the coolest thing, and we'd spent hours making ridiculous fight scenes and animating stick figures beating each other up with impossible moves. His family was small, but warm. Just his mom, him, and his little sister and their dog. A sweet golden-furred dog named Milo. He's one of those dogs that everybody in the neighborhood knew, the kind that wagged his tail at anybody who said hello. Milo had a funny habit of sneaking into people's gardens, especially ours, slipping under fences like some kind of furry escape artist. Nobody minded, he was friendly, and everybody trusted him. One afternoon after school, as Mom and I are walking home, I noticed a van parked outside their house. It had the RSPCA logo on it. His mom was standing outside crying, and the neighbors were gathering around, and we stopped to ask what had happened. That's when we heard the awful story. Milo had gotten his head stuck in a barbed wire fence near the fields, chasing after something. He panicked, and by the time they got to him, the injuries were too bad, and he died in her arms. The whole street felt it. People left cards and flowers, and it was strange how quiet the road felt after that. No dog trotting around, no jingling collar, just silence. Months later, I'm back at my friend's house. We threw our bags down at the door and rushed off to the living room to boot up Pivot. I lingered by the entryway, leaning on their little wooden cabinet. Their staircase was right in front of me, and that's when I saw it. I saw the dog sitting halfway up the stairs, tail still, just looking at me. I blinked and he was gone. My friend's mom must have seen the confusion on my face because she asked, "You all right, love?" I mumbled something like, "Yeah, I just thought I saw," but I didn't finish. Later I asked if they'd gotten another dog, and she said no, and the way they looked at me after that made me feel weird, so I just dropped it. Weeks later, I'm lying in bed. My window overlooked the back garden, and I heard that sound. The soft rustle of bushes, and then the light jingle of Milo's collar. My stomach dropped. I lifted the corner of my blinds, and there he was again, sitting dead center in the yard, staring up at my window. I froze, pulled down the blinds, and waited and lifted them again, and nothing. For years after that, every now and then I'd hear that familiar sound on quiet nights, the soft rustle and the collar jingling, but I never looked again, not once. After about a year, it just stopped, and my friend's family had moved away by then. But part of me still half expected to hear Milo wandering to her garden like he always used to. That's it, really. I don't know what to call it, a ghost story, a memory, or something in between. Something I'll never forget. Whispers Beyond the Pines. I guess I should start from the beginning. I'd just gotten out of a pretty awful breakup. Needed to clear my head. Crashed at my mom's place for a bit, saving money and hunting for somewhere new to live. And then out of nowhere, the perfect opportunity landed right in my lap. My manager had a property for rent. I drove out to check it out, and to be honest, it was disgusting. Cobwebs everywhere, a smell of mildew, piles of junk left behind by a previous owner. A real fixer-upper. But beneath the mess, I saw something. Wide front porch surrounded by endless pine trees. Not a neighbor in sight. Exactly the kind of quiet I needed. You and me both. My boss was up front, too. The last owner had died there. Didn't really bother me much. I mean, death happens. So he renovated everything. New paint, new flooring, and when I finally moved in, it looked like a completely different house. Since the place was pretty big, I asked my brother and his girlfriend and their little girl to take the downstairs area. My niece had been in and out of the hospital, and I thought having family close would be nice. The weirdness began even before we unpacked a single box. First signs. One evening, like on this night shift, and that's when I sent my brother to meet the furniture truck. 4 hours later, he called me shaky, telling me to send someone to get him. Thought he was joking at first. He's 6'2" and built like a wall. Then he said he heard two men talking in the downstairs bathroom, in the middle of nowhere, no explanation. Sent a friend to pick him up. They went back to grab the last pieces of furniture. But when they came downstairs, the front door was wide open and it was freezing outside. Everything had been closed tight. And that night we decided to wait until morning. The toy. A few months later, things had calmed down. Mostly just that feeling of not being alone. And one night, while my niece is in the hospital, I stayed up cleaning the house, so hopefully everything would be perfect when I got home. And I'm a night owl, so I had music on and I was in my zone. In the basement, I lined up all of her toys, went over to fix her crib, and suddenly, a gust of icy air rushed behind me. It was early summer and a window's open. Then one of her toys, a little talking piano, lit up and whispered, "Green." Creepiest tone imaginable, by the way. Just minutes before, I'd moved it without a sound, and that was enough cleaning for the night for me. The legs on the stairs. A bit later, my other brother and his fiancée stayed over before their wedding. And one night, while lying on the couch under the stairs, he looked at the reflection in the black TV screen, and he saw legs slowly coming down the steps. He turned around, and there was nothing. The girl at the top. Not long after, a family friend came over with their daughter, around 6 years old. She wandered upstairs on her own. A minute later, she came down and asked as casually as kids do, "Who's the lady at the top of the stairs?" We assured her there was no lady. Her parents went pale and left soon after. The attic. One night, looking for a thrill, I convinced my brother's girlfriend and my stepsister to record EVPs in the attic. Entrance was through my bedroom. I started recording while still on the stairs, sort of coaxing her to come up. We didn't last long, and something moved up there. We screamed like kids and ran down, tripping over each other. Later, playing the recording back, right after my voice said, "Just come on," a man's voice echoed the exact same words, clear as day. And no men were in the house that night. We all slept in the living room with the lights on, actually. Old bones. Curiosity got the best of me. I tried digging up the house's history, but all I found was the recent death. I called the paranormal team, actually. They discovered the house dated back to 1910. One family had owned it for generations. Not just one death, but two. An older woman had passed there decades before. During the investigation, their motion camera on the staircase triggered over 30 times. No figures in the photos. EMF reader only spiked once, right at my niece's crib. Quiet again. Strangely, after about a year, the house quieted down. Felt settled, and activity would flare up only during holidays, when the house was full of laughter. Like whoever was there just wanted to join in, I guess. I did move out 5 years ago. My mom rents the place now. She says it's mostly playful. Keys moving and doors creaking, nothing serious. She sealed the attic, though. Can't say I blame her. Whispers between the trees. Before we get started, I should say a bit about my past. I didn't really grow up with friends. I was a quiet kid. Good grades, decent family. Nothing out of the ordinary. Being alone never really bothered me, at least that's what I used to think. When I was little, I only remember a few times where something strange happened. The first time was at Target. Well, that's already strange. So I'm standing next to my dad in line. I'm swinging my feet and staring around, and then I saw her. A woman in a soft blue coat, her hair tied up neatly, but she had no arms. Alrighty then. She stood completely still like a mannequin, and in my 5-year-old brain I thought, wow, she's like a superhero. I tugged my dad's sleeve and pointed. I was pretty excited. He frowned and told me not to point at people with wheelchairs. But the man in front of her was the one in a chair. I had no idea what I actually saw that day. I tried convincing myself it was a trick of my eyes, but she still crosses my mind sometimes. The next time I was 7, and I was out behind her old house, and in the little pine forest where I always played with my toy fox, and back then the woods felt safe, believe it or not. I saw something there, like the outline of a person, but made of shadow. It didn't walk or move like a normal person. It just was there. I stared at it and it stared back. And for reasons I still don't understand, I asked it if it wanted to play tag. And it did. For 3 whole hours we ran behind the trees and between them, and it could grab my toy fox and toss pine cones. Even push a little swing tied to the oak branch. It was probably the happiest day of my childhood. When I ran home and told my dad, he said I had a big imagination. So that's what I tried to believe. Years later, the dream started. Always in the same place, a clearing in the woods next to a creek. Fireflies danced in the air. Flowers gave off a soft light. And the stars, oh, there were so many stars. I would sit on a fallen log and wait, and he would appear every time. He wore a black vest and carried a silver pocket watch. His hair was dark, but lighter in the front, like it had been bleached years ago. Looked around 20 with kind eyes the color of maple wood. First night I met him, I was terrified. He just asked he asked how my day was. It was calm and soft like somebody I already knew, and I called him Ash, because of the gray smoke that always seemed to follow him. So every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, he'd be there. Always that same smile, same gentle, strange energy. And one night I finally asked him, "Hey Ash, what's your story?" He tilted his head like I'd said something odd. "What do you mean, little star?" He said, glancing at his watch. "I mean, who are you?" He hesitated. That was the first time he ever looked unsure. I think that's better left a mystery, he said, standing up. I laughed and teased, and I said, "What, dark past or something?" He just smiled weakly, like somebody who knew too much. "It's time for you to wake up," he said, raising the watch, and everything went dark. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about him. His clothes looked old-fashioned from the 30s or 40s. Spent hours researching faces that looked like his. Ghost stories and missing people and nothing. And I was 12 and I got stubborn. "Hey Ash, what's your real name?" I asked him while hanging upside down from the branch near the log. "It's Ash," he said without looking up. "No, your real name." He rolled his eyes. "Don't have one." That little back and forth went on for weeks. Something happened like 3 weeks ago. Took my dog out at night and saw a figure standing at the end of the parking lot. Black vest, silver watch. It was him. The next time I dreamed, he said quietly, "Why didn't you come talk to me?" That's when I stopped pretending he was just a dream. I started wondering if I was broken. Maybe it was because of Mom's death, and Dad says I need therapy, but how do you explain this to anyone without sounding insane? Yesterday, I tried something. I told Ash to follow me into the living room. I walked right past Dad and said, "Hey." Dad said hi back like everything was normal. No reaction to Ash. And that's when I knew it was just me who saw him. Still digging for answers, and my gut says he did something bad once, or maybe something bad happened to him. And for now, I only see him after 4:30 until I fall asleep. Always with that watch and always waiting. The place between dreams. Here's a little bit of background. I, 20-year-old male, didn't exactly have a graceful teenagehood. In short, I made some terrible choices. Got lost in a haze of drugs and parties. Pushed myself too far. And about a year ago, I tried to end everything, mixing a stupid amount of alcohol with pills. Ended up in the hospital in a coma for a little more than a day. While I was out, strange things happened. Things that I don't fully understand even now. But that's not the focus of this story. The point is, I survived, and weirdly enough, I've been doing great since. Cut off smoking, take my meds like clockwork, and go to therapy. Try my best to keep my head clear. Around 6 months after that coma, something unexpected started happening. I began remembering, not events, but places. It wasn't like flipping through a photo album. It was sudden and triggered out of nowhere. A song I'd never heard before, the scent of wet wood or a certain kind of fog. And just like that, I was there again. The place itself is hard to describe. There's this campus-like structure built out of dark steel and warm amber wood. I remember walking along a quiet road, seeing its windows lit up. The place was alive, people moving and talking and existing. And if you follow that road for several miles, massive structures rise along the horizon, towering concrete forms linked by bridges hundreds of meters above the ground. And when I think of it, I can almost feel the wind on top of them, looking down on endless fields of mossy green, and beyond that, the sea. Further away, there's a coastline. Not a warm, sunny one, a damp, gray shoreline, the kind that feels like early spring in northern Europe. Ireland, maybe. Maybe the west coast of France. There's a strange dam-like structure, heavy and solemn, leading to what looks like an abandoned settlement. And that part's always blurry, like trying to stare through smoke. And then there are people. Not strangers, people I somehow know. Close friends with their faces sharp and real. 2 girls in particular, and one of them feel incredibly close to, like a tether. The other, something's off about her. I can never read her intentions. And every time I return there, a wave of emotion crashes into me, like nostalgia and longing and something heavier than words. Feels like the place is calling me back, like it belongs to me, or I belong to it. What's strangest is how time bends in those moments. It feels like I'm remembering something that happened ages ago, but at the same time it feels like it hasn't happened yet. Like a memory from a timeline that exists just slightly to the left of ours. And I've returned both accidentally and deliberately. Sometimes synesthesia just yanks me back without warning. Other times I get there through deep meditation, with or without sensory deprivation, by the way. I've learned which sounds, smells, and sensations act as keys, and I do have my theories. Maybe my subconscious built this place to process what happened, the coma and the drugs and the pain. Maybe it's a landscape of my mind, but there's a part of me that can't shake the feeling that it's more than that. That during those 20-something hours of silence, I brushed against something else. I don't have answers, just a place that exists somewhere between memory, dream, and something I can't name. The mist between dreams. I remember walking into my old elementary school, but this time I wasn't a child anymore. I was my present self. couldn't quite remember the reason I had returned, only that I was supposed to meet someone there. As soon as I stepped through the gate, everything looked exactly as it did years ago. Only now it was wrapped in a soft mist that blurred the edges of every wall and hallway. To my left, right next to the main entrance, there were two large gray doors. From one of them stepped out a classmate, someone I hadn't seen in years. They were wearing a dark suit, the kind bodyguards or presidential security might wear. I smiled, I greeted him, and asked how he'd been. He answered with a calm, steady voice, but the moment our hands met, I noticed something strange. The tattoos on my right arm were gone, all of them. I stared down at my bare skin in disbelief. Those tattoos were new in real life, so seeing my arm without them was unsettling. I turned around, and my mom was suddenly standing there, and I said quietly, "It's weird, my tattoos aren't here." She looked at me with a confused expression, then at my classmate, who seemed equally puzzled. When I focused on my fingers, the ink slowly began to reappear, like somebody sketching the lines back into place one by one. The fog thickened, as if reacting to my thoughts. A tunnel vision began to set in. I told my mom softly, "I think I'm dreaming. I just made my tattoos appear." By then, my entire arm was covered again, just like it was supposed to be. But something shifted. The air grew heavy, and I realized this was more than just a dream. It was a lucid dream. Hadn't had one in ages, and at first I felt a rush of excitement. But when I turned back, both my classmate and my mom were frozen in place, standing too straight and too still. The mist pressed closer. My body grew unbearably heavy. I could only move my head, and I said, "What's happening?" My classmate turned toward me with his eyes colder than I'd ever seen and whispered, "We need to take him out." I barely had time to whisper, "Why?" That was before I felt arms grabbing me from behind, maybe my mom's, and a sharp pain shot through my abdomen like a blade. It was cutting through my skin. I tried to move, but I couldn't, and my classmate lunged forward, shaking me hard, as if trying to wake me up. His eyes darted around, scanning the mist as if something unseen was watching us. Then everything collapsed into darkness. A crushing pressure spread across my chest, a cold shiver climbed my spine, and I gasped for air. I woke up instantly, and the room was quiet. Nothing felt off, except the memory of that place was too vivid and too real. And in my past lucid dreams, I've always flown or wandered or created anything I wanted. But this time, it wasn't like that at all. It felt like I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. The Girl by the Silent Pond. I'm from Madawaska, Ontario, and growing up here means the outdoors is like a second home to me. Every summer, I head into Algonquin Park, no matter what. And the story happened last May, not long after I came back from university. I hadn't set foot in Algonquin since the end of winter, and just unpacking my bags already made me restless. The weather forecast said it would rain all week, heavy and cold rain, but that didn't bother me one bit. The day after getting home, I jumped into my car and I drove out to the park, deciding to take on the Mizzy Lake Trail again. It's a long loop, about 12 kilometers, winding through marshland, lakes, and quiet wetlands. When I reached the trailhead, the sky was already a heavy gray. The rain had been falling since dawn. Steady and cold, around 8 degrees Celsius. A little chillier than usual for that time of year. I zipped up my rain jacket, tightened my boots, and started off. And for the first hour or so, it felt like every other hike I'd ever done. Wet ground under my boots, smell of wet pine, and birds calling in the distance. I spotted a deer just beyond the tree line near Mizzy Lake. Its coat was darkened by the rain. But things shifted when I approached Silent Pond, a spot along the old abandoned railway. All at once, the temperature dropped, way more than it should have. It felt like walking into the middle of February and my breath came out in white clouds. Then I saw her, a figure, small and alone, was walking toward me on the trail. As she got closer, I realized it was a young girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. Her hair stuck to her cheeks and her hoodie was soaked through, and her small backpack hung heavy with water. No rain gear. She was trembling so hard I could hear the zipper on her hoodie clicking. I asked gently where her parents were, and she didn't answer, just gave a half shrug. Her pale lips were pressed tight, and I asked again if they were up ahead, and this time she nodded. The problem was I hadn't seen a single person on the trail since I started. No hikers, no footprints ahead of mine. The rail line didn't branch off anywhere useful either. There was nowhere they could have gone without me noticing. Still, I took off my spare rain poncho, a small camouflage one I carry for hunting. I wrapped it around her shoulders and I gave her an emergency blanket too. Told her we'd go back to the trailhead together. She didn't speak but gave a small nod to me. We started walking and I turned my head after just a few steps to ask her what her name was. She was gone, like completely gone. There were no trees to duck behind, no path to run down, and on either side of us was dark rippling water. The ground was soft and silent. No splashes, no footsteps, just empty air. I stood frozen for what felt like minutes listening. The rain fell steadily. The cold bit through my jacket, but there was nothing else. When I finally made it back to my car, I checked the weather station log out of curiosity. The temperature had never dropped below 8 degrees that entire day. A flicker in the dark. My ex-husband and we separated a few years ago, but we managed to rebuild a quiet, honest kind of relationship. Things between us were finally calm. Then he died, and suddenly, no warning, no goodbye. I remember how back when we were married, he used to joke that if anything ever happened to him, he'd stick around just to freak me out. He'd knock over books with flickering lights and stuff like that. At the time, it was another one of his dark jokes, and after the divorce, he still came by sometimes. He'd share dinner with me and my current partner and tell stupid jokes and make everyone laugh. And oddly enough, they actually got along really well. When he passed, it shook all of us. We weren't enemies anymore. We were something like family again. I still see his parents sometimes, and they treat my partner kindly. It's complicated but warm. That sounds painful. Then things started getting strange. The night he died, this dim yellow light in the shed out back just turned on. It never turned on before, and there's no switch, no wiring that we know of. Nothing on the breaker box. It lit up every single night for weeks after, and slowly it became more random, but it's still happening, day or night without patterns. Other things too. Picture frame slid off the mantel during dinner one night. Nobody was near it. A stubborn kitchen door that usually takes force to open started swinging easily by itself, and the dreams. Oh God, the dreams. I keep seeing him. Not exactly as he was, but close enough to make me sit up in the dark with my heart racing. A bit of background. I didn't grow up around a lot of death. Funerals were rare for me. But the few times I went, mostly distant relatives I barely knew, I always had these same dreams afterwards. Same hallway, same cold air, same unsettling quiet. Whoever had died would show up in that room and just talk to me, calm and slow, like they were saying goodbye. When I worked as a CNA, those dreams got worse. I used to dream of a tall man standing in the doorway of my room, coming closer each night until the dream finally just touched my shoulder in the dream and disappeared after that. Except one last nightmare when it wasn't him anymore, just something twisted wearing his shape, and ever since then I've learned to pay attention to my dreams. They're never random. I once had my palm read, and it said, "Something clings to you." The reader said, then tarot, "Something dark above you." Brushed it off for years, but recently, after writing down all the weird moments I could remember since childhood, it doesn't feel like a coincidence anymore. And I'm not saying it is him. I'm not sure what I believe. But if it is him, how do I know for sure? Do people really use spirit boxes for this kind of thing? I mean, I've spent my life waving this stuff off like it's nothing. Now I'm not so sure anymore. I'm both curious and terrified, which I guess is a bad combo at 3 a.m. Yeah, a bit. Whispers on the Island. I was in New York City last week. I was visiting a close friend, trying to be there for him while his wife was and still is in the ICU fighting for her life because of severe complications from cancer. So one evening we decided that we both needed a breather. We took the tram across the East River to Roosevelt Island, planning to walk around and grab a late dinner. It was damp and chilly, the kind of night where the mist seems to hang low like a veil. The Christmas lights were glowing softly, and despite the cold, people were out strolling and laughing and wrapped in scarves and warm coats. On our way to the restaurant, we walked past a small old-fashioned colonial-style house nestled into a park, and I believe it's called the Blackwell House, a preserved historical building. The only one of its kind in that area, in fact. Made a mental note to look it up, but that's later. By the time we were heading back toward the tram, it was close to midnight. I've always had a habit of occasionally glancing behind me when walking in the city. Part caution, part instinct. As we passed the house again, I had that strange prickling feeling on the back of my neck. It's like somebody was walking just a few steps behind us, but when I looked, no one was ever there. And just as we reached the edge of the park to cross the street, my friend suddenly said, "Man, it totally feels like somebody's right behind us." And that made my stomach drop. I'd been thinking the exact same thing. I half joked and I was half serious, and I said out loud, "All right, whoever you are, stop following us. You're not welcome here." So we crossed the street. I turned around to snap a photo of the path we just walked down, just in case something showed up. And there was a woman in the distance, walking on an intersecting path near the house, maybe 40, 50 yards away. I waited until she was hidden behind a tree before taking the shot. The weird part is, when I looked at the photo yesterday, she's in it, not behind the tree, but a few steps beyond it. And her figure looks odd. Part of her body, especially her feet, seemed almost translucent, which was pretty creepy, right? Of course, I told myself it was just the night mode on my iPhone. The way the lens gathers extra light can make things look strange. Still, a small part of me wonders. A few blocks later, as the wind kicked up and leaves scraped across the pavement behind us, that uneasy feeling returned to me. And later that night, I told my wife about it over the phone, and she said, "I wonder if maybe," insert friend's wife's name there, "was with you in some way watching over him." Thought gave me chills. She'd been in a medically induced coma for days, sort of teetering between life and death. Thankfully, she's now awake and able to communicate, though still in the hospital. I've since flown back to Seattle, but the feeling of that night, the mist, the cold, the house, the photo, stuck with me. Thought I'd share it here. Peace. Well, I hope that she's okay. The night the shadow came. In 1996. I was 26 years old when I ended up in the ER. It was because of a serious hand infection. The doctor had found a tiny shard of rusted metal buried deep inside my ring finger, It had festered for days without me realizing it. Carefully removed the piece, flushed the wound clean, wrapped my hand. Sent me home with some antibiotics, saying, "If anything feels worse, don't wait, come straight back." So I drove 40 minutes back home, thinking I'd be fine. But as soon as I sat down on the couch, a surge of pain exploded through my hand. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt. I grabbed my keys, I drove back. My vision was already blurry from this pain. By the time I walked into the ER again, it felt like somebody had taken a blowtorch to my palm. The pain crawled up my forearm, searing its way to my shoulder. My veins had turned a deep, terrifying shade of purple. I collapsed just inside the sliding glass doors. Everything after that, it just moved in fast, chaotic fragments. Voices shouting, scissors cutting a ring off my swollen finger. Cold metal against my skin as they prepped me for emergency surgery. The surgeon bent me over and said, "You may lose your hand, but we'll save your life." I could barely speak, but I whispered, "Do it." When I woke up, I was in the ICU, and they had opened my finger, palm, and wrist to scrape out a severe staph infection eating through my tendons. My hand was still there. It felt like it had been through a war. Days passed. My blood counts refused to improve, and I was exhausted and frightened and alone. And then one night something happened I still can't fully explain. I was in a shallow sleep when the foot of my hospital bed lurched upward and slammed down. I opened my eyes to see a black figure at the end of the bed. Not a person, just a solid silhouette of darkness, like it was swallowing all of the light around it. I slammed the nurse's call button over and over, and there's nothing. I forced myself out of the bed and stumbled toward the hallway. But the hospital wasn't the same. My room was dark, the corridor dim and yellow, walls streaked with something foul dripping downward. A few figures wandered aimlessly. Patients, or what was left of them. Pale, lifeless faces. Bare feet sliding across the floor, and their IV stands clinking softly in the distance. Panic gripped me. I bolted back to my room. The shadow returned, and taller now and closer. It had no face, no sound, but it began slamming the foot of the bed again and harder each time. The metal frame was shuddering beneath me. And then, without planning to, I shouted with everything in me, "In the name of Jesus Christ, leave this place." The lights went out in an instant. A blinding flash of white ripped through the room like a lightning strike. The air buzzed with the sound of crackling electricity, and the shadow convulsed violently as if caught in a storm of pure power. And then it vanished. When my eyes opened, the fluorescent lights hummed softly. The room clean and bright again. Monitors beeped steadily, and it was over. I pressed the nurse's button and yelled for help, and this time they rushed in. They checked my vitals and took my blood. Next morning, my physician came back with a look I'll never forget. "Your white blood cell count is normal," he said. "Whatever happened last night, your body's fighting again." 14 days of no progress. Then overnight, everything changed. I was discharged the next afternoon. Spent months in therapy to regain full use of my hand. It took me nearly 3 decades to find the strength to write this down, but that night, the night the shadow came, it's never left me. Glad you got your hand back, man. Kinda relate. Whispers of the Hidden Flower. Years ago, when I was about 10, spent most of my summer in my grandparents' old apple orchard. It was a quiet place tucked between 2 hills with little streams weaving through. The sound of cicadas echoing in the afternoon. My favorite spot to explore was a hollow behind an ancient oak tree. More like a burrow, really. Mossy stones, tangled roots, tiny lizards that scattered everywhere when I came close. Oh yeah. One breezy afternoon, about a week after I arrived, crawled back into the hollow. And that's when I saw it, a small, pale blue flower with petals shaped like delicate stars. Each petal shimmered faintly as if dusted with silver, and in the center glowed a soft violet. It was resting neatly on a sort of flat patch of stone, almost as if somebody had placed it there on purpose. When I picked it up, the scent hit me, light, sweet, almost like rain and honey mixed together. Never smelled anything like it again. But here's the strange part. The orchard was far from any neighbors. My grandparents hardly ever had visitors. So where could such a flower have come from? While I'm still wondering, the flower crumbled in my hand. Not like a normal withered petal, but more like it melted into a thin silvery mist that vanished into the air itself. Feeling oddly guilty, I ran out to the field and plucked a tiny wild daisy, then returned and gently laid it in the stone where the blue flower had been. It felt like saying sorry to somebody I couldn't see. And the next day, the daisy was gone, and in its place was another of those mysterious blue flowers. And this little exchange went on almost maybe every afternoon for a while. I'd leave a daisy or sometimes a clover and come back to find the starry flowers waiting for me. I could never keep them, of course. They always turned to mist the moment I touched them. But each time before they disappeared, I'd breathe in their scent and feel this strange warmth spreading through me, like someone was quietly happy to see me. And sometimes I even felt something watching. Not in a frightening way, but like a friend sitting nearby. A soft breeze would pass through the hollow then, and everything felt alive. When summer ended, I went back home. And years passed, and my grandparents are gone now. Orchard belongs to someone else. But even today, when the air is cool and sweet, I'll catch a faint trace of that scent, and for a second I'm 10 again. I'm kneeling under that oak and trading flowers with someone I never saw. So was it a ghost or a forced spirit, or maybe just my young mind making magic out of the summer air? I don't know. But I'd like to think if it was real, they liked the daisies. That's cool. The Quiet House and Clara. Anyways, my issue is a while back I picked up this doll. It was at a tiny roadside antique shop on a trip with my sister. It wasn't fancy or expensive, but something about it felt strange. The doll looked handmade, a soft muslin body, no face. It was wearing a pale blue cotton dress with lace. It was fraying at the ends. I named her Clara because it felt just right, and I brought her home. I set her on the corner shelf in my living room where I usually keep family photos. After a few nights, I started having these horrible, vivid dreams. And in them, I was a woman from another century. My throat burned and no sound came out no matter how much I tried to scream. I was trapped in a stone cellar, and every time flames surrounded me, I died in agony. I brushed it off at first as random nightmares, but every time I woke up from those dreams, I'd get the same cold, sinking feeling that something was watching me. A few seconds later, like clockwork, I'd see a tall, blurred figure standing just inside my bathroom door, which faces the bed and usually gets a sort of silver streak of moonlight at night. For weeks, I tried to ignore it, but one night, my husband shook me awake, terrified. He'd seen someone in the bathroom too, and after a long, shaky talk, we both silently looked at Clara on the shelf downstairs, right below our bathroom. That realization didn't sit well. So I moved the doll to a hallway table by the front door, see if it changed anything. The dream stopped almost immediately. No more shadow figures, so I thought, fine, maybe it's just in my head. But a few days later, my daughter came running into her room at night crying, saying she kept seeing a tall shape. It was peeking from behind her curtains. We let her sleep with us, and as I helped her settle, a glass bowl downstairs shattered. Every pet we owned, the dog, the cat, even the bunny, were in the room with us. Went down, found the ceramic candy dish lid, which I'd carefully tucked behind the coffee machine. It was lying broken in the middle of the kitchen floor. Then my husband quietly said, "That's right under her room window." And I didn't know what else to do. I went down, held the doll, and whispered to it. I told her to please stop scaring anyone. We're not trying to upset her. And after that, everything went quiet. I still like Clara. I sometimes absentmindedly play with the doll's yarn hair. But my husband, he hates it. He'd get rid of her in a heartbeat. I didn't, and then last night happened. I had the worst dream yet, and in it we were all in bed. Me, my husband, and our youngest son. He kept going to touch a space heater that didn't exist in real life and kept burning himself. Kept trying to tell my husband something was wrong, but he ignored me until the fireplace, which was also non-existent, burst into light. Our son ran toward the living room and we followed, and there she was, Clara, sitting in the middle of the floor, tied up as if she'd been hurt. I screamed at whatever was there to leave us alone, and the blinds started jerking violently right next to my husband. Something unseen was pulling on the strings, and then I woke up. Chest felt like it was full of smoke. The next morning, he admitted he had moved the doll the day before to clean and tossed her back onto the table. I hadn't known. I hadn't dreamed of her for months until then. And now I'm stuck wondering, is Clara just a vessel for my overactive mind, or is something else actually angry? I'm not terrified of her, but my husband would throw her out tonight if I asked. So if you read all of this, thank you. Please tell me I'm not losing it. You're probably not losing it. Whispers beneath the trees. My heart still hasn't stopped pounding. This is a true story. So last night I'm out camping and snowshoeing. I'm in my small van in a hidden pullout. I'm deep in the northern Sierra Nevadas. The place is tucked behind a deserted trailhead near Frozen Creek. A thick forest of pines crowded close on every side. A thin mist rolled through the trunks at twilight like smoke. The highway, about a mile away, had been mostly buried by a recent storm. Plows had carved out only a narrow lane. It felt like a place nobody would bother to find. I had just zipped up my sleeping bag when the sounds began. And unlike the night before, they didn't fade, they grew, and in the stillness of the snow, something out there was moving. Not like boots crunching, it sounded sharper, like two long spikes cutting the crust, slow and intentional. I held my breath, and the cold night air poured through the half-open windows, heavy with the sensation that something was watching. The sound came from the direction of the creek. Through drifts almost waist-deep, the scraping grew louder until it was just on the other side of my van. I lay perfectly still, barely daring to blink, while the only thing between me and whatever it was a thin mesh screen in the dark. The van swayed, just slightly at first, then again harder, and something had climbed up. The groan of old metal echoed as its weight shifted into the roof. I heard the brittle ice crust along the edges snap and slide down. I'd heard this sound once before. The first night the van had also rocked, and I'd bolted outside with my lamp and trekking pole, ready to chase off whoever or whatever was lurking. There hadn't been a single mark in the snow. Nothing, no tracks, no ice broken. At least where something or someone might have been stepping. So I convinced myself it was snow shedding off the roof. And the second night my brother was with me and the sound returned. Lighter this time, and well, we both stayed awake listening. But this third night, this was different. Judging by how the van shifted, the thing was quick and light and cunning. When a pair of headlights shimmered faintly from the distant road, the noises stopped dead. Not even a breath. I was listening. I was waiting. Then it climbed down. I heard the metallic scrape again as it circled slow and deliberately. It was brushing against the van like a hand searching for a latch. My heart slammed against my ribs, and with a slow, shaking movement, I pulled the side windows closed and lowered the blinds. It noticed, I could tell. The sound retreated for a few yards but didn't leave. And in the stillness, another sound drifted in, a soft metallic chime like an old wind bell swinging in the air that wasn't moving. I gripped the knife I'd tucked underneath my pillow. It felt cold and useless. Sometime later, I drifted into a half-sleep. I dreamed of sitting by my grandparents' old stove. But then the dream shifted, and above me through the ceiling vent, a thin black mist crept downward, curling like smoke around the edges of my bed. My lungs froze, and in the dream I lunged with my knife, only to jolt awake in the same position, blade still sheathed. My pillow soaked with sweat, and that was enough. I didn't bother turning on the heater or making coffee. Grabbed my jacket, threw open the door, and flooded the trees with the beam of my headlamp. Nothing, not a track, not a bell, not even ice shards where the roof should have cracked under weight. Within minutes, I was in the driver's seat, tires grinding the snow as I peeled out into the main road. Parked at a small campground closer to town, surrounded by warm yellow porch lights and the distant hum of human life. I left every window open that night. Not a single sound. A Whisper in the Mountains. Around 3 years ago, I took a flight to Peru with a small group of fellow travelers. Maybe 10 of us wandering together when the incident happened. We had just arrived at a picturesque town in Peru Rail. Oh, a town by Peru Rail. Not long before. And by the time we checked into the hotel, night had already crept in, and it was around 8:30. Everyone's stomach was growling. The streets outside were still awake. A line of souvenir stalls, glowing convenience shops, and quiet bars created an oddly cozy atmosphere. Not far from the hotel, we spotted a restaurant tucked on a corner. Its street-facing wall was made almost entirely of glass, offering a clear view of the town square and the dark outlines of the mountains beyond. Though it was only 2 floors, the tall facade and arched windows made it appear taller, like something out of an old travel poster. The lanterns flickered lazily in the cool night air, and a few red neon lights hummed softly. Someone mentioned they had seen a good review online, so without hesitation, we walked in. A slim spiral staircase wound up toward the dining room, and as soon as my hand brushed the wooden railing, a cold wave rolled through me. My chest tightened unexpectedly, and an irrational dread began coiling deep inside of me. Step by step, my pulse grew louder in my ears, and the air seemed heavier as if the staircase itself were pressing against me. Inside, everything looked perfectly ordinary. My friends were chatting and joking, servers greeted us with polite smiles. Music drifted faintly from hidden speakers. No one else seemed disturbed, and glasses clinked and laughter floated around us. The lights were warm, and everything should have felt safe. But something in me screamed to leave, and it wasn't mild unease. It was the kind of instinct that grips you by the throat and doesn't let you go. No, I forced myself to keep a calm expression. Even as I scanned the room for something, anything out of place, there was nothing. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that if I sat down, something terrible would happen to me. Leaving meant walking back alone through the quiet streets, which I hated, and I almost convinced myself to stay. My body wouldn't listen. It was already preparing to bolt. Finally, I leaned over to one of the girls next to me and whispered that I didn't feel right and I was going back. To my relief, she didn't question me. Instead, she immediately said she'd come too. I didn't ask why, but we just turned and carefully made our way down the cramped staircase while the waiters continued smiling, unaware of the silent panic building in us. I remember clutching the railing like it might steady my shaking hands. Once outside, the chill in the air felt strangely comforting. The girl beside me exhaled and admitted that she'd been overwhelmed by the same inexplicable fear. "It felt wrong in there," she said quietly. I nodded because I had felt it too, stronger than anything I could explain. So we hurried back to the hotel together. To this day, I can't explain what happened. There's no visible danger, no shadow in the corner, no odd sound. And yet I've never experienced such an intense sense of being unwelcome somewhere. Whatever it was real enough that I wasn't the only one who felt it. The last time I saw him, I'm 28 years old now, but this happened when I was about 17. Sorry if this ends up being kind of long. Back then, I had a friend named Derek. He was a little bit wild and always the one to make everyone laugh, but also one of the kindest people I'd ever met. After graduation, he moved out to a small college near Bloomington, Indiana. So one Wednesday afternoon during study hall, my last class of the day, I was sitting near one of those big old classroom windows that looks out in the front parking lot. And out of nowhere, I saw someone riding up on an old red bike. They were wearing a faded navy hoodie with a yellow stripe. My heart skipped when I realized it looked exactly like Derek. I remember staring, almost pressing my face against the glass, thinking, what the hell is he doing here? He's supposed to be hours away. I blinked a few times and then just shrugged it off, figuring maybe I was tired or just imagining things. When the final bell rang, I stuffed my notebooks into my bag, grabbed the math packets I needed for homework, waited for my boyfriend by my locker like usual. When he showed up, we headed down the back stairwell to the side door, the one bus riders always used. And that's when I saw him. Derek was standing on the curb, hands shoved in the pockets of that same hoodie. He looked calm, too calm. As I walked closer, he looked straight at me and said almost casually, "I'm not going to make it past tonight." I froze, and my first reaction was to laugh nervously and say, "Shut up, no you're not." I turned to tug on my boyfriend's arm and whispered, "He's here, Derek's here." But when we both looked back, the sidewalk was empty. Just the wind blowing an old plastic cup down the street. My boyfriend frowned and told me there was no way Derek could be there. He was still in Bloomington, as far as anybody knew at least. I didn't have an explanation, so I just let it drop. When I got home, I told my mom, but she brushed it off like I just had a weird daydream. The next morning, as soon as I walked into school, I got called down to the office. I wasn't in trouble, but my stomach dropped anyway. My counselor met me outside and quietly led me to one of those tiny meeting rooms near the cafeteria. My boyfriend was already there, a few of my friends sitting around, faces red and eyes swollen. And then came the words that felt like somebody punching the air out of me. Derek was in an accident early this morning and he didn't make it. I just stared and my first words were, "That's not possible, I saw him yesterday." Everybody looked at me like I just said something cruel. I stopped talking. I sat down, cried until my chest hurt. Later I learned that Derek had been crossing a street near his dorm around 1. The driver didn't see him. She was leaning over to grab something off her passenger seat. And the part that still haunts me isn't the accident itself. It's that moment on the curb and the hoodie in his calm face and that quiet voice. It was like he'd already said goodbye. Shadows that smile back. Sorry, I'm going to start this story, but sometimes to rest my voice in between, I go to the YouTube comment finder website so I can see if anybody wrote something to make me want to keep going, and I'm going to put my comment to somebody at the end of the story, but for right now, on with the story. I'll contain myself. In the corner of my eye, I've always caught glimpses of shadows shaped like people. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, till a few moments made me start questioning my own sanity. And no, I don't wear glasses, and my eyesight's just as sharp as my siblings. One evening, I decided to go out for a late run, 5:30, 6:30. Something I've been doing every week, nothing unusual. Usually take the same loop around that neighborhood, a circle through the walk pathways, and that night the sky was kind of dipping into a deep bluish shade since it was early February. The sun disappeared faster than I expected. The air was chilly, the kind that makes your breath visible. And as I jogged through a familiar corner, I caught something from the edge of my vision. A figure, human-shaped but darker than the night itself. And this time, though, it doesn't just stand still like it usually does. It bolted straight toward me, right arm pulled back like it was ready to swing. My instincts took over and I froze. I threw my arms up to shield myself and squeezed my eyes shut. But nothing came, no impact, no sound. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was gone, like it was never there. The street was quiet. It was too quiet. I scanned the area, but no one was around. I forced myself to keep running with my heart racing. I was telling myself it was just my tired brain glitching. But deep down, it didn't feel like that. It was the first time my body had ever gone full fight or flight. And a few weeks later, it happened again. This time inside my house. I'm watching on my block with my siblings, and our TV is ridiculously big and with the lights off except for the faint glow from the downstairs hall and the bathroom. The living room felt like a mini movie theater. I usually take short breaks between episodes, and that night when I walked back to the couch, I saw someone walking up the stairs. The railing is right next to where I sit, so I can clearly see who goes up, and I smiled, assuming maybe it was my aunt coming home late. I sat down, I glanced at the hallway again, and my stomach dropped. No one was there. My smile disappeared instantly. I felt like my brain had known someone was here. Not guessed, not imagined, it felt real. I forced myself to act normal so I wouldn't freak out my siblings. Later that night, my aunt actually got home around 11:30, which only made everything creepier. I don't know what these things are, and I don't want to say it's ghosts, but I also can't explain it. They pop up at random, like at home, during class, and sometimes even in crowded places. And what's worse is my brain always reacts like it's a real person. I smile, acknowledge it, and end up looking like an idiot when no one's there. I've tried to just let it pass. I try to pretend it doesn't matter. But honestly, it starts to feel like it's messing with me. Like a quiet, invisible weight that's been following me around. So, from September 2019 to March 2020, yeah, those months weren't kind to me. No one died, but there was plenty of drama, bitterness, and now these shadows. And now what I'm not really supposed to do, but I don't have anywhere to vent, and it's bothering me. To a certain, let's see, LUUULOON 48291. Being nasty doesn't get you anywhere. But they wrote, the voice on these vids is creepy, and not the good goes with a scary story creepy, but like masty dude jerking it while living in his parents' basement in his late 40s. I don't know if you even had parents, because if you did, I would hope that they'd teach you that sending nasty stuff like that to people doesn't get you anywhere. I put everybody before me my whole life. I haven't lived in my parents' house for 20 years or something. And although my body might feel like I'm in my 40s, because it doesn't like to cooperate with me, I have been on the opposite side of the world for the better part of 6 years now because I put my friends and my dreams forward and I paid for everybody to do everything. Because I do think the most important thing in life is going after what you believe in. Even if, global pandemics take everything from you. I have lived through all of it, and I do my best no matter how difficult my day is, or how sick I feel, or just how destroyed I am. I make sure my boss doesn't understand it. It's just a thing if you're a performer. You're encapsulating energy and you're sending it out. So you got to put your best energy forward because that's what hits other people. So if you picked up that energy, you might be sitting in front of a mirror. But that's just me rambling. Don't be so nasty. And not everybody can just put their hands out and get what they need, much less what they want. Get it together. Sorry for the rambling. Truly. The Silent Lanterns. Back in my college days, roughly a decade ago, found myself stuck on campus one night after winter break. I had somehow managed to book my flight back a day earlier than the dorms were scheduled to reopen, which meant I didn't actually have a place to sleep. So it's around 9:30 at night. I finally get off the bus. I walked across the quiet campus, dragging my suitcase like the only human left in the world. The entire place was silent. No students, no chatter, just the hum of the lamps lining the pathways. I was messaging a few friends, trying to figure out if anybody had a couch I could crash on. And there were plenty of outdoor spots around campus, especially near the art building. Benches tucked under trees and covered patios with seating. Little corners where no one ever bothered to go at night. So I picked a stone bench on a raised platform tucked against a wall. From there, I could see pretty much everything in front of me, or at least maybe 100 yards. It wasn't a perfect panoramic view, but it made me feel like I had the upper hand if anything weird happened. While waiting for my friend to respond, I just leaned back. I was looking at this night sky, and I was laughing at how ridiculous my situation was. One friend finally texted to say that she was in one of the international dorms, the only place on campus that didn't close for breaks. She could host me for the night, but wouldn't be back for about an hour. No problem. I was fine where I was. About 10 minutes later, though, things took a turn. I was staring toward the modern art building across the plaza. Big, glassy, kind of cube-shaped. And that's when I noticed strange things. 3 dim, warm lights appeared at chest level, moving slowly along the side of the building. I thought maybe it was campus security doing rounds, so I kept watching. Lights didn't bob the way flashlights normally would, and I couldn't see anybody holding them. From my vantage point, about 15 feet up and roughly 40 yards away, I had a clear line of sight. The building's design had these thick vertical pillars about 5 yards. 5 yards out from the walls. There's gaps in between them. As the lights moved, they vanished behind one pillar, then reappeared between the next and vanished again and reappeared. And then nothing. They disappeared behind the 3rd pillar and didn't come out. I straightened up, scanning every corner, expecting to see 3 people turn the corner or head into the open courtyard. But there was no movement, no sound, no footsteps. Just me, the wind, and the humming of the campus lights. I even walked closer to the railing to make sure I wasn't just missing something. Still nothing. Stomach dropped a little, that primal icy kind of unease you can't explain. Then, as I'm texting my friends to tell them what just happened, my phone at 67% battery suddenly shut off. No flicker, no warning, just dead. The air around me felt colder than it should have been. It wasn't just temperature, it was that kind of cold that makes your skin all weird. I grabbed my stuff, I started walking, forcing myself to keep my eyes forward as I passed underneath those same pillars. If there had been anyone there, I would have seen them, but there was nothing, just empty space and my own footsteps. When I finally got to my friend's dorm and plugged my phone in, messages from my group chat flooded in, half of them laughing, half of them panicking when I'd gone silent after the ghost lights text. A few days later, curiosity got the better of me. I did some digging. Turns out in the late 80s there had been a fire on campus in that same art building. 3 students had died after getting trapped in one of the basement studios during the blaze. The building had been rebuilt, but apparently, some people believed that they never really left. I'm not the type to jump to conclusions, but after that night, every time I walked past that plaza, some doors should stay closed. Paranormal M, we open them anyway. Subscribe and join us in facing the unthinkable. The Haunted Girl with No Name. I don't exactly believe in ghosts, not like the obsessed way some people talk about them at every sleepover. But this one incident, it's the kind of thing that sticks in your head and refuses to leave. I bring it up at every friend gathering, and they always lean in like it's the first time. I think I was in 7th grade when it happened. It was during our music period, or that class was held in a room on the top floor of our school building. And just to give a bit of context, grades 1 to 4 had their classrooms downstairs, grades 5 to 10 had their rooms upstairs. And anyway, we were walking up with our teacher when I realized I'd forgotten my sketchbook on my desk. Which was weird because I never leave it behind. Still, I mumbled to my friend that I'd be right back and jogged down to grab it. When I entered the empty classroom, it was quiet in that uncomfortable way only schoolrooms can be when no one's there. I walked to my desk, flipped open my bag, and then out of nowhere I heard the softest little voice behind me and it said, "Hi." I nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a girl at the door, couldn't have been older than maybe 8, and wearing our school uniform, hair cut bluntly to her chin. She had this tiny, unsure smile, and I honestly don't remember her face clearly anymore. It's been years, but she was sweet-looking. She asked if I had any markers, and I never bring those. They're pretty pricey. But for some reason I had them that day. Don't ask me why. Fate or bad luck, who knows? I could have said no, but I didn't. I pulled the bag out and handed them to her. She walked over, said a quiet "thank you," and started backing away. Being the responsible 7th grader that I was, I asked for her name in class so I could find her later. She tilted her head like she didn't get the question at first and whispered something to herself and then said, "I'm Mia from class 3B. I nodded and went back to music class, where, by the way, I realized I'd left the sketchbook again, typical me. When class ended, I went straight to 3B. I kind of peeked through the door of the little glass window, and there's no sign of her. The teacher noticed me, asked what I needed, and I explained about Mia and my markers. She looked around confused, and she said no one by that name was in her class. She even called out the name Mia to the students, and no one responded. Confused, but not freaked out yet. I checked every 3rd and 2nd grade class. Nothing, no Mia, no one who matched the description. I let it go for the day, and I mean, it is a big school, kids mix up their classes all the time. But the next day, nothing. The day after that, still nothing. By day 3, I was less worried about meeting a ghost and more furious that my expensive markers were gone. I even went to the principal. They let me check the attendance records, and there was no Mia, no similar face, and nothing like that. So to this day, I tell people mysterious entities swindled me out of my markers. I'm not scared about it, I just want them back. They were the good kind, imported, and my mom made me promise to take care of them. And now, years later, I still think about it sometimes. So hey, if you're out there, marker thief, ghost or not, can I please have him back? I have a feeling I know the kind of markers that you're talking about. And those are good. The lights at Yucca Inn. Happened to someone I know really well. His wife has always been the nature adventure type. The kind of person who owns 3 different hiking boots for different trails, but my friend, he was more of a backyard barbecue and Netflix guy, at least until she came along. So one spring she plans a little family getaway. A few days of hiking around Joshua Tree National Park. That's because they have a toddler now, and she books their nights at the Yucca Inn, a rustic old motel just outside the park. The drive goes smoothly. They take turns hiking with the baby in a little carrier strapped to his chest. By the 3rd night, everyone's exhausted, sunburned, and dusty and happy. They all crawl into an old wooden-framed bed in their room, baby between them. Sometime past midnight, my friend wakes up because the baby lets out a soft whimper. He gently rocks her back to sleep, but now he's wide awake, staring up at the ceiling. That's when something strange happens. Above them hangs an old wagon wheel chandelier with half the bulbs missing. It begins to glow, but not like somebody flicked the switch. It flares up slowly, glowing much brighter than a normal bulb should. A cold, sharp kind of light. It then just as slowly fades back into darkness. No click, no sound, just light and then nothing. He tells himself it's probably an old wiring issue. Place looks like it hasn't seen real maintenance since the 60s. But then, as he's lying there trying to convince himself, 2 soft blue orbs of light drift into view at the foot of the bed. His first instinct is to leap out, turn the light on, but he freezes. What if he wakes his wife and the baby, panics them, and then turns out to be nothing? He pulls the sheet over his head like a kid and hopes it'll just go away. But through the thin motel sheet, he can still see the glow, a faint blue shimmer. And then comes the pressure. It starts at his ankles, light at first, like someone gently pressing down. Then it slides up his legs, firm but not painful. By the time it reaches his chest, his heart is hammering so hard he swears the thing's pressing on him and he can feel it. A soft hissing sound follows. Not loud, but steady, like air escaping from a cracked tire. He doesn't move, doesn't breathe too loud. He tells himself it's a dream, because what else could it be? And just as suddenly as it came, the pressure lifts. The light vanishes. The room goes dead silent again. He stays awake the rest of the night, occasionally sleeping with the phone's flashlight around the corners of the room. Nothing. At dawn, he gently shakes his wife awake and says he wants to leave early, to quote-unquote beat traffic. Well, she doesn't question it. They pack their things and drive off before the sun is fully up. He doesn't tell her what happened. Not that morning, not that week. It's only months later, sitting across from me at his backyard fire pit with the flames crackling between us, that he finally let it just spill, and well, I look up the Yucca Inn later. Turns out back in the day it was a popular spot for B-list movie stars filming westerns. And one story sticks out. A heartbroken actress who ended her life in one of the rooms. Guests have written online about weird lights, footsteps, and pressure on their beds at night. I ask him which room they stayed in. He says he doesn't remember the number, but his eyes tell me he's pretty sure. Must have been that room. And whatever was there was still waiting. wouldn't sleep. Well, I've lived in the same house since the day I was born. Never once moved out, too. And it is an old, creaky house with the kind of floors that remember every step that you made. And of course, a house this old has its stories. A few people have died here over the years. Never thought much of it, though, and for context, I don't really believe in the supernatural. Maybe I'm agnostic, maybe just indifferent. That's why everything that happened later messed with my head so much. It was a quiet winter night. I was lying next to my sibling, both of us scrolling through our phones before drifting off. My sibling falls asleep fast, like knockout in 5 minutes fast. I usually end up awake staring at the ceiling. That night, I woke up around 1:30 a.m. and everything was still. The air was so cold I could hear the smallest sounds clearly. Then it began, a rattling noise. Sharp and steady, it was coming from the tall cupboard by the bed. The glass panels on its doors were shaking, and at first I thought it was my half-dreaming brain playing tricks. The sound didn't stop because it got louder and I froze under the blanket and forced myself to sleep. It didn't happen just once. It was night after night I heard it again. When I told my family, they shrugged it off and said, "It's just the wood expanding, probably a mouse. You're tired." But I knew how clear that sound was. And my sibling heard it too. It was one night and they just turned pale and made it real for both of us. A few nights later, I decided to actually look. I slid on my glasses and turned toward the cupboard, and everything sitting on top of it, boxes and bottles and random junk, was trembling. Not just the glass panels. The whole thing was moving, and that was enough for me. I grabbed my pillow, ran out, and spent the night in the study room. But years did pass. I still refused to sleep there, so my siblings had the room to themselves. And then one night they told me the bed started shaking, violently, like something underneath was pushing it. They thought it was an earthquake, and it wasn't. It kept happening for several nights, and then they left the room too. But the strangeness didn't stop there. I started waking up with random scratches on my arms, ones I couldn't explain. We all got sick more often, and my dad, who never admits fear, quietly moved to another room and never returned to that one again. And as someone who doesn't believe in ghosts, I've tried everything to explain it. I talked to friends, I researched late at night and convinced myself it's physics. Old wood and nerves, but deep down it doesn't add up. If it's in my head, why did my siblings hear and feel it too, and why did my dad avoid that room entirely? No one has an answer. Whispers in the dark. When I was 10, my grandpa was visiting. I remember it clearly because that night was the first time I ever saw the E.T. movie. And it was late, probably around 1 a.m. My 2 cats were curled up underneath my blanket as usual. I woke up to their low, uneasy hissing. At first, I thought they were just fighting, but when I sat up, all I saw was the faint glow of the nightlight casting shadows across the wall. I lay back down. But a while later, their hissing turned into a deep growl. When I looked toward the corner, there was a tall figure with no face standing by the dresser. It was facing the wall, but completely still. I jumped out of bed and ran down the hall to my grandparents' room. My grandpa told me to lie down between them. And that's the last thing I remember from that night. Another story comes from my sister. And every summer we'd spend time in a small house her grandparents had in Lancaster. She once told me that, well, at night she would see a little girl in a white nightgown walking past her open bedroom door, just pacing slowly back and forth as if waiting for something. She never said anything, just would walk. And there was also one summer I stayed alone at my grandparents' house. I was definitely 10. I woke up in the dark with that sharp feeling that someone was standing right behind me. Couldn't hear anything, but it felt like there were eyes locked on me from somewhere close. I panicked so badly I screamed for my grandpa. He rushed in carrying a small silver cross and sprinkling holy water on the floor, praying out loud for whatever was there to leave. I don't remember much after that, but the next day I felt strange, like the world wasn't fully real anymore. For years after, I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, convinced something was always there. When my grandparents moved closer to town and got their own apartment, things didn't really stop. I was 17 and often spent the night there on their pull-out couch. One night I woke up lying on my side, facing the TV that was just a foot away from me. My whole body was frozen and I couldn't even breathe properly. Then the TV screen, though off, started glowing, faintly at first, then brighter and brighter with a strange gold-white light. A shadowed hand stretched across the screen, growing larger until it almost touched my face. Then a man's silhouette stepped out of the light, and the room filled with a low humming sound that made my teeth ache. I squeezed my eyes shut and the noise rose like static. When I opened them again, it was morning, and I know it wasn't a dream because my dreams never feel that real. The most recent thing happened just a few weeks ago. My best friend slept over and used the spare room, my grandma's old room. And in the middle of the night, a framed photo kept sliding off the shelf and hitting the floor. Next morning, I checked, and the way it was placed, it couldn't have fallen without being pushed. She told me it happened at least 4 times, and she had to wedge a pillow in front of it to make it stop. And she also said she heard footsteps on the old wooden floor and the creaks echoing like someone moving around slowly. So yeah, weird stuff. Tried to explain it all away, but late at night it still feels like someone's watching. The shadow by the basement door. So I'm scrolling back to this page after a late night bathroom run. That was after I did all of my research about beaver nuggets and the like, and, well, my girlfriend texted me saying she saw something moving in the hallway. It was right by her bedroom. It was just a few feet from where I was. She said it looked like something was sliding across the floor toward my son's room. And honestly, that alone was enough to make my stomach drop. So here goes. My co-signed ghost story from about 22, maybe 24 years ago when I was maybe 10 or 12. My parents had split before I was old enough to remember much. I stayed with my mom during the year and spent summers with my dad in Pittsburgh. He was living with his girlfriend back then, and in this house her parents had given her, well, people in the neighborhood whispered that something had died in their basement a long time ago. Not murder, just a quiet tragedy. Never went down there at night, and the whole vibe was wrong and cold and heavy. Most of my dad's side of the family, grandparents and cousins, lived in Pittsburgh too. One summer night, my cousin Tara, a year older than me, stayed over, and Dad had gone to a bar with his girlfriend being upstairs. Okay. Tara and I were camped in the living room right next to the kitchen. Basement door was in there, and we were feeling brave and decided to watch the X-Files. Funny, I never realized how, well, at least until now, how creepy that intro music really is. It is actually fantastic, but anyway. We barely go through the opening theme before deciding to grab some snacks. As we step into the kitchen and reach for the light switch, it's like we both just froze there, because something tall, dark, and shaped like a person was moving toward us from the basement door. There was no sound, just a slow, deliberate shape gliding forwards. We didn't even look at each other, and we screamed in perfect sync and bolted up the stairs to my dad's girlfriend's room. We never saw it again, but we both saw it that night. And I wish more than anything that Tara were still alive to talk about it. She passed in 2018, and that was the last summer I went to my dad's before everything fell apart and contact stopped completely. I never asked her about it again, but I know she remembered, because how could she not? A softer memory. My sister and I both swear we saw my pap at Grandma's house, and that was years after he passed. We used to sleep in that living room. Through a small opening in the wall, you could see the hallway. And we both on different nights described him wearing that same old red flannel shirt, just walking quietly through the hall like he used to. It wasn't scary, it was just there. This basement one, though, still gives me goosebumps even now. I'm sitting here staring at the dark doorway of her bedroom, hoping I don't see whatever she thought she saw. She's fast asleep. Probably woke up when I got up to use the bathroom, though. But still, that hallway feels too quiet. Sounds like a good hallway to me. Echoes in the trees. I'm 15. Me and my cousin lived close to a forest that's always had something wrong about it. It's split into two places, the upper side where my aunt said she once heard something following her, and the lower side where everything got stranger. And about 4 years ago, I saw something standing between two birch trees in broad daylight. It wasn't tall, maybe the height of a 10-year-old kid, and it wore something like an oversized dark cloak. Its head was smooth, round, and pale like paper. No mouth, no ears, just two black empty holes for eyes. It didn't walk, it swayed slowly, side to side, like it was floating in place, and I whispered, "Hello?" Tilted its head, but it didn't answer. We stared at each other for about 10 seconds. I took a step back to grab my phone, and it was gone. For years, I avoided that spot. Even when I walked nearby, the air felt too still, like something was holding its breath. And last month, my cousin saw it too, only this time its face was blank. At first, he thought it was maybe my aunt in a white shawl. When it started moving, he froze. And later, when he compared what we saw, it matched exactly, except for the missing eyes. My aunt told us about something chasing her years ago. It was up in the upper forest near an old birch tree. She never saw its face, only a pale blur, and when she ran back home, her neighbor's dog started howling. Whatever was behind her vanished, and that birch was cut down a year later. Everything went quiet. At least up there. But the lower woods never seemed to. Last summer, we started hearing this rhythmic thumping in the ground, like someone tapping the soil with a stick wrapped in leather. Well, that's a specific sound. Went on for nearly an hour. And our dog disappears almost every night now, comes back at dawn. He refuses to go near the lower ledge, and even when we try to drag him there, he shakes. Last night, me and my cousin were talking on the porch about asking a local spiritual healer for help, and right when my cousin joked about calling it out, something heavy rustled through the trees, closer than ever before. He'd shouted into the woods a few nights ago, cursing whatever lives there, and I told him it was a bad idea. And now I'm starting to really believe that it was. Tomorrow we're going to talk to someone, and this time we won't leave anything out. If anyone's ever dealt with something like this, we'd be grateful for any advice. Well written for 15 years old, wink wink. The Final Gaze. It was nearly 3 in the morning when the wind began to howl, dragging its cold breath through the old courtyard like a wandering soul that had lost its way. The trees, skeletal and stiff, rattled against each other until their shadows braided across the morning hall floor, thin and black like cracks in old porcelain. Thunder murmured far away, lightning tore the night open in thin ghostly seams, illuminating the long room where the scent of incense had long since grown bitter. I sat alone in the front row. The single bulb above me flickered like a dying pulse. And there was just this trembling. It was as though it too feared to shine too brightly. The portrait of the departed hung above the altar, but something in it unsettled me. Perhaps it was the slight curl of the lips that hadn't been there before, or the way the eyes in that sickly light seemed to follow each shallow breath I would take. And then came the whisper. Not from the wind, not from the house. A dragging, dry sound rose from beneath the incense table. A sound too deliberate to be imagined, and I froze, and then something moved. A white dog, small and soaked from the rain, crawled out from the darkness. Its fur, slicked to its thin frame, made it look less like a creature of warmth and more like a ghost wearing a body. Its eyes seemed to glimmer, not yellow, but a milky, clouded silver that fixed on me with unnerving clarity. It made no bark, no sound at all, just looked as if it had been waiting. But we had never owned a dog. And my mother's voice, a memory stirred. When a dog cries at night, the dead are listening. The dog lifted its head and released a sound that was neither a growl nor a whimper. It was low and wet and wrong, and then slowly it turned its gaze away from me and toward the coffin behind the altar. A creak broke the air like a snapped bone, and the coffin trembled, and in that instant I understood. The dog's warning had never been for me. Well, excuse me. The Night at Ridge Hollow. I was in Shenandoah, near a spot called Whispering Ridge, about 8 months ago. I decided to camp out there, even though the temperature at night was barely above freezing. So I pulled into a small gravel parking area around 7 a.m., surprised not to see a single car. My plan was to hike in, spend the night, and head back the next morning. By the time I finished the trail and looped halfway back to set up camp, it was about 3 in the afternoon. I spent the rest of daylight cooking a small meal, watching the fog roll through the trees, and letting myself get lost in the quiet. As dusk crept in, I hung all my trash and food in a bag about 150 feet away, high in a branch, just in case of any hungry visitors. And the forest had this soft hum, sort of breathing silence, and I remember feeling both calm and weirdly exposed. Around 7 p.m., I was exhausted. Gathered some dead branches near a huge splintered oak tree to build a fire. And that's when I heard it, a sharp, fast rustling moving toward me from maybe 100 feet away. It wasn't a squirrel or a deer, it was heavier. The moment I stopped moving, it stopped too. With my heart beating, I slowly backed toward my tent, shining my flashlight at the tree line. The beam just disappeared into darkness. Nothing moved, nothing answered. And it was about 8:15 by then. I sat by the fire, feeding it piece after piece of wood, and its weak light painting everything with a shaky gold and made me feel more visible than safe. After maybe 20 minutes, I finally slipped into my tent. Just as my mind began to drift toward sleep, I heard it, a low, drawn-out sound like someone singing through clenched teeth. It was faint, far away at first. But then, as if something invisible were walking toward me, the sound felt louder and closer. In less than a minute, it felt like it was just beyond the edge of my campsite. And every nerve in my body was lighting up, and I shot upright, listening. It wasn't words, it was a kind of chanting, soft and rhythmic in a woman's voice, but wrong somehow, like it wasn't meant for my human ears. Then silence. I unzipped the tent slowly and stepped out, shouting, "Who's out there?" The forest swallowed my voice whole, and I swept my flashlight in wide arcs. And that's when I saw her, or something, for less than a second. A woman, barefoot, wearing a pale nightgown streaked with mud, was gliding away from the tree line like smoke in the wind. She was bald, and her arms jerked through the air in uneven twitching motions. She made no sound, just ran. My brain froze. I couldn't even scream. Tears just started running down my face. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my pack. Didn't even care about the tent anymore. I just bolted. I hit the trail as fast as my legs would allow, with the weight of my pack bouncing against me. The night was slick and uneven, roots everywhere, the kind of darkness that makes even your breath sound too loud. At one point, I slipped on loose dirt and slammed my knee into the ground, and in that split second, as my headlamp swung wild, caught her shape again. They were standing perfectly still and watching. I kept going. The chanting was gone, but the forest wasn't silent anymore. Something was moving behind me, multiple somethings. Twigs snapping, footsteps, not animal ones, human or close to it. When I reached the flat, grassy stretch near the end of the trail, everything went quiet for just a breath. Then the noise erupted from all directions at once, rustling, whispering fast. I sprinted the last stretch to the trailhead, lungs burning, and finally saw the faint outline of my car. As I swung my headlamp behind me, 3 figures identical to the woman I'd seen burst from the tree line. But they didn't run, they crawled on all fours and fast. When the light hit them, they scattered like something feral, melting back into the darkness of the woods. I remember putting the key in the ignition. I just remember speeding down the empty road, sobbing with my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. Even miles away, I swear I could still hear that faint, sickening chant. The night I met the guardian of the garden. This spring, I decided to start a little herb patch of my own. I planted mint and cherry tomatoes, and just last week, a few rows of rosemary. Nice. My cousin warned me not to leave it unprotected because the stray cats in the neighborhood like to use people's gardens as their playground. But me, being a stubborn beginner, figured it couldn't be that bad. For weeks, everything grew better than expected. No cat tracks, no missing leaves. It almost felt like my tiny garden was charmed. Then last Saturday, I noticed a cluster of tiny white flowers creeping along the edge of the soil. Thinking they were weeds, I yanked them out without much thought. And later that evening, while driving to the market, I started to feel a strange warm sensation spreading across my right shoulder blade. And it was a muggy night, so I shrugged it off. The next day, more of those white flowers appeared. I knelt down, pulled them again, and went back inside. That evening in the shower, the warmth on my shoulder turned into a sharp, steady burn. Imagine leaning too close to a campfire for too long. That's exactly what it felt like. Heat was pulsing against my skin. I called my best friend to take a look, and when they checked, their eyebrows shot up. Were you scratching your back or something? I told them no, and they showed me a picture. 4 faint but angry-looking lines across my shoulder blade. No broken skin, but bright red like they'd just appeared there. So we sat in the kitchen trying to figure it out. Was it my new laundry detergent? Well, no, that wouldn't explain the scratches. Did I brush against something sharp? I mean, not that I could remember. Then I thought about the flowers. This is the only thing that had changed. My grandmother used to tell stories about earth guardians, spirits that take the shape of local animals to protect certain places. When I was a kid, she used to say fox spirits liked gardens that smelled of rosemary. I'd laughed it off then, but now I really wasn't so sure. My friend pointed out that the scratches looked like they came from something with claws, not human. It made sense. No cats, no birds, no damage to the plants. Maybe something else was keeping them away. That night, I brought out some leftover grilled fish, something fox spirits supposedly liked. according to Grandma, I set it on the edge of the herb patch. The neighbor's golden retriever, usually a shameless food thief, came bounding down the driveway but stopped abruptly halfway. He tilted his head, wagged his tail nervously, but didn't come closer. I placed the fish carefully in the soil, whispered a quiet apology, and promised not to touch the flowers again. An hour later, the burning on my back faded completely. When my friend checked the scratches again, they were gone. Not lighter, but actually gone. And this morning, when I stepped outside, the spot where I'd left the offering was clean. No trace of fish bones, and the white flowers had grown a few inches taller overnight. I don't know if fox spirits are real, but something is watching over my garden, and honestly, I'm okay with that. The Laundry Room Mystery. We've been living in this house almost 16 years now. It's a sturdy old place built back in 1920, and it has its own, personality. When we first moved in, there were a few strange little things. Nothing dramatic, just the sound of faint footsteps late at night going up and down the hallway. There was sounds of something brushing softly against the old plaster walls, and sometimes an old clinking noise. It's like when kids pull their blankets a little bit higher. Stopped after a couple of weeks, and for years the house was quiet. But lately, something's been happening again. Mostly harmless stuff at first, like knocks on the walls where there's no pipes. Maybe the light tapping of fingertips on glass panels of the double doors leading to the front porch. Always brief, and always when no one was near. And then came the night with the laundry. We have 3 kids, and that evening my wife and our eldest, I'm going to call him boy number 1, went down to the laundry room to start a wash before heading out for groceries. My daughter and I stayed in the living room watching a movie, and boy number 2 is upstairs absorbed in his game console. As she walked out the door, my wife reminded us to toss the clothes into a dryer once the washer was done, and predictably we forgot. About an hour later, they returned. She called out from the hallway, "Did anyone move the laundry?" I told her no, and she sighed and went down to do it herself. Seconds later, she yelled up the stairs, "Boy number 1, why would you do this?" Boy number 1, still by the door, blinked at her and said, "Do what?" "You left half the clothes in the basket and they're wet." He frowned, "But you saw me put everything in the washer." And she had. They both remembered clearly. The basket was empty and the machine was humming when they left. When she went back down, half the clothes were sitting neatly in the basket, damp as if the spin cycle had already finished. Other half remained in the washer. And there's no shortcut to the laundry room. The only way down is through the kitchen door, the stubborn old back entrance that screeches when it moves. And trust me, if anybody had opened it, we would have heard. Boy number 2 never came downstairs. My daughter and I stayed in the living room the whole time, and no wet footprints, no creaks, no movement, just half a load of laundry mysteriously transferred from washer to basket while no one was down there. If the clothes had been dry, we could have shrugged it off as a simple mistake, but they were freshly spun and damp, as if someone or something had helped out with the chore. I know how this sounds, but this house has a way of reminding us we're not always alone. The House That Kept Its Ghost. A friend once told me I should share my story with people who have open minds, so here I am. The house I live in isn't just old, it still has someone living here who's not quite alive. I bought this house with my husband in the summer of 2019, built in 1927, and has been part of this family for nearly a century now. My husband's great-grandfather built it by hand with the help of his brothers. And after he passed away, it went to my husband's great-aunt and then eventually to his uncle. Since his uncle has his own home and was getting too tired to maintain this place, he sold it to us. The house was in lovely shape, just needed some sanding, paint, and new light fixtures. We always wondered why his uncle had gone through so many tenants over the years. The house was warm and sunlit and full of character. But of course, that was before we understood why. The first time I saw him was 2 days before moving in. My husband and I are hanging up curtains in the front room. I remember turning to grab the next curtain from him and catching a sight of a man standing just behind him. He looked about 5'10", wearing a dark suit and a fedora hat like someone straight out of the 30s. He had no color but grayscale, like an old film reel, and for the briefest moment we locked eyes, and then calmly he turned and walked right through the wall. I stood there frozen with my heart hammering in my chest, and I didn't say anything to my husband. I told myself I was exhausted and stressed from packing. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. A few weeks later, the house had settled, but he hadn't, because at night we heard light footsteps in the hallway, knocking at random hours and the soft sound of floorboards creaking where no one walked. My dog would suddenly stare into corners and bark like someone was standing there. So one evening over dinner, when the family was swapping out stories, I finally mentioned it. My husband's grandmother chuckled and told me to describe the man. She quietly left the table and came back with an old black and white photograph. I swear, I felt the blood draining from my face because it was him. "That's Arthur," she said, tapping the photo. "He built the house with his own hands and died right here in the parlor." At first I was terrified, but over time something shifted. Arthur never did anything violent. He doesn't slam doors or throw things. He just exists here quietly. And now when I came home, I say hello to him out loud. I even started leaving fresh marigolds near the old rocking chair by the window. That's where he makes his presence known most often. And sometimes at dusk I'll see a faint gray silhouette there, and almost always, if something unusual happens, the air carries the faint smell of pipe tobacco. Neither me nor my husband smoke. My husband refuses to believe it. He says acknowledging it would make it too real, and I understand. I used to be a skeptic too. But living here has changed that. It's strange. Sometimes it's unnerving, but it's oddly comforting. Arthur is as much a part of this house as the wood beams and creaky floors, and I guess in a way we're roommates now.
Someone explain, please. The first experience I've had took place in an old town in England. It's called Stratford. It's upon Avon, which my family and I were visiting on a holiday. On one of the days we were walking, spotted an old museum called Sheev's House. We walked in and instantly felt something off or creepy about the place. It was extremely old and had loads of wax figures dotted around. Anyway, while we were exploring the museum, me and my dad and sister went ahead leaving my mom in a room by herself. This is where it gets weird. My mom reported having her jumper pulled aggressively from behind while she was reading an article. She turned around thinking it was me or my sister messing around, but to her surprise, there was not a single person in the room. She was confused, and after telling us about what had happened, my dad spoke to the owner of the place, in which he casually responded, "Oh, and that would be Lee." The owner explained Lee was one of the many people that haunted the museum, and he liked to grab attractive women during his life and had followed suit as spirit. He also showed us a file that read that it was Lee's anniversary of death, and that he's usually most active at this time. He then went on to show us many files of ghost hunters that had explored the place, and also showed us short clips of documentaries that had been filmed in there. If you search up Sheev's House, it's got a long documented list as one of the most haunted buildings in England. The owner also ran ghost tours at night, which me and my dad attended but didn't see anything. Anyway, my mom's convinced that her jumper was pulled, and the fact the building is known for being haunted is undoubtedly strange. This next experience is even more creepy. Coming back from a vacation in the south of France, I guess, my family and I stopped at an old sort of family-run hotel place as we're driving and needed to split up the journey. I'm not sure what to call it. It wasn't a hotel as such, but almost like a big house which you could rent a room in. The family cooked for us, and although the building was old, nothing seemed too off about it. Anyway, me and my sister went to sleep in one room and my parents were in the other, and in the middle of the night I heard a smash come from their room. I remember being scared, went back to sleep not daring to investigate. In my morning, my parents were freaked out. They told us that in the night they could constantly hear footsteps next to them and floorboards creaking. I then found out that the smash I heard the night before was the light bulb, and how that had happened freaked me out more than anything. Left in my parents' room by the owners, there was a bat with a bit of a string on it and a ball at the end attached to the string. An old-fashioned kid's toy, basically, where you repeatedly hit the ball back and forth. But anyway, my mom had told me after she woke up to the light bulb smashing. The bat and ball had moved onto the bed from its original position. It was under where the light bulb was, surrounded by glass. My parents spoke to the owners of the house same morning. They were acting strange, being very quick to shut off the conversation and change the topic. I'll keep this last experience short. A couple of years ago, my dad and I went skiing in Italy, stayed at an old hotel which was previously on war grounds. I remember coming back one night and going to the toilet to find the emergency string in the shower swaying rapidly side to side. Called out for my dad to come and see it, and instantly stopped in front of my eyes. At the same hotel, they had a sauna in the basement. The man behind the desk sort of led me into the basement to use it. I was the only person in the sauna. Once I was done, I tried to leave the basement, but the door was locked. I tried to call my dad to let me in the basement door, but had no service. And after a while, my dad and the guy behind the desk came to look for me, and they simply opened the door as if it wasn't locked. I then said that it was locked and I couldn't get out, and the man behind the desk looked at me confused and pleaded that it wasn't. How do you explain this stuff other than ghosts must be real? Everybody I tell hears me out, but naturally takes it with a pinch of salt and tries to somehow find an explanation, even though there is no rational one. Even though I've never seen a ghost with my eyes, I can't deny their existence. I'm being warned in my dreams about my granddad's house. Okay, so since I was young, I would always have the same weird dreams of my granddad's house. And ever since I started talking about it again, wondering if anybody in my family was spiritually aligned, or anything about the house, the dreams have come back, but almost in a warning. The dreams are always the same. Me in his living room, sitting on the couch just underneath the picture of my gran that I never met, who died in the house. My granddad's dog would always be in the dreams, but she would sit at the living room door. The dreams would always start off almost normal, and then his dog would start barking. Never got up from the couch in my dreams or opened the door. Always felt like something was there standing outside it. Then the room would rather violently, and I'd wake up. The room would rather violently. It's weird that I'd consistently have the same dreams as a child, around 7 to 10, and now I'm 19. And what's also weird is that I was told that my granddad and gran had a dog that would sit at the living room door and bark at it. Who, coincidence? I wasn't told that until recently. Since I was young, I was obsessed with the paranormal. So I've always believed that there's a possible stage between life and death. So you could say some of the feelings I felt of the house were just because I was consuming so much media that I was biased on the paranormal, but not really. I used to stay at his house a lot when I was young, with my cousins, and I had a really weird experience with sweets being thrown around the room. When my granddad came back into the living room to ask what we were screaming about, told him, and he said his actual words are, "It's probably just your Granny Mary." Oh, wow, right? I'd like to think of it as she was playing with us, but I don't know. There was a time when me and my cousin were in his bedroom, where my gran died in. which I was told this very recently, and the TV moved. Really freaked me and my cousin out. And yeah, there's probably explanations to why it moved, but I don't know. I've had sleep paralysis in the house, and I used to sleepwalk a lot there, which I rarely did as a kid. My mom also told me recently that he used to have a parrot, and the parrot would always say, "Margaret," at the same time every single day. And my granddad would say, "That's Mary getting up." Yeah, not freaky at all. So that's the context. Really weird shit. There's probably more, like his back room and garden had a really weird energy about it. Also had really weird dreams about his garden. Now to what's been happening recently. Me and my friend were talking about all that type of shit like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I was telling her about my granddad's house and how I always felt a really weird energy, and that something's definitely going on there. Then I started to wonder if anybody else in my family was, like, into all that and could see stuff or was just spiritually aligned, so I asked my mom, and she said that before my gran was like that, kind of, and I'd have to ask my granddad if I wanted to know more. So on Friday, I was like, okay, I'm seeing my dad, which is tomorrow and Saturday. Maybe I could ask him. Tell him why, when I go to sleep, I have a dream that I'm in front of my granddad's house with my dad and granddad. I break the ice. My granddad was his usual self in the dream, until I asked him about my gran, and if she possibly was like that or could see things that others couldn't. His face drops and he gets mad. He was like, "Don't talk about that, don't ask me that," like shouting at me. Then I woke up and was like, wow, okay. Early Monday morning, and I kept waking up and going back to sleep. I had dreams of the house. Dream 1. I was outside the house with my granddad again, and the way I would describe the house was that his normal front door was there, but then there was another door-shaped hole in the outside door, but with no door. He would start whistling, and my granddad whistles, by the way, just to say. Maybe not connected to the dream, but weird in this context of the dream. And there was like a high-pitched screeching noise coming from inside the house. Never heard that noise in the dream I used to have. It was like it was responding back to him, and then I woke up. Dream 2 again. I was with my granddad, and we were walking toward his house. Got in the same position we were in Dream 1. He starts to whistle again, and there was a high-pitched screeching. However, this time I started to whistle, and we were almost whistling at the same time. The screeching got louder and closer. We stopped whistling for a second, then we whistled again, and suddenly this black orb comes zooming out through the door-shaped hole, throws my granddad in the air, like, okay. Now what? It turns and looks at me. I'm like pleading at this point, saying sorry. Then as soon as it tries to throw me or go through me, I woke up, and when I woke up I immediately sat up and was like, what the hell was that all about? So yeah, I started to talk about weird, consistent dreams I used to have about my granddad's house when I was younger. Start to question it, and it's like I'm getting warned in my dreams to not question it, but like I want to question it. I'm practicing tarot right now, and I do think that I 100% should not ask my deck about it. Lived in a haunted apartment for a year. This happened to me, a 33-year-old male, in late 2016 till early 2017. I was in the military stationed in Tampa, Florida. I was 24 years old at the time. I had a roommate who was also in the military. We had been living together since we first moved out of the dorms on base. He got selected for deployment. I couldn't find a new roommate, so we broke the lease. I then got an apartment by myself. Nothing strange happened at first. It wasn't my first time living alone, but something about the place made me uncomfortable. It wasn't a cheap apartment, though, and I only had a year left till my contract was up, so I would separate from the military service. So I sucked it up and stayed, which was a bad decision. I started to get sleep paralysis. Never heard of it or experienced it before this. Naturally, I freaked out, and the longer I stayed in the apartment, the more frequent it would happen. till eventually it was an every night thing. I'd wake up unable to move and would see a dark figure standing in my bedroom doorway. It would just stand there and stare at me, and had this melting look to it, as if parts of it were going to drip off of it. I went and seen a doctor. He told me about sleep paralysis, explained to me what it was and what it was. Probably just stress that was causing it. I believed him as everything he said lined up with what I was dealing with. However, soon afterwards, things escalated. I started feeling like something was trying to drag me off the bed at night when I'd wake, still unable to move or even make noise. If you have problems with sleep paralysis yourself, then you'll know what I mean. My voice would come out in croaks. When I would snap out of the paralysis, I'd be in my bed in my usual sleeping position as if nothing happened. Then one night all that changed. Instead of feeling like something was dragging me off the bed, I actually was dragged. Something grabbed my arm and pulled me down between the bed and the wall. My arm was stuck and I could feel a hand around my forearm. This was not sleep paralysis. I was wide awake both before and after the event. The last event that made me finally move out happened a few weeks before my lease was over. I had fallen asleep in my stomach, woke up to the same feeling, unable to move or speak, the feeling of someone watching me, then a pressure on my back. It felt like someone or something was sitting on my back, and I swear I could feel it breathing on the back of my neck. What snapped me out of the paralyzed state was a searing pain across my back. I immediately shot up and left the apartment. Had 3 long scratches like claws down my back. I ended up not breaking the lease and just crashed at a friend and coworker's place for a few weeks. Only ever went back to this apartment to grab my stuff. The time we went to an abandoned insane asylum, but ended up running for our life. This happened when I was a 33-year-old male, when I, a 33-year-old male, was 16. I didn't get my driver's license until I was 18, but my friend, let's call him Gary, got his. Now, we lived in a pretty small town in North Carolina, the type of town where all the high school kids, me included at the time, hung out in the Walmart parking lot. There was nothing better to do. So me and Gary had been friends since the beginning of high school. Met in one of our classes freshman year. Gary was into the spooky stuff, and so was I. Not long after getting his license, he comes to me with an idea. He tells me about some apparently old abandoned insane asylum a few towns over. Says it's back in the woods somewhere, isn't even visible from the road anymore. He wants us all to go out there in the middle of the night and check it out because it's supposed to be haunted by the patients that died there or something. Of course, nobody wants to go with him but me. So the following weekend, we decide we're going to sneak out and check this place out. It takes us a while to get there and figure out where exactly this place is. Finally, we find the place that we can park the car, follow the trail up to the asylum. We arrive at an old-ass building. Not sure if it was actually an asylum or just some building. It was definitely old and had plants growing all over it. It's possible a sign for the place was somewhere hidden in the brush. We walk into the building and there's no door. The inside's covered in graffiti, all kinds of stuff. Some kind of funny and others disturbing. The place definitely felt and looked spooky. We didn't end up staying long. We had been inside maybe 10 minutes or so, exploring the few rooms near the front of the building. Then a loud bang goes off. Not a gunshot bang, but like something really heavy fell to the floor. Me and Gary freeze. We turned to look at the doorway of the room the noise came from at the end of the hallway. A wheelchair slowly rolled into view from the room. And in this wheelchair is an old doll. And if you know what a Raggedy Ann doll is, then picture that. Well, that was enough for me and Gary. We decided to just head back to the car. We're walking back to the car through the trail, and we're both obviously scared, but neither of us want to show it or admit it. As we're walking, we hear something move around in the woods. Me and Gary don't speak a word to each other or even look at each other. that we both immediately take off running. Whatever it was that we had heard had started chasing us. We could hear it running in the woods next to us. And luckily, we made it back to the car and took off. Didn't look back and never saw what it was that was after us. For all we know, it's just some animal. But looking back at this now, I'm not sure what's scarier. The fact that we possibly ran into a ghost or spirit, or that maybe we aren't alone out there. A haunted 4th of July. With the 4th of July quickly approaching, thought I'd share one of my most unexplainable events to date. This takes place almost 15 years ago in my old neighborhood in San Bernardino, California. Growing up, I lived in the same house since I was several months old. My house itself was haunted, or at least held a lot of residual energy from previous families living in it. But this story isn't about my house, but my friend's house directly across the street from mine. From what I remember, the original house had burned down. I was really young, around 3 or 4 years old, and still remember the charred remains standing there for the longest time. I don't remember the fire, though, so I'm not sure if it happened before moving in or during the first few years after. I don't know the details, like if anybody died or anything, but when I was around 5-ish, they demolished the remains and built a new house. Shortly after, a family moved in. The little girl living there became one of my best friends. But I never went over to play because my parents were really strict. Plus, her family were gang members. Whoa. Even though her parents were good people, my parents didn't want me going over there, just in case. Yeah. They lived there for several years. My friend never mentioned anything spooky going on in the house. However, she did mention that her mom had seen some things in my house, with one being about seeing a little boy disappearing by the side of my house. I've never seen a little boy or felt the presence of one, so I'm not sure if it was true or not. One day they decided to move out, and another family moved in, but for a short period of time, since the house ended up being too large for the woman and her kids, and she decided to downsize and move into a house behind the house in question. This was a 2-home lot owned by the same landlord. During this lady's move, my other friend that lived next door to me and her family decided to move over to the one across from me. Now that I was older, my parents didn't care if I hung out over at their place, so I helped them move and practically existed over there all the time after school. Prior to the main story, there had been times that things seemed off in the house. I once babysat my friend's baby brother, and there would be noises coming from the kitchen and hallway. I thought it was their cat messing around. On another occasion, I'm hanging out with her and her brother, who was around her age. I was on my laptop sitting on their couch, and they'd gone into the kitchen. Shortly afterwards, out of my peripheral, I thought I had seen her brother come back, and I was standing facing me in the hallway, in front of the bathroom. When I asked him a question, he didn't answer. When I turned my head, there was no one there. So anyway, it was the 4th of July, not sure in the year, maybe 18 or 19 years old, and my friend 15 or 16. Their family going to watch fireworks at the San Manuel Stadium. She didn't want to go and decided to stay and hang out with me and my parents, since we're going to have a little cookout. After we ate, we sat in the curb and watched the neighbors lighting fireworks. Shortly after, she went over to her house. I don't remember for what, but when she tried to get in, the door was locked. And what was strange about it was that her family never locks the door, and no one was home. Plus, they knew she was staying behind, and they also had their dog there. So she needed access in order to let her out to go potty and stuff. After a while, we decided to check if any of the windows were open so we could get inside. I was hesitant just in case somebody might have snuck in like a burglar or a crackhead, but we ended up finding a bat just in case. Luckily, her mom's window was unlocked, and with a boost, I was able to get through the window. I met her at the door. When she came out, she said that it was strange that the deadbolt was locked. Her parents don't have a key to the deadbolt. only the bottom doorknob, so it wouldn't have been a way for them to lock it from the outside. We did a quick search, and no one was in the house, only the cat and the dog, with the dog looking visibly nervous. When her parents came back home, we asked them about the door, and they confirmed that they didn't lock the door, but chalked it up to maybe it flipping over on its own. Itchy ears. A couple of days later, my friend, the one who originally lived in the house, came to visit and hang out, and the three of us were catching up on what's been going on and began telling her about what had happened. But before we could finish, she said, "The deadbolt was locked, wasn't it?" I was shocked, and she said it would happen all the time when she lived there, and that there was always some type of poltergeist activity going on, like the radio and TVs turning on. She even said that she saw a woman in a sun hat through the window sitting on the porch while she was laying on the couch. I asked why she never said anything, and she said that when she would tell her mom, she wouldn't believe her, said it was just her imagination. But I was relieved because, well, we confirmed her experiences. It's been years since I've moved, so I'm not sure if it's still active. My friend's family still lives there, but all the kids have moved out apart from the youngest one that I used to babysit. I'm no longer as close to them, but I do still talk to them when I visit my folks. My ghost stories, cemetery stories. Some things that need to be known to understand me this time. I had become fully invested in witchcraft. Both my brothers had joined the military, one Navy, the other National Guard. They made me swear to stay with my mom until one of them got back. My mom and I didn't and still don't have the best relationship. At this point, she was letting me do whatever I really wanted, which really wasn't much. I wasn't into alcohol or drugs, and ghosts were enough, thank you very much. During this time, my stepfather's mom passed away. I was very close to her. Turns on thing to make fan on computer quieter. Ghosts were enough, thank you very much. And during this time, my stepfather's mom passed away. I was very close to her. Her passing was the first time I had cried since my oldest brother, Carl's. And yes, it's pronounced Carlos. Oh, interesting. Left for the Navy. I slapped him across the face before he got in the plane for basic. Yeah, might have gotten him in trouble for that. But anyway, my friends and I are hanging out around the community college in town, and wouldn't you know it, we wound up right next to the graveyard where said grandmother was buried. Note, there aren't as many ghosts in cemeteries as one might think. Why would they want to hang out where they were buried when they can hang out where they were happiest? To some, that's school, or their homes, or their favorite dive bar, things like that. I'm not saying that there aren't ghosts in cemeteries, just not as many as you might think. The ghosts that haunt graveyards are mostly old caretakers and morticians and gravediggers. You won't find many other haunted graveyards, at least I think. Anyhow, we had arrived at this graveyard, and some of my idiot friends started telling ghost stories about said graveyard. You know, your ghost girl who gets dropped off the entrance, or some such nonsense. And while we were there, though, I did have an experience that I later learned was attached to the school, not the graveyard. But anyway, we're sitting outside the graveyard, which wasn't uncommon in Ontario. Teenagers would hang out wherever they could. And when I saw him, he was a farmer, or at least that's what he looked like to me. He was mumbling something under his breath and pacing back and forth. I stepped away from my friends, worried that this old man was lost and needed help. I didn't have a cell phone. My friends did, so if needed, we could have called someone. And upon walking up to him, I noticed that he was really thin. His clothes were hanging off of his body, and he looked like he'd been digging. I paused, concerned about getting too close. "Sir," I called, "are you all right?" He looked up at me then, and that was when I saw it. Half of his head was missing. It dawned on me then that he wasn't alive and that I had willingly walked up to a ghost. "Can you help me find it?" he asked. I tried to calm myself so I could try to help him. "Find what?" I asked. He lowered his head like he was trying to remember and then shook it. "I don't rightly remember," he said. I could tell by the vernacular that he wasn't a recent ghost. "Do you remember where you lost it?" I asked, surprising myself by continuing the conversation. He squinted at me. It was in a room in a house near the hospital. That's when I realized why he was out here by the school dormitories, not farther in town. You see, a few years before, an old nunnery had been moved from the hospital grounds to the property that the school owned. It had been a big deal at the time. I remember that some of the sorority sisters had said that the place was haunted, and at the time I thought, well, duh, it's a nunnery. However, before the nunnery had been built, they had sort of lived in tents around the hospital grounds, tending to the wounds of locals who had gotten in bar fights or farming accidents and so on and so forth. This man had been one of those men. I sighed. "Did you get help from the nuns?" I asked. He nodded. "Well, that explains a lot," I said. "They moved the nunnery from the hospital grounds to the nursing school grounds," and his eyes widened. "They moved the whole house?" I nodded. "I'm guessing here, but did you perhaps die in the nunnery?" And here's the thing I wouldn't have normally pointed out to the man that he was dead, but he needed to know. Telling ghosts that they're dead isn't always a good idea. They can lash out at you, and I got lucky with this man. Thought about it for a second, then nodded, and he started to warp and change. It was like turning back time. His face and body filled out, and the side of his face came back together and got cleaner. He tilted his head at me. "You know, I've tried to figure out what happened for a long time." And he sighed. "Took a young lady like you to bring me back to rights." And he looked over my shoulder and stood at attention. I looked behind me to see Wyatt glaring at him. "Sir," he said, and acknowledged Wyatt. I shook my head. "Ignore him." I sighed. "He won't hurt you unless you come after me." He seemed a little bit too calm then. My apologies, ma'am," he said. "I don't think he likes me very much." I grinned, and I said he doesn't like anyone very much. I tried to shoo Wyatt away, but he refused to budge, and I turned my attention back to the man in front of me. "Can I ask what happened?" He lowered his head. "I don't think such a tale is meant for such tender ears, ma'am." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Firstly, please stop calling me ma'am." I pointed over my shoulder to Wyatt. He calls me that, and I hate it. Second, he's told me stories that wouldn't have been considered appropriate for mixed company, so anything you can tell me likely won't faze me. I smiled tenderly. "We can start with just your name if you like." "Name's Joshua." "Hey, Joshua," I said. "Idiot behind me's Wyatt, and my name's Leah." And by this point, my friend had started staring at me from the graveyard entrance. "How about this, Joshua? You come with me and Wyatt, and then when you're ready, and only when you're ready, you can tell us your story." He looked at Wyatt and nodded to me. "If that would be all right, ma'am." I sighed at the ma'am of it all, but grinned at him. "All right, come on then." And with that, I rejoined my friends, who asked me what the hell I'd been doing. I laughed it off as something weird that I did and said that we should head home as it was getting dark. I walked behind them and glared at Wyatt. "If he keeps calling me ma'am because of you," I said quietly so Joshua wouldn't hear me, "I'll find a way to send you wherever you're meant to go." Wyatt laughed. "But I like that he's afraid of me," he said, pretending to pout. "Well, yeah, he won't be for too long." Where logic falters. I've never believed in ghosts. Not as a child, not as an adult, and certainly not now. I'm the kind of person who builds their piece on physics and probability, who sees mystery and reaches first for evidence. If something can't be explained, well, I don't fear it. I take kind of the whole thing apart. I've lived in houses with histories and even one rumored to be haunted. People swore they heard whispers or saw shadows. I slept like a stone. But there is one house, just one, that still sits like a knot in my memory. A place where reason keeps slipping through my fingers. It was nearly 10 years ago. My ex-husband and I had rented a modest apartment tucked inside the tangle of Delhi's old spice market lanes. One bedroom, a tiny sitting room, and just enough space for the two of us and our 3-year-old son. All around us, life pressed in, a chorus of vendors and bells and clattering rickshaws. Yet inside, it felt dim. No matter how many bulbs we replaced, the bedroom stayed stubbornly half-lit. A gloom that wasn't dark but heavy. We shrugged it off until the neighbor knocked. She was an elderly widow whose doorway faced ours across the narrow lane. One morning she asked for her brass keychain back. When I told her I'd borrowed nothing, her lined face tightened. A young woman in a deep blue dress, she insisted, had stepped from our door to ask for it. And she was sure, absolutely sure. We hadn't been home and the door had been locked. I brushed it away as confusion or mischief. But the house wasn't finished. A few nights later, my cousin stayed over and our little boy slept at his grandparents' nearby. And early next morning, he bounded in to wake her until he froze on the threshold. He wouldn't uncover his eyes, he wouldn't speak. They carried him out trembling, and only after that they were streets away did he whisper, "There's a burned lady sitting in the corner." At the time, I didn't know, and my cousins kept it from me, afraid I'd panic. And meanwhile, my own son spent hours murmuring to the same corner behind the bedroom door. He'd offer his blanket and giggle softly as if something was listening, or someone. Children invent friends, I told myself. Imagination. And that word became sort of my anchor. Until the day we were packing to leave. A neighbor I barely knew stopped to chat while I waited for the movers. She asked where we were headed, and then added almost idly, "You wear blue so often, like the girl who used to live here. The one who died inside." Jesus. The girl, she said, had been set on fire by a jealous lover in a hotel. Rescued, but too late. She came home and didn't survive the night. And I checked quietly. The story was true. She was even the younger sister of a schoolmate I'd once known. And that is when logic loosened its grip, and I've spent nights alone in houses where death had walked before. No chills, no whispers. But this place, it wasn't haunted by a spirit. It was haunted by something denser. A residue of pain, an atmosphere that children and old eyes can still recognize when we, at least trained in reason, could not. The scientist in me still looked for answers. Carbon monoxide, maybe a subsonic sound or psychological imprints. None fit. No illness, no faulty wiring. Just a room that would not turn into an ordinary room. It didn't turn me into a believer, but it changed the shape of my doubt. Science, after all, isn't about being sure. It's about never stopping the questions. Maybe places remember, and maybe suffering leaves a kind of fingerprint.
I'm glad I left that apartment, but it never really left me, because some corners don't stay empty, no matter how long or how hard you shine the light on it. The Black Mist of Winterberg. Where am I? Got it. I was 14. It's December of 2013. It's when my family joined my dad's coworkers for a ski holiday in Winterberg. We stayed in a sprawling wooden cabin perched at the edge of a pine forest. Its that's not even a word. Its red, tiled roof gleaming against the snow as a wide balcony overlooking the slopes. The place smelled of old wood and chimney smoke, aged but charming, like something from a storybook. And on the second day, I wiped out while snowboarding and sprained my wrist during the process. And by evening, I was done with everybody fussing over me, so I retreated into my room upstairs to lose myself in Mario Kart on my Nintendo DS. And outside it was already pitch black, though it was only about 6:30 p.m. The second floor was shaped like an L. At the end of the short side sat the staircase. Midway along it, a small bathroom, and my room opened right at the bend where the hallway turned long and narrow. My parents' room was at the far end, and from my bed with my feet aimed at the door, I could see the entire hallway bathed in the soft yellow light I always left on. Halfway through a race, something shifted. The light seemed to dim, just slightly, but enough to pull my eyes to the hallway. And there it was, an inky oval of mist, floating 10 centimeters above the wooden floorboards. It churned like a slow-boiling water, yet remained partly transparent, and I could see, like still through the corner behind it in the hallway light glowing through. And at first I laughed nervously. Maybe I'd been staring at the screen too long. I turned on my night lamp. No difference. The shape held, and silent and still, but heavy with the presence that prickled the back of my neck. I rubbed my eyes hard, and when I looked again, the black fog waited exactly where it had been. I wanted to call out, but there was no sound coming out. My heart was hammering. I yanked the blanket over me and pressed deeper into the game. Anything to drown out the dread. And every few seconds I peeked, and the mist hovered, unchanging basically, for what felt like forever. 10, maybe 15 minutes later, until without a sound it was gone. I bolted downstairs in tears, begging my parents to leave. And we didn't, and I swapped rooms with one of the other kids and never saw it again. The rest of the trip passed like any ordinary holiday. Years later, at 24, I told the story to a girlfriend who loved all things paranormal, and her face turned serious. There are 3 kinds of apparitions, she said. White, benevolent, gray, neutral, and black, the ones that carry malice. They can disguise themselves, but what you saw chose not to. And her words froze me, and I pictured that dark oval again, and how it had simply watched, and her wrist had throbbed with pain. I was fully awake. The window had only cracked, no cooking smoke and no candles, nothing to explain it. Now, whenever I recall that night, I really wonder what the black mist wanted or what might have happened if it had lingered a little longer. The knocks beneath the rafters. I'm 35 now. A man who thought he'd left behind the strange noises of his childhood. Yet here I am, 2 months back in my father's house. And the house, it seems to be having, well, some sort of situation where it's waiting for me. I won't bore you with every strange detail from the past 15 years, but what matters is this. When I left home, the disturbances stopped. Silence for more than a decade, and now I've returned and the quiet is cracked open. The house in the ground. My father built the place himself, really. 2 spiraling floors, nearly 350 square feet, gotta get European here, meters, not feet. Way bigger. Of creaking timber and echoing corners. And the house stands in the middle of a small town, on land that once belonged to a church from the 1950s. And that church wasn't ancient or grand, just a block of ugly concrete with a tiny morgue attached. They tore it down when my father bought the lot. During the construction, workers unearthed something stranger. A primitive Stone Age grave, like no archaeologists, no ceremony, just a hasty removal and a pile of forgotten stones. My father was furious, but the foundation was already set. And sometimes I wonder if that buried silence is still down there pressing upward. The recent incidents began about 5 weeks ago. I was working at my desk when a sharp single crash rattled the wall above me. Bird or loose board, well, I just brushed it off, and days later came the footsteps. Light and deliberate on the wooden floor overhead. Told myself it was the house settling. One of my dogs sort of shifting their sleep. But the sounds, they grew bolder. Then came the night I can't explain, around 2 a.m. I woke to a knock at my door, 4 or 5 crisp raps. They were quick and hollow. My dog erupted in panic and claws scrambling on the floor as if someone were standing right there. My heart was pounding. I opened the door, and the hallway was empty. My father was asleep on the other side of the house, and my dogs had never barked at this knocks before. And 2 nights later, I'm cooking. That's when all of a sudden a heavy thud sounded directly overhead, and the kind that you'd hear if somebody were shoving heavy wardrobes around or something like that. There's no one upstairs, though. Didn't make any sense. 4 days ago, midday, another sequence. A loud knock followed by 3 or 4 fainter ones, like a rubber ball sort of losing its bounce. And this time, the sound came from, like, above, but inside the ceiling itself. I rushed to find my father reading in the kitchen. He had moved. And today, 2 hours ago, it was his turn. He came to me pale and puzzled and saying he'd just heard the same 4 or 5 knocks from above his head. And he described them exactly as I had. A house that watches. I'm not superstitious, and I don't believe in ghosts or signs of planets or anything like that. I lean on science always, and yet I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Headaches settle in behind my eyes, and I hesitate before stepping into a room, half expecting a figure waiting to be in the corner. My father admits he feels uneasy too, something he hasn't felt since I moved out years ago. Whatever's happening, I began this thing only when I came back. I don't know if the cause is in the wood or the soil or something older. But every night, the house seems to lean closer and listening, ready to knock again. The Green-Eyed Sentinel. It happened a few years back, yet every detail still burns bright in my memory. Explaining it feels impossible, but I know it was real. I lived with my mother in a small house, just below my grandmother's. And that evening, I was heading out to meet a friend that had already called a ride. I climbed a narrow staircase and I waited at the hallway this one that sort of opens into the street. And I was leaning casually against the wall with my phone in my hand. My mother has always been quietly devout, not fanatical, just steadfast. She prays over the house and for her children, for every grandchild, a habit as natural as breathing. From where I stood, I heard her voice low and kind of commanding. It was curious. I edged closer to the stairwell to listen. And at first, she prayed for protection, which is pretty ordinary and comforting. But then, her voice changed and sharpened with authority, and she began rebuking something unseen, insisting that every trace of darkness leave her home. And that's when my dog was bounding up the stairs. Not frightened, not trembling, but urgent. She pressed against me, nudging me back, and her eyes were fierce, as if she knew something I didn't. I turned on my phone's flashlight. The beam caught nothing but the familiar walls. Yet when I flicked the light off, it appeared. A dark mass poured out of the house. Thick and heavy, but neither smoke nor shadow. It moved with impossible speed, and climbing the outside wall, it leapt onto my grandmother's roof. And there it formed a shape. A colossal, wolfish beast. Its body stretched along the ridge, bristling with coarse black hair, long and snout. It had upright ears. It was silent as a stone, and it stared at my grandmother's house. It could move. And then, a voice. It spoke at my right side, strong and close, as if somebody had stood beside me. Don't look at it. Focus on your phone. It wasn't my thought. It was a voice, real and commanding. My muscles locked until an unseen strength seemed to push my head downward. And even so, I risked a glance from the corner of my eye. And that's when the creature turned. Two brilliant green eyes met mine, unnatural and burning. And then with two single effortless bounds, it vanished into my grandmother's house. The world shifted in an instant. The air lightened and the tension dissolved. Silence returned, almost too normal. The whole encounter lasted less than a minute, yet it felt endless. And weeks later, my grandmother became too kind of complacent. She was saying that somebody came to her home in the early morning. She seemed to swear that she saw a figure in her room. It was through every window that was barred and every door locked, and few believed her, it seemed. Until one night, she whispered to me that she saw a green eye, well, actually plural in the eyes, They glowed beneath the television, watching as she and my grandfather slept. And not long after, the grandfather's mind began to slip into dementia. He passed away within a year, and my grandmother now lives with advanced Alzheimer's, and her memories are now sort of like a shoreline after a storm. I still don't know what the thing was, but I know what I witnessed, and I know what I heard, and I know what beyond a doubt was something or someone that shielded me from that night. The night she returned. My mom passed away in December 2019. She left us quietly in her sleep. Still had her hands holding her hands. The months that followed, well, they had been some of the hardest of my life, and I'm only 21. She was just 58 years old, way too young. I've been living with my boyfriend since late 2018. Until Mom passed, nothing strange ever happened in our place. And I've always been a practical person, not the type to believe in spirits or ghosts. I like to comfort, or at least have rational explanations for things. And lately it's getting harder to ignore what I've been feeling. The hallway where we sleep has become the center of everything unsettling. And that's also where a painting my mom made hangs. I put it up a few weeks after the funeral, and since then a series of strange events have made me question things I never thought I would question. The dreams. It began with dreams, sharp, vivid, and cruelly deceptive. Every time I dream of Mom, it starts the same way. She's alive again, standing right in front of me. I rush to hug her and cry in her arms and tell her how much I missed her. The warmth in those moments feels real, almost painfully so. But then something shifts. A cold understanding seeps in. She's not supposed to be here. And that's when her face begins to change. Sometimes it twists like wet clay being molded by invisible hands. Sometimes it hardens into something that isn't human. And every single time her expression turns furious, as if she knows I've figured out it's not really her. The dream collapses into a nightmare and I wake up gasping, too terrified to fall back asleep. The hallway door. One evening I'm telling my boyfriend about how overwhelmed I felt, even dared to speak of my mom in frustration. The hallway door creaked open on its own, and at first we laughed nervously and I shouted half joking, "Okay, Mom, enough." And then silence. The door froze mid-creak and the timing was too perfect. I know it could have been a coincidence, but the way the air shifted in that moment made my skin crawl. Then the internet cut. Another night I was alone. I was talking on Discord with a close friend, and he asked about my fears, about the idea that Mom's spirit might still be around me. The moment I admitted how scared that made me feel, the internet cut out completely. Our connection is usually flawless. No outages, no random drops, but right at that second, total blackout. A few minutes later, everything came back as if nothing happened. Rationally, yes, it could have been a fluke. Emotionally, it just didn't feel like one. The night that changed everything. A few nights ago, another dream. It began beautifully. Mom's arms around me and her smile, the smell of her perfume, and it felt too real. But again, that quiet moment shattered and I realized she wasn't supposed to be there. Her face was inches from mine when it started to shift like soft wax melting, and I could feel my own breath catching. I woke up instantly. My heart was hammering. I lay in bed frozen, terrified to close my eyes again. And every time I almost drifted off, my body jolted me awake as if warning me not to let the dream return. When I finally slept, nearly morning, my boyfriend had already left for work, and then I felt it. Someone standing right next to me, not in the dream, but in the room. A heavy, undeniable presence. My body woke me before my eyes did, and when I sat up, the room was empty, but I swear something was there breathing down my neck. And this isn't the first time. A few months back, I once spoke to see a gray static figure hovering near my bed, and I brushed it off as sleep paralysis then, but now I'm not quite so sure. Living with the fear. I know these might sound like small, disconnected incidents to someone else, but my gut tells me something is wrong. And in that hallway, I constantly feel like I'm being watched. Even walking to the bathroom at night makes my heart race. My boyfriend, who doesn't believe in anything supernatural, has experienced nothing. He always offers logical explanations. Creaky wood, bad connection, or nightmares, and maybe he's right. Hard to stay calm when you're the one feeling it breathe down your neck. I don't know if it's really my mom or something pretending to be here. I guess I just know that it doesn't want me to see through it. I'm gonna go see a psychologist soon to deal with the nightmares, but no therapist can tell me what's walking through my hallway at night. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Well, hear from you from a distance through comments. Sweet dreams. See ya. Paranormal M follows the footsteps of fear. Haunted legends, cursed history, and chilling encounters await you. Subscribe now and walk with us. The Ghost Train. I'll do my best to piece this story together, though it happened more than 15 years ago. Some of the edges have blurred over time. When I was about 16 or 17, my parents took me on a trip to London. We'd already spent a couple of busy days exploring the city, crammed with sightseeing, museum visits, and far too many stops at souvenir shops. One evening, after wandering through the streets until the sky had dimmed to a soft navy blue, we headed toward the underground to return to our hotel. It must have been around 9 p.m. Not too late, but late enough that the crowds had mostly melted away at that time. We entered a quiet underground station to catch a train. Our hotel was near the Greenwich area, so we needed to change lines halfway through the journey. The first leg of the trip was uneventful. It was only when we reached the second station that the night took a strange turn. I can't remember the name of the station anymore, but it was farther out and less central and less crowded. The tiled walls echoed with the hollow sound of our footsteps. A train had just departed, and the screen above the platform said the next one would arrive in about 10 minutes. We wandered to our usual lucky spot, where we liked to guess where the doors would stop. We were the only ones there, and we were chatting quietly. A few minutes later, a young man and a woman joined us at the far end of the platform. They were standing close together, clearly tourists too. Then, earlier than expected, we heard the familiar low vibration of a train approaching from the tunnel. My dad picked up his bag and got ready to board. My mom smiled pretty tiredly. We were all eager to get back. But as the train rolled in, something felt wrong. The display on the front that usually showed the destination was completely dark. I scanned the front window, expecting to catch a glimpse of the driver's silhouette, and there was nothing. The cabin was empty. The train slid along the platform, slowing to a stop in front of us. Every carriage that passed was utterly deserted, and not a single person sat inside of them. The doors hissed open with a soft click. No sound came from inside, not even the hum of the ventilation. And oddly, there was no rush of air that usually swept through the platform when the train arrived. It was like the train had glided in without displaying the world around it. My dad stepped forward instinctively. My mom's hand shot out from his arm. "Don't," she whispered. "We'll wait for the next one." and her voice wasn't loud, but the weight in it froze him in place. Caught the other couple's eyes, and they stood still, too uncertain. Maybe spooked like us, and no one moved. The door stayed open longer than usual, as if waiting for somebody who would never come. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Then, without a sound, they slid shut. The empty train pulled away into the darkness. Minutes later, the scheduled train arrived, and this one felt real. Wind rushed against my legs, and the display lit up at the destination. I saw the driver clearly through the front window. People were sitting inside, reading and talking, looking tired like ordinary passengers at the end of a long day. We got on, and my dad asked, half joking, half confused, "What was that all about?" Mom only shook her head and said that train wasn't right. If we'd gotten on it... She didn't finish the sentence, and she didn't need to. I've often thought back to that night. I wish the story had something more obvious, like flickering lights or ghostly figures. Just some explanation that shouted supernatural, but it didn't. Even supernormal would be fine. Just an unscheduled train with no passengers, no driver, no destination, and no sound. And all I know is this: I've never been so certain in my life that we weren't meant to be on it. Whispers through the hallway. When I was about 11, maybe turning 12, my family moved into this old brick house that had been around since the early 1900s. It wasn't a grand mansion or anything like that, but it had that creaky, echoing feeling that old houses usually carry. In the bathroom upstairs, hidden behind an oddly placed wooden shelf, there was a narrow door that led to a storage crawl space. Every time I passed by it, something inside me would tense up. I couldn't explain why, but it felt like the air in there was heavier somehow. I'd hold my breath a little and walk faster whenever I had to go in. About 2 or 3 months after we moved in, when everybody had already gotten used to the place, I started to hear faint tapping sounds from behind that crawlspace door at night. Might have been the pipes or a squirrel or something completely normal, but it didn't sound like that to me. It was too slow, too deliberate. Out of curiosity, I brought my dog into the bathroom one afternoon, as we all do. Normally, she loved exploring every corner of the house, but when I set her down facing the little door, she froze, growled low in her throat, and backed away with her fur standing on end. Strangely, a few nights after that, the tapping stopped entirely. And one night not long after, I'm lying in bed with the door closed and the window shut tight. There was no draft, no breeze, nothing. Then, out of nowhere, a warm gust of air brushed across my cheek, like somebody had just sighed right in front of me. I sat up and called my sister's name, thinking she was messing around, but the room was empty. The next morning, I went down a rabbit hole online. I found all sorts of posts about spirit breaths, and how they were supposed to be a sign that something was there, and oddly enough, I wasn't terrified. Thought it was kind of fascinating. The next evening, I started hearing soft murmurs from the little attic storage room next to my bedroom. There's only 2 rooms on that floor, so I would have heard it if somebody came up the stairs. It wasn't anyone in my family. My mom laughed it off and said I was letting the house get into my head. But my dad took me seriously. He told me to keep him updated if anything else happened, and actually made me feel safer. Months passed. Things went quiet. And then one Sunday afternoon, when we were all in the living room, my sister found this old folded piece of paper propped against the fireplace. It's one of those memorial cards, the kind they give out at funerals, and it reads, "In loving memory of Margaret." 1919 to 1987. We didn't know any Margaret, and none of us had put it there. So we tucked it away in a drawer. But the next week it shut up again on the mantel, and then a few days later it was gone. Then back. Went on like that for weeks. My prank-loving brother was away at university at the time, so it wasn't one of his jokes. We all agreed on that much. The last thing I think I remember happened late one evening. I think I was alone and I was making hot chocolate in the kitchen. And suddenly, the sound of a piano began playing. Loud but muffled, like somebody was pressing the keys through a wall. I stepped out into the hallway and there was silence. I went upstairs, nothing. But the moment I stepped back into the kitchen, there it was again. The neighbors were away, no car outside, no lights. I just stood there holding the mug, trying to make sense of it all. And that was the last strange thing that ever happened in that house, at least to me. Maybe it was all in my head, and the house was old and the nights were quiet. I was only 12. But sometimes, even now, I still remember the way the warm breath felt against my face. The sandals that never returned. I just spent a few days in a small cabin near Lake Placid, completely alone. I lived by myself, and pre-COVID I used to travel solo for work all the time, so spending a few days alone isn't anything unusual for me. I just needed a different set of walls, you know. Given the whole pandemic thing, I packed up everything beforehand so I wouldn't need to make any trips into town. The plan was drink tea in the porch, maybe walk down to the lake, read a couple of books, and basically let my brain rest. So I get there. And after the caretaker had to come by to help unstick the front door, excuse me, I unload my bags and set myself up on the porch with a drink and a paperback. When the light starts to fade, I figured I should bring my stuff upstairs and turn on some lights. It is an old cabin, creaky in that too quiet kind of a way. I feel a little unsettled, but I chalk it up to my imagination. I hop in the shower, and the second the water hits me, it's like this wave of dread hits. Sharp and gut level and primal. I rinse off as fast as I can, step out, without even meaning to, avoiding looking down the hall toward one particular room. It's like that air you breathe when a storm is about to break. I scold myself, make dinner downstairs, and just don't look that way again. The night is uneventful but restless. I wake up early, make coffee, and feeling ridiculous, close all the upstairs doors except for the bedroom I'm sleeping in. I spend most of the day outside reading and convincing myself that I've watched too many horror movies. During the day, little things happen, nothing wild, like a jar slides off the counter or a hand towel keeps slipping from the hook and my book falls off the chair twice. Gravity, wind, uneven floors. I try to laugh it off. When I shower that night, the dread comes again. Not as sharp, but heavy, like someone's standing right behind me. I turn up the water, focus on breathing, and get through it. I sleep okay with the light on. By day 3, I've convinced myself that it's just me getting used to the place. I push cocktail hour to mid-afternoon, throw on a face mask, and do my version of vacation self-care. Nothing weird in the shower this time, which almost makes me proud of myself. Yet, later I realize I've left my sandals upstairs, and I figure I'll grab them later. But when I go up to pack my bag that night, the same cold, creeping feeling slides back in, just like that first night. I move fast, I forget the sandals, I tell myself I'll just get them in the morning. When the sun comes up, it's gorgeous out. Soft light on the water, birds everywhere, but my first thought as soon as my eyes open is, get out. No sound, no reason, just that word over and over. I decide I might as well pack up early anyway. Except the sandals. I tear through the cabin like a lunatic. I checked closets I never opened under furniture behind the porch steps. Even the trunk of my car. They're gone. I tell myself I must have packed them in the wrong bag and slip on my slippers and leave. But when I get home, they're nowhere. I message the owner. I tell her not to bother shipping them back if they turn up. She says that she and the cleaning crew checked everywhere and there's nothing. That night the dreams start. The doors in my house slamming open and shut while something whispers right behind the wall. A shape with too many legs crawling down the hallway. A mouth that doesn't close, and I've had bad dreams before, but never like this. Never this sharp and never this close. Shadows in the frost. We moved around a lot when I was little. One of the houses that we ended up in was so old and run down that the windows rattled in the wind. The walls in my room frosted over every winter night. I used to trail a finger through the thin layer of ice, tracing little shapes, as if the room itself were alive. Maybe that's where my love for freezing cold bedrooms came from. When we first arrived, my grandmother stayed for a few nights to help us get settled in. She slept on the couch in the living room. I was on a cot next to her. One night she woke up feeling her blanket slipping off bit by bit, and when she opened her eyes, she saw me, a 6-year-old standing at the foot of the couch, grinning ear to ear as I kept tugging at the blanket like it was a game. And here's the strange part. I've never been a sleepwalker. I talk in my sleep sometimes and maybe shout, but I've never walked around in it. Not before, not after. A few weeks later, after Grandma went home and I had the room, I woke up queasy in the middle of the night. The bathroom was past the living room, so I shuffled out in the dark. That's when I saw someone or something sitting in the old rocking chair by the corner. The moonlight from the window made the figure's curls shine, and for a heartbeat, I thought it was Grandma, but she wasn't there anymore. "Mom?" I whispered. The figure didn't move, it just sat there silent, and I swear I felt it looking right at me even though I couldn't see a face. My heart slammed against my ribs as I stumbled to the bathroom and locked the door, pressing my ear to it for what felt like forever. When I finally worked up the courage to peek back out, the chair was empty. My mom insisted that she hadn't been out there. She said I'd had a bad dream and I wanted to believe her. A year or so later, my older cousin came to stay with us. We played hide and seek like we always did. He was the best at hiding, almost too good. And after searching every upstairs room, I decided to try the basement. It was unfinished and dim, and the floor was painted this awful deep red that made it look like somebody had spilled buckets of blood. I used to have nightmares about it, actually. At the far end of the basement was this little back room lined with tall storage cabinets. I hated them. Too many spiders. But I was determined to find my cousin, so I pulled one of the creaky doors open. My breath caught in my throat, and perched on the top shelf was a figure curled into an impossible shape. For a second, I thought it was him, except the clothes were all wrong, and I couldn't see the chest rise and fall. It looked headless. I screamed and bolted up the stairs, only to slam right into my cousin, who was coming out of hiding after hearing me yell. We both went down to check. The shelves were empty. Nothing was there. But he saw my face and believed me. I never opened those cabinets again. I've had strange things happen in other places since then, but that house is the first I remember. Maybe it wasn't where it all began, or maybe it was. The laughter in the pines. It happened 15 years ago, and somehow it still lingers in the back of my mind. And sorry in advance if this is a little bit long and kind of clumsy. The year was 2007 in Conway, South Carolina. I was a sophomore in college, and that autumn a few of us, all dorm mates, decided to go, well, I guess you could call it ghost hunting. It was for fun. We started off with the usual spots. Small cemetery near campus, but never saw anything, so I hit the internet. Back then, it wasn't like now. We didn't have smartphones, but Google and MapQuest were good enough to get us into trouble. I found an old post on a ghost forum talking about something called the Lucas Bay Lights. Supposedly, strange lights and sound appeared deep in the woods of an abandoned plantation. It wasn't far from campus, and since we were bored college kids, that was the excuses that we need. We printed directions from MapQuest and set the GPS in my roommate's old Honda Civic. Legendary vehicle, by the way. Especially the 2004 to 2006 model, but moving on. The paved road soon gave way to back roads, then rougher dirt roads. After what felt like forever, we ended up on a straight stretch of dirt road, maybe a mile and a half long. No lights, no houses, no traffic, and the forum said the actual site could have been reached by car, or rather couldn't be because of a locked barrier. Sure enough, we found a rusted gate across the road. No signs, no warnings, just silence. So we parked on the empty road. We made the trip 3 or 4 times that semester and never saw another car out there. We always brought at least 2 vehicles because the self-service was awful, and a dead battery out there would have been a nightmare. And each time we came, we walked a little farther down the road beyond the gate. The path itself felt forgotten. Packed dirt was covered in weeds and small rocks. On both sides, the ground sloped down sharply into a ditch and thick swamped woods. No sign of fresh tire tracks, no sign of anything except insects and occasional rustling in the trees. I remember thinking that my biggest fear would be stumbling on a gator or a snake, and about a mile in, some power lines crossed overhead and there was a narrow trail beneath them. That became our sort of unofficial turnaround point. Nothing ever happened those first few nights except the eerie quiet. We snapped photos with old digital cameras and flip phones. And a few friends swore they saw orbs in the pictures, and I figured it was just dust and bad flash. But on the last trip, we went farther than we ever had, maybe another quarter mile past the power lines, and the night air was heavy. The kind of stillness that makes you whisper without realizing it, and then it happened. A laugh, sharp and cracked and stretched out, cut through the silence. A maniacal, almost gleeful laugh, and it came from our left. But it didn't sound like it came from the woods exactly. It felt closer, like it was right behind us, or worse, inside of our heads. We all froze. Then the laugh came again, and it was longer this time. It was almost like somebody was mocking us. We swung our flashlights into the trees, but the beams caught nothing but tangled branches. No footsteps, no shadows, just that awful laugh echoing in the dark. Someone screamed, and then everybody started running. I don't remember deciding to run, but my legs just moved. We didn't stop until we reached the cars. I still remember the sound of the gravel under our shoes and somebody crying behind me. No one talked on the drive back. No one even played music. It was just silence. And what scared me most wasn't just the sound itself, but the way everybody avoided the topic afterwards. Even the loudest guys in our group, the ones who joked about everything, didn't want to talk about it again. Visitation Dream. This story happened this past December, 2024. But to preface the story, my husband's grandparents had a very weird relationship. They'd been together since they were 18 and were married for 50 years. They were not very lovey-dovey. My husband's grandmother had been bedridden for about 2.5 years. They were in kidney failure. We had just found out recently that she was not a candidate for dialysis. She wasn't able to do anything for herself, and my husband's grandfather had been her caregiver during this time. We set her hospital bed up in the kitchen, and she was happy to just be home. Me and my husband had been staying with his grandparents and aunt and uncle. They all lived together on their couch for about 2 weeks, after moving from the other side of the duplex after a disagreement with his great aunt who lived on the other side. And his grandfather was in the process of clearing out the spare room upstairs for us. And one day he finally did, so we got all of our stuff in there, and he had made a nice pork roast dinner. He was in a great mood that night. We all had a glass of eggnog together and went to bed. The next morning, we all wake up and my husband goes to work, and around 12:30 that afternoon I got a call from my mother-in-law. They were saying that she had found my husband's grandfather dead in the driveway. He had had a massive heart attack while going to take our dog on a walk. Damn. The only reason that my mother-in-law had found him was because the doors to her car were locked, which she never locks. She ended up locking her keys in the car, and he had given her a spare key, but she didn't know where he was. So we left work, and my husband and most of his family went to the hospital to go deal with all of that. I was at the house with his grandmother. When everybody arrived home, we told her that he was gone and cried together, and then some of us went outside just to get some air. A tree fell in the backyard. His grandmother shared a glass of champagne with us the night in memory of his grandfather. That night was the second night that we kind of swept in the spare room, which I will assume is slept. My husband woke up the next morning. He looks at me. He said that he'd be right back, so he went to his grandfather's room. Was looking for something. He comes back empty-handed. Tells me that in the middle of the night he had a dream, and his grandfather had come into our room while we were in there sleeping. Then woke him up and said, "Did you give Mima her Christmas present yet?" My husband was like, "No, we don't know where it is." And my husband's grandfather in the dream said, "Well, the hell are you waiting for? I'll show you where it is." So he goes in there and he sees the present, and it's in a blue box. It's a silver necklace with the words on the box, but fast forward to the next morning, my husband couldn't find it. He was like, "Oh, okay, maybe it was just a dream." So later that day, my mother-in-law and myself, my husband and his aunt that were all living in the same house, we're all sitting in the living room. My husband mentioned the dream he had, and his aunt says, "Wait a second," and goes upstairs. She comes downstairs with the blue box that my husband had seen in his dream and says, "Is this it?" Once we actually saw the words it said, and we were in shock. It basically says something along the lines of, "To my wife, I didn't marry you because I could live with you. It's because I can't live without you." Which had a character for him. He's never the type of person to be romantic like that. He was a sailor and spent a lot of time in a sailboat, and he was a major stoner. His aunt said that she was cleaning up his grandfather's room looking for his phone and found it and brought it into her room so it didn't get lost. So the next day his grandmother ends up in the hospital with a severe infection. Wasn't doing great. We brought it to the hospital to give it to his grandmother, and when my husband was giving it to her and telling her about the dream, it felt like grandfather was in the room. I could visualize his grandfather standing behind my husband with his hand on his shoulder. After that, we went home, and his aunt called us and said that his grandmother had said that she wanted to go into hospice and be with her husband. So for the next week and a half, we visited her, and she never spoke again. She slipped into an almost comatose-like state. She ended up passing away on Christmas Day, right after her youngest grandchild, 11, opened the present that she had gotten him. The next day, my husband tells me that he had another dream. And in this dream, we were in the living room and his grandfather was there. But he looked younger, more put together, and he ran up and hugged his grandfather and told him that he missed him. After about a minute of him hugging him, he said that, "That's enough. I got things to do." So after that, his grandmother comes walking down the stairs in fancy clothes. They said bye to everyone and left. We lost his grandfather on December 11th, 2024. His grandmother, December 25th, 2024. Exactly 2 weeks to the date. Star falling into my room. Please help me understand. When I was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, I had this thing happen to me that I think about all the time now. I completely forgot it for years, like really forgot. Till recently, it just came out of me while I was talking. Now I can't stop talking about it. It was real, and I know it happened. I was in bed with a tooth underneath my pillow, waiting for the tooth fairy. I always sleep in my stomach, but this time I'd flipped onto my back because I was waiting for my dad to come and tuck me in. I remember being really excited. I was not sleepy. I was wide awake watching the sliver of sky I could see from my window. Just a little strip between the storm blinds and the neighbor's house. Not a big view, just enough to see a single star. I was staring at that star, and then it started to fall. It began small, like it was way up in the sky, but it got bigger as it came closer, like a glowing orb. Not perfectly round, more like a pulsing, glowing, spiky or round shape that stretched larger as it got closer. And as it got bigger and came toward me, I heard this buzzing sound. Not loud, but definitely there, like a hum. Like something electrical but soft and, well, very soft. The sound's not the important thing here. The sound was like almost to cover the sound of anything else in my reality as the light was getting closer. I was completely frozen. I couldn't move, not even blink. But I wasn't scared, I was just stuck, watching this happen. The star got bigger and bigger until it was huge, and it came through my window. It didn't break anything, it just entered, like it phased into the room. The light completely took over my vision, and I couldn't see my bed, the walls, or anything. Just pure white light. Total whiteout. It's like it entered me. Then suddenly I gasped and I sat up like my whole body jolted upright. And time had passed because the dollar was under my pillow and the tooth was gone. My dad wasn't in the bathroom anymore like he had been when I first lay down. I'd seen the light under the door and heard him washing his hands, but now it was quiet and it was done, and I'd missed it. But to me, it felt like no time had passed at all, like the whole thing was maybe an instant. I grabbed the dollar and I ran to wake up my dad, telling him I saw the tooth fairy, because that's what I thought it was at the time. That was how my little kid brain tried to make sense of it, but he said, okay, and brushed it off. But I know I wasn't asleep. I was awake and excited and watching, and this wasn't a dream, it really happened. The only other time I've seen something shaped like that, this featureless glowing being or presence, was when I was 16. I had this dream where I floated into a different place. It was like sky above the sky below. I was just drifting inside of it, very surreal and dualistic. There was this massive wall of light, and from inside it something started walking toward me. It didn't have a face or arms or features, but I knew it was a being, and it just pushed me back and said, not yet. And that was all. Then I was suddenly back in my body again. The shape of that thing, the way it moved forward and how I just couldn't resist it. That's exactly what this light star thing felt like as I entered my room. Not threatening, just undeniable, like it was coming no matter what. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it happened to me. Didn't even remember it happened until very recently. I guess I tucked it away. Told maybe 1 or 2 people, but it came back online about a year ago, and I'm so curious to understand what it meant for me as I'm learning to understand myself. So I just want to know, has anybody ever had something like this happen to them? A star falling from the sky, getting bigger and entering your room, filling it with light and then just being gone. No vision, no message, just that. Not astral projection, not sleep paralysis. I'm talking about a star falling into your room at night. Only the sticky green ones on the ceiling, for me.
My ghost story. I still get chills thinking about what happened during my senior year of high school. It all started with this rumor about our school theater being haunted. I know. Haunted theater, a tale as old as time. But I swear, this is at least my experience. When I was going through the theater program, older students used to talk about a ghost circle. A circle drawn in chalk on the backstage wall. They said it was there to bind a ghost, and everyone was warned never to break it. No one ever explained exactly what would happen if you did, but even the skeptics wouldn't mess with it. The summer before my senior year, the school started remodeling the theater. They repainted the entire place, including the wall with the ghost circle, painted right over it as if it never existed. And that's when the strange things began. Almost immediately, weird stuff started happening. The janitor, usually very professional, suddenly refused to clean the theater at night, wouldn't go near the prop closet anymore. She seemed genuinely spooked, and the prop closet would make banging noises like pipes clanging. But the moment somebody opened the door, the noises stopped. Props would disappear or turn up in odd places. And there was often a shadowy figure on stage, which we tried to blame on the lighting. Never felt right. I got really curious after everything creepy started and did some research about the ghost story. Found out that a former student, deeply involved in the theater program, had died in a car accident years earlier, right before a show. And out of respect, I won't share more details about him, but knowing this added a whole new layer to the weirdness. The culmination of weirdness was during the senior show I was directing that December. Tech kept glitching and lights malfunctioned and sound cues failed. Things that worked perfectly for weeks in rehearsal started suddenly breaking. On closing night, the house lights refused to work, so I gathered up the cast and crew and we respectfully asked the ghost to stop interfering. The moment we did, the lights flicked on instantly, and I said, "Thank you," out loud, thinking it was polite. But looking back, that's probably when the ghost attached to me. After the show, my stage manager gave me a bouquet of flowers. I took them home, put them in a vase or a vase, whichever wording you guys fancy. I'm going with vase today. They put them in a vase on the kitchen table. I spent the rest of my night sat at the table talking with my aunt who was visiting, and after literal hours of chatting, 3 of the flowers suddenly slumped over at the same time. They didn't just bend, they looked like their stems had been cleanly cut, revealing the inside of the stems. I couldn't explain why or how it happened after they'd stood perfectly all evening. I didn't tell my aunt about the ghost then, even though it felt exactly like something we'd expect from the theater spirit. Weird things started happening at home. I slept in the finished basement, where my bed was in the corner, and the doorways only had curtains instead of doors. Sometimes I'd wake up to see the curtains swaying and thought it was just drafts. Then one night I felt my bed dip behind me as if somebody sat down, but when I turned around, no one was there. Later, my aunt stayed over again in another part of the basement, and one morning told me she thought the dog had jumped in bed with her. She felt something run up her body, but when she opened her eyes, the dog was, no dog was there. The dog had been locked upstairs all night. That's when I finally told her everything about the ghost. She suggested calmly communicating with him and asking him to leave me alone while I was sleeping. We kept it between us and didn't tell the rest of my family yet. Months later, one of my sisters had a friend sleep over. She and my sister shared a bed while my other sister slept on the ground next to them. The next morning, the friend said that the sister, who was supposed to be sleeping on the floor next to the bed, held her hand all night. She gushed about how sweet it was. But the sister denied this, saying she went back to her own bed early, didn't hold anyone's hand. The friend was so freaked out she never stayed over again.
And eventually I told my family about the ghost following me home, and they shared their own experiences. One sister heard a loud bang one night and found a bag had fallen off a shelf for no reason. Another kept hearing noises from her closet that stopped whenever she opened it. But luckily, nothing was ever out of place. That was just the beginning. There were more strange incidents over the next couple of years, like noises and movements. Little things that still make me shiver. But then, almost as suddenly as it began, it all stopped, and it's been years now. I have no idea why the ghost left or what made him move on, and my family and I almost joke about him now. Like he was just some weird, invisible member of the household. Since then, nothing unusual has happened, and life's gone back to normal. There were a few other incidents that came to mind for me writing this post, but I'll have to ask my family to remember the majority of them. It's not the scariest by any means, but I swear to everybody I know, we had a ghost for at least a few years. Strange activity in my home. Hi. I think my house has at least one ghost. It's very hard to tell though, because we are a family of ADHDers and have a bunch of pets. I'm writing this on my phone, so please forgive the formatting. For some background, I grew up in this house. My parents bought it from a family who bought it new in 1976. Only lived here for about 4 years. My parents rented it out to one family for about 4 years in the 90s before I bought it from them and moved my new little family back in. The neighborhood is built on an old limestone quarry. I've lived here for most of my life, except for a few years in my teens. As a child, I always felt watched, and I'd sit in my window at night and felt something in the backyard in the dark just watching. It wasn't scary, just present. There's also a central part of the house, between the hall and the garage and laundry room, that feels spooky. My sister corroborated the spooky feeling one time when she was visiting and told me about a time when she was doing laundry. She was overcome with the feeling of get out. In my previous marriage, we had a lot of my then-husband's family living here. At one time, there were 7 children under the age of 12. All of them were afraid of this area. Multiple adults have pointed out that it feels eerie there as well. Over the last couple of years, I've noticed more activity in the house. The notable things are, 1, phantom cat jumping onto the bed. I was working overnights at the time and would spend my off nights in a sleeping house. One night, I'm laying in bed with my now husband who was sleeping. I was browsing the internet when I felt a cat jump on the bed and walk between my husband and me, then laid down. We put the pets up at night and keep them out of the room while we sleep. I thought maybe we missed putting one of them, so I shone my flashlight over to where I thought it was. Nothing was there. I felt around and still nothing. I hopped up and did a head count of pets, and everyone was accounted for. 2. Loud crashing of shelves to the ground with nothing out of place. For a couple of months, randomly, a loud crashing noise was coming from the office. And we have a bunch of shelves on the walls, and those shelves are full of crap. Collectibles and Legos and pictures and trinkets, so you get the point. So hearing one of those shelves come crashing down and stuff breaking and flying across our tile floor was alarming. But when we'd go to check on it, nothing would be out of place, and this happened at least 5 times. I was not the only one to hear it, and I wasn't the only one to go check. I have a video from my security camera of the noise, and the camera was pointed at the puppy crate. 3. A hanging plant was torn from its place. I had some small succulents hanging in my window in the kitchen. One was a little guy in a swing hanging from twine. The twine was fairly substantial. It wasn't good condition that day when I checked the moisture level of the soil. I wish I had taken a picture of the twine after this happened, but I wasn't thinking of documenting anything yet. But as I was saying, in the early hours of the morning, the twine was pulled apart at all three supporting points, and my plant went tumbling. The most striking thing about this is that my dogs didn't bark, and if I set something down too hard in my nightstand in the night, my dogs will go off. But nothing here. It's like they were watching and the noise was expected. I have a recording of the noise and the silence that follows, and I checked the video to see if there's a cat to blame, but none of them seemed to be over there when it happened. 4. Sunglasses go missing, and they're later found in a reusable baggie in the sink. And this is a weird one that I can't figure out. I was alone at home and getting ready to leave for an appointment. I have to have my sunglasses to dry because daylight hurts my eyes, and as I was leaving, I opened my purse and checked for and saw my glasses and put my phone in my purse. Then I decided I should use the bathroom before I left. I set my purse down and went to the bathroom. Then I grabbed my purse and went to the door while digging for my glasses. Not in there. Stumped, I retraced my steps and I couldn't find them. I searched for a few minutes but had to go, and when I got home again, I searched again and found nothing. And like I said, I have ADHD, so I'll often lose something I'm holding, but can usually find it. I keep looking and getting rather frustrated. I eventually pull my husband in to help look. Nothing. I give up for the evening and I go do the dishes, and in the sink inside of a reusable sandwich bag are my glasses. And this weirds me out enough to review my security camera footage because did I put them in there? No, I saw on the tape where I put the bag in the sink the night before. I saw me searching for the glasses, and then when my husband and I were talking about where they could be, I saw the bag open by itself. Like the ghost was trying to help or something. Well, I don't know. It seems so strange. These are the most recent and, well, most my attention-grabbing of incidents. There's always something weird happening, but 99% of the time I can attribute it immediately to my ADHD or a pad. I saw things as a child, and they're happening again. I grew up in rural Ireland, in a Jehovah's home. I was a young boy, around the age of 7 to 8, when I first started seeing things that supposedly weren't there. And most of my friends and family thought I was possessed and would lock me in my room for weeks when I started to act up. The first event is very blurry in my mind, so don't take this as completely accurate. First spooky event. It was around midday. My mother was in the kitchen. My father went to Dublin with a few of JW friends, which I'm assuming is Jehovah's Witnesses friends, to preach there. I was outside playing with my brother, probably soccer or tag, and he asked me to get a bottle of water for Mom, so I go in and my mother's lying on the ground with a puddle of blood around her. I screamed, kneeled down to her side, and hugged her. Her body. Trying to figure what they wrote here. I could feel the heat from her body, the way the blood stuck to my skin, and my brother comes in panicked from the yelling. Asked what's wrong. I said something along the lines of, "Call Dad before my mother walks into the room confused on why I'm on my knees crying. She's asked why I'm crying." I looked her and looked back, and the body's gone, and so is the blood. Second most fearful happening. I was about 11 or 12 then, and I had consistent hallucinations of one specific creature that called himself Bob. He was about 2.5 meters tall, had pale white skin with long arms that stopped at his knees.
His head a light string of gray hair, but other than that he was bald. He always hand-ripped white hospital gown-looking thing. Bob mostly came in sleep paralysis, where he'd cry while facing the corner. After a few months of this consistent appearance, I was watching TV. I got a sudden feeling of dread and fear. I looked behind me, and he was standing watching. This was the first time I'd ever seen his face, and he didn't have cheeks, and his mouth filled with huge teeth with small, fully black eyes. I jumped and quickly looked back, nor waiting to freak out. My different, in parentheses, brother, and he reached and grabbed my shoulder, and I stayed silent the rest of the day. And that night I slept under my bed, which is where I would sleep when I got scared at night, and haven't seen Bob till today. Current day, about 12 years after the last time I saw Bob. He has been watching me again, and he hasn't done anything besides stare and cry yet. But I don't know what to do to really help stop these hallucinations. I don't want to see him anymore. My haunted house. We bought this house 1 year ago today, July 8th. We were told when we came to see the house the previous owner had died. But it wasn't until we were a week or two away from closing that I found the obituary and read that she had died at her home. Immediately when we moved in, I started seeing things. My 18-year-old daughter said it was haunted from the moment she stepped in. She was not with us when we looked at it, and this was after we had bought it. It started with me seeing what I would say is a woman walking from the dining room to the living room as I went from the living room to the kitchen. It makes a big circle. The house is a tri-level, so the main floor, then stairs that go up to the bathroom and bedrooms. Separate stairs that go downstairs to the walkout basement. And that opens into a utility room and a second bathroom. Also, for moving in, every time I'd go down the stairs from the bedroom, I'd see somebody standing at the other stairs. It's hard to describe this, but there is a window with no glass. It lets you see to the other stairs that go down. A friend has experienced this too, and I haven't happened in months, and nothing has changed. I kept all this to myself, but my husband, who's been a non-believer until recent years, and experiences that sort of changed that, started seeing things. He had a black shadow walk up to him in the bathroom. He thought somebody had came in until he saw it disappear. It freaked him out. And he has seen shadows other times too. I've seen shadows walk by and move doors. The weirdest thing would be seeing what looked like a person reflected in the TV when it was black. It was like somebody bent over looking at the TV very closely, and then they stood straight up and stepped back. And I've seen my husband a few times, and it wasn't him. He woke up, got out of the bed, and he was asleep next to me. So I was trying not to wake him. Started downstairs and realized he was asleep on the couch. Went and checked, and the bed was empty. The newest thing was last night. I had just turned my phone off, and I was just settling to go to sleep. And I wear a sleep mask, so it was on. I felt an arm on my hip and slide across. Took my mask off, rolled over and checked my husband, who was asleep with both arms under his blanket. We had separate ones. I hadn't felt him move, and this is the first time it's touched me. Very weird. Before somebody asks, yes, I have cats, but my door stays shut. They're not allowed in my room. Sorry this is long. It's not even everything that's happened, but a big chunk of it. I should tell some of my other ghost stories sometime. My Belize haunting. I never had a story to contribute, but that changed in May of 2019. My husband and I love to travel.
So when I graduated from my ultrasound program in March, we decided to celebrate by taking a trip. 3 of my close friends had also graduated at the same time, so they joined us in our travel plans. We decided to spend a week in Belize. We were so excited. We wanted to see as much of Belize as we could, so we stayed in 3 different areas. The place we stayed was in a town called Placencia. We got a room with these beautiful sort of cabanas right on the beach. We stayed there for a total of 3 nights. The first night was uneventful. The second night, unfortunately, didn't go as smoothly. After a super fun day of beach activities, we decided to head back to the room to get some much-needed rest. However, when we got back to the room, it seemed that the atmosphere had changed a bit, and I felt immediately uncomfortable, but pushed that out of my mind since I was so exhausted. My husband and I were sleeping in the living room, adjacent to the kitchen. Down the hall from the kitchen was a room to the right where 2 of my friends, Ashley and Brianna, they were sleeping, and a room to the left where my friend Selena was sleeping. At the end of the hall was the bathroom. I woke up the second night around 2:30 a.m. to a very loud noise in the kitchen. It sounded as if somebody was banging pots and pans around and clanging the silverware. My husband was sleeping soundly next to me, so I thought it was one of my friends making a midnight snack. Was angry that they were being so loud. There's a little divider between my side of the bed and the kitchen, so I had to lean over to see who was making the noise. I was about to say something to them, but I didn't see anybody there and the noises stopped. I then heard footsteps walking around the hallway and the kitchen very loudly. This went on for an hour, and then it stopped and I was able to fall back asleep. I woke up the next morning, a little bit nervous and a little bit annoyed, wanted to get to the bottom of it. So I asked my friend Ashley if it was her. She freaked out and said she was about to ask me the same thing. She said that she woke up at 2:30 a.m. and heard the exact same things, and she even thought she heard the footsteps pacing around her bed for a while. Brianna had somehow managed to sleep through it, so she crawled into bed next to her and fell back asleep. She told me that she has a dream where she saw a man standing before her, wet and dripping, and she knew that he had drowned. At this point, we were hoping that Selena would say it was her, so we went to ask her about it. Unfortunately, she had woken up at the same time and heard the noises, and the steps went into her room and around her bed. She also said that at one point, they seemed to stop at the side of her bed. She felt as if somebody was watching her. We were all freaking out, but decided to finish our stay at the hotel, as we only had 1 night left. The next night, I was a little uneasy going to bed, but managed to fall asleep anyways. I was woken up around 3 to a loud crash in the kitchen. It sounded like the fridge had fallen over, but when I looked, nothing was out of place, and I was terrified and kept trying to wake my husband. He's a very heavy sleeper, didn't even move, and I was on the verge of tears, but somehow managed to fall back asleep, and as soon as I did, I dreamed that this man was trying to get into our cabana. We had to hold the door shut. Peeked through the window and saw his face, and it was extremely detailed and realistic. He was a white, bald man with a blonde mustache and looked angry. Eventually, he shoved his way through the door and then shoved my chest. And as soon as he touched me in my dream, I woke up. I felt the sensation of hands in the place that he shoved. Quickly went away. I was awake for another half hour, too terrified to move, but luckily, the sun started coming up and I felt safer. Everyone woke up and didn't have anything to report, so we packed up and hightailed it out of that cabana to the airport. Happy to be going home. We couldn't research anything because the Wi-Fi was awful, so we had to wait until we got home from our trip. As soon as we landed and we started doing research, came across this article about a man who'd been drinking at the bar next to our resort, went out for a swim and ended up drowning. Just like the guy in Ashley's dream, they pulled his body up into the beach in front of our resort. The article featured a picture of the man who had drowned. He was a white male with a blonde mustache, like the guy from my dream. We all freaked out, but we knew it was him who was banging around our hotel at night. I emailed the manager, but she defied everything. Maybe defied. Never encountered anything like that, and I can definitely say I'm a firm believer. And it was a lovely trip, but we will not be going back to Belize. The little boy in my old house. When I left the military and secured a new job, I had to move from Norfolk, Virginia, much closer to Washington, D.C. I lived there alone for a year until my wife had finished her military service and was able to move her and the kids out to where I was living. When the time came, we settled on renting a small 3-bedroom townhouse. We weren't expecting to be there long, as my goal was to leave Virginia and get a job somewhere else. And as always with life, nothing stays as planned. We ended up living in that house for 7 years until we settled on just buying a home. Those 7 years were filled with some strange occurrences in this house. It all started with a discussion my oldest son would have with his mother about his room at night. He had the second largest bedroom, and at the time he was 4 and our daughter was 3. Our son would go on to tell us how a little boy would come to him in his room at night and talk to him. He said he would talk about how he had to hide from the bad man because he would kill him if he found him. We were confused, but figured maybe he was just having some weird dreams. And this went on for a couple of years, though until he started to get closer to 12 when he ended up having to move rooms. We decided, because our youngest daughter is getting older, she needed a bigger room, so the wife and I moved our room into the basement, moved her son into an old room, and moved our daughter to his old room. Then it started again, except with her daughter. She started to tell us how she would see this boy, and unlike my son, it was scaring her. She would often sleep on the couch in the living room, and this is where her odd habit of needing to sleep with lights and TV on started as well. And this isn't where it ended, though. There was an occasion where I was taking a nap on the couch in the living room, and the wife laying opposite of me on the couch was just sitting and reading a book. That's when she saw something. She looks up with her skin pale, asks if I saw what she saw. I didn't, and I asked what did she see. She said she had seen what looked like a very short person walk by the couch right behind where I was laying. Whatever or whoever it was, they were gone. When I turned around at least, and, well, she even saw this thing disappear right in front of her. Needless to say, this terrified her a little, and my wife has always been a bit more sensitive to paranormal things, so she always did see more than I ever did. On another day, while I was at work, the kids were at school. She told me she was laying on the couch, could see right up the stairs to the first landing, and a little boy in very old clothing was actually sitting on the stairs. She explained that she had asked the boy what his name was, and how old he was, and even invited him to sit on the couch with her if he was lonely. She said there was not a single answer, and the boy just stayed where he was. Now, I never witnessed or really saw anything happen, but I have had my own experiences as well with this boy. Back before the rooms were moved around, there were many times when the wife and kids would go see her mother, and I'd be home alone for weeks at a time. No matter what I did, you always felt like somebody was sitting with you or watching you. I had a problem with having to sleep in the dark in the home when everyone was gone. I used to sleep in her bedroom when it was upstairs, but I couldn't anymore, as every time I did, there just always seemed to be somebody in the room with me or standing in the hallway. Now, shortly before we ended up moving, there was a series of the same incident that got me to the point where I could never even sleep in the upstairs room anymore, ever. My wife and I don't sleep in the same rooms. It's due to our habits. She needs lights and a TV on, and I need darkness and silence. So we just sleep in other rooms. Well, I opted to just stay on the couch every night. but for a few nights I had to sleep in my son's room because we had to get rid of our couch, wait for a new one to arrive. My son had a trundle bed, so I slept on it for a few nights. And every night I slept on this thing, I'd be falling asleep, and then I would just feel like someone or something would lay down right next to me. I wouldn't see an indentation, but as soon as I would look, there'd be no one there. At first, I thought, well, maybe it's one of the cats we owned, but they were never in the room with us up there. To be honest, there was really never anyone up there in general. This would happen every night, and when I brought it up one day, my son, who is now 11, told me, "Yeah, it happens all the time. I used to be afraid, but now I'm used to it." I did research on the house. However, there was no listed history of a boy living there, or ever dying on the property. The only history of the area was that it used to be mostly trees where we lived many years ago. And the area was also where a Civil War battle happened before everything else. Still no mention of the deaths of young children anywhere. To this day, in an odd way, I feel horrible about moving out of that house, because being a parent has made me feel as if we left a child there to be lonely. And perhaps that's all it was. This child's spirit was just happy there were people there. Now he didn't have to feel lonely anymore. Who was this little boy? Star Hill Hauntings. In a small town in upstate New York, about 15 minutes north of Utica, there's a place called Remsen. It's home to quite the hot spot for unexplained activity. Star Hill, as it's known locally. It's a point on Star Hill Road in Remsen, New York, where the Penn Mountain State Forest meets the road. On the road are two parking areas, both with impressive views of the Mohawk Valley. You will find two lookouts, one along the actual road and another off of a trail that turns off the road and goes into the forest. Locally, we refer to them as the first and second lookouts. The first being the one by the road, the second being the one in the forest. So I'll be referring to them as such. Up this trail is also a cemetery, a small cluster of buildings, if you can call them that. A small body of water known as Hatch's Pond, and a radar dome with a sign from the U.S. Air Force prohibiting anybody from getting too close to it. I've gone there. All of these locations have their share of strange activity. Over the years, people have mostly used this as a gathering spot. It isn't uncommon to go there on a nice weekend in the summer and find people camping or some high school kids having a party. That is, or at least was, mostly what it was known for. High school dyke parties. I've spent my fair share of time here over the years. I've only experienced one of these myself. It's just the kind of place everybody seems to have a story about. Stories vary from hearing screams in the middle of the night to floating orbs of light crossing the road and disappearing into the woods. I'll outline all of these phenomena and provide some possible explanations. The orbs. Undoubtedly, the most popular story is that of the mysterious floating orbs that can be seen alongside the road by the first lookout. Everyone's story seems to be the same. 2 to 3 orbs of light floating about 6 feet above the road. They appear seemingly out of nowhere, and they appear to almost dance around and slowly move across the road and then disappear into the trees. I've personally seen them while I was parked at the first lookout facing down the road. I saw 2 of these orbs float slowly across the road and then seemingly disappear into the tree line, just like the stories had said. So what could be causing this? The legends say that there are lanterns of Daniel Roberts. Or these are the lanterns of Daniel Roberts, a 19th century doctor who lived in the area and practiced holistic medicines and herbal remedies. Locals called him the witch doctor. Claimed he also showed interest into the occult. In 1820, he traveled on the road and was thrown from his horse. The fall broke his leg and he died at the age of 45 from his injuries. He often traveled at night with a lantern and hung one from a window in his house, and people say that his spirit is carrying these orbs as if they're lanterns, while he still travels that same path he did so many years ago. Another popular story is that the lanterns are carried by the Baron von Baron von Steuben, a Revolutionary War general who once lived in that area. Sometime after his death in the early 1900s, they moved his body from its original resting place to a memorial that had been constructed in his honor. His wishes were strictly against this, as he wanted a burial that a normal man would receive. Legend states that these lanterns are carried by the Baron, searching for his body. One thing is certain, these lights cannot be coming from a vehicle. They're too far apart to be headlights and have a distinct flicker to them like candlelight. It's also been speculated that they're being produced by a car driving through the area. However, they do not produce light in the same way that a vehicle's headlights would. There's no other roads in the direction that you'd be able to see them. The screams. Another popular occurrence people often report is hearing blood-curdling screams all throughout Penn Mountain Forest, centered mostly around the cemetery. People say that the screams of a woman can be heard at random hours of the night. They've been reported in other areas, but mostly near the cemetery. The theory explaining this is, back in the 60s and 70s, a man by the name of Bernard Barney Hatch, who lived nearby, would kidnap women from the surrounding areas of New Hartford and Utica. He'd bring them into the woods and kill and torture and bury them there. They were only ever to pin one crime on him, and that was the murder of Mary Rose Turner, April 26, 1973. Hatch killed and dragged the dead body of Turner up nearby Potato Hill Road with his car. He then buried her body in the woods alongside the road at an intersection. He's currently serving a life sentence in state prison, but many believe he's responsible for other unsolved murders of women and children in the area during that time. The screams are said to be that of his many victims, who never got the justice they deserved. The rocking chair. Drive up the rocky dirt path, and you'll stumble upon a cemetery. This cemetery dates back to the late 1800s, has a ton of graves from this time period. There was once a rocking chair here, and it's been said that anybody who sat in it would die within the next 24 hours. Today, it's no longer there. The story goes that a young lady had gone there with a group of friends. Some of them had dared her to sit in the chair. Knowing the legend and dismissing it, she sat in it anyways. The next day, that girl was killed in a car accident. The father, after talking with one of the grief-stricken friends, had learned about the dare and the legend. He went up to the cemetery and destroyed the chair, so no other parents would lose their children to this chair. Evidence of this is scarce and almost non-existent. However, many do report that there was in fact a rocking chair there at one point, and it had simply gone missing. No one seems to know what happened to it. There's also signs posted around the cemetery saying that there are security cameras in use, 2 of which can be seen mounted on trees. They seem to be pointed in the corner where the chair supposedly was, and it could be argued that they were put there to deter vandalism, which unfortunately seems commonplace there. That, however, does not explain why they'd be focused on that corner in particular. Miscellaneous occurrences. These events are not popularly reported or experienced by a great number of people that visit here, but a few people have shared these stories with myself and others, so I believe they deserve to be listened to in some fashion. Hatch's Pond, nicknamed after Barney Hatch, has had numerous legends surrounding it. Stories of it being used at some point by the Mafia, which had a large presence in Utica for years. The alleged body dumpings are plentiful. However, no evidence to support this has ever come up.
According to some, the whole force was used at one point or another by the mafia for various reasons, since it was remote and far away from the city. Not only a story of a local tow truck company pulling a car to a pond could possibly have a connection to this, but no evidence of human remains were found in it, and it was deemed most likely that somebody had stolen the car from a dealership and dumped it here. This is somewhat supported by the fact that it was a relatively expensive vehicle at the time, and reportedly had extremely low miles. No evidence of it being used for a body dump ever surfaced. There is a small collection of structures near the pond, dubbed the Hermit's Village. Many people have claimed that a hermit had once lived in these small structures and would be aggressive toward people traveling by. There's no recent evidence of a person living there, and it most likely was used as a sort of hunting area back in the day. Basements of long-forgotten structures can also be found in the surrounding area. Reports of lights following you up the trail, I'm sure, also bump up from time to time. A friend told me that lights appear behind you, only for no vehicle to pass by. There's only a few places to turn off, most towards the beginning of it, so a vehicle turning onto another offshoot of the trail is unlikely. People have also reported speaking to a man in a military uniform, thought to be the ghost of the Baron who was buried in his. I've also been told of a man in an old white pickup truck offering to give you a ride to a party that's happening further up the trail. When you make your way up the trail, you don't find a single soul, let alone a party, and the truck seems to have disappeared. Also, sprinkled throughout the state forest, there are concrete structures with no clues as to what they once were. Most likely they're basements or foundations of some type, and there is originally a Welsh settlement in the area, which would explain why they might be there. There's plenty of what appears to be more modern construction as well, and it's anybody's best guess as to what they are. These are just a small collection of some of the things that sort of happen up here, and if you're from the area and have your own stories, please feel free to share them. If you've never been before and are willing to take a drive there, you won't be disappointed if ghost hunting is your type of thing. Four-year-old suffering visual and audio hallucinations. There's a very real chance my 4-year-old is a schizophrenic, but doctors tell me this is rare. They've ran her through a battery of tests this past week. MRIs and spinal tap, and now injecting her with steroids because of a gut feeling on a possible result that may take weeks to come back. To begin with, this started Friday, August 28th. We sent the child to bed while the rest of the family watched Bill and Ted Face the Music. In the middle of this, she began to bang on the door that she couldn't all of a sudden open. Happens to her sometimes, probably because she's a kid and not very coordinated. She never freaks out about it, just calls for us. That day she was definitely perturbed and frantic, then started talking about the cloudy people. We didn't really put much stock in it, and she ended up sleeping with us that night. We even forgot about this until we needed to start piecing everything together later. The next real event was at a Target on Saturday. My son and I had been hunting action figures, and the wife and the 4-year-old tagged along with us. Everything was fine until she saw a Spider-Man toy. Marvel Spider-Man Far From Home web-shot spider-bolt that has some rubbery webbing on it, and she started freaking out about the spiders being on her. Thought she was just being a silly kid and thought the webbing equals spiders, and after we pretended to brush the spiders off and started to become clingy. But things worked out, and we ended up at Walmart and bought her a Blue's Clues stuffed you. Stuffed you? Stuffed animal, maybe? I mention this because I remember her calmly and rationally making a decision between blue and magenta, and she chose magenta. The next day, I was out of the house mostly until the evening. Made a run to Home Depot for some soil for the wife's garden, and brought her along.
I had time to interact with her in the car because I didn't feel like driving. I tried to get her to say please when she asked for a snack. She was being stubborn and was going to say please, but then decided against it. We ended up at a different Walmart, and she saw this Trolls microphone that plays the same song over and over again. For 20 minutes, she incessantly played it and only gave it up at the register. I never put it back in her hands, and I gave her some candy that we bought her to make her kind of forget about it on the ride home. Again, I tried to get her to say please, and now she refused outright. Back at home within an hour, the hallucinations started. She started giving them names of cartoon characters. Tyrone and Lady Tasha from Backyardigans. They go often on adventures and never remember cloudy people. I checked my Plex records, and she had watched them on 8/26. A few days prior to the event on Friday. Prior to this, she had watched them on 8/21, and before that in March. The cloudy people were everywhere, and she began to talk to gibberish and nonsense. A lot of verbal diarrhea. Imagine a very hyper child on speed. Her heart rate increased, and she began to walk back and forth and open and closing doors. I tried to get her to sleep, and she would just not relax. Even when we had her in the bed, we were just definitely concerned. Thought maybe she had too much candy. Although this is not normal behavior for her, even when she has had too much sugar in the past. I finally got up and took her to another room and held her close to me and asked her to relax and close her eyes. I started to hear the rhythmic breathing of sleep, but the eyes never closed. They were wide open and doing, but blinking rapidly like an REM sleep. The next morning she slept until past 12, but ended up waking her, just wanting to make sure she was okay. She got herself up and seemed pleasant, but then the incessant verbal chatter started again. Then we noticed she was having a conversation for the first time. Not like a child, having like a make-believe one, where they're talking to themselves and maybe answering the questions too. She seemed like she was being interviewed or interrogated. She would give answers to non-existent questions, and I sent her on a neighborhood walk with my oldest daughter. Along with the way she discussed moving and finding a new house, but not with my daughter, with the voices she was hearing. Upon their return, we set up a virtual meeting with the pediatrician while we waited for our appointment with the real pediatrician. I also learned during this meeting that my daughter had bought her ice cream from a Quick Stop. But immediately after arriving, the child had forgotten that she had eaten it. The virtual pediatrician was the first to point out this behavior seemed typical for a 4-year-old, and yeah, I've seen hyper 4-year-olds and agreed, but not for her. I still thought maybe a sugar reaction. We started to see her talk with a changed, higher-pitched baby voice. The doctor noticed it as well, and then noticed her talking to herself and then answering the cloudy people. She told him that that's who she was talking to. He recommended we take her to a child psychiatrist, but told us to visit the pediatrician so we can make the recommendation. Soon after, she's bouncing off the walls and with hyper fears and anxiety. Spikes on the floor said by the cloudy people, among other things. Started to be filled with dread as a parent, but still thinking it was sugar, I decided to take her on a walk to tire her out. Or stop giving her sugar completely for a minute. So we went to Target, and she found that microphone we bought, and she proceeded to use it over an hour straight, on the drive and at Target until we saw the same toy again. Once she saw the webbing, she threw herself on the floor that spiders are all over her, and on my hand, and that she wouldn't let me touch her. And on the microphone, which I had to wash for her to touch again. That night was even worse than the previous night. Only now I had a 4-year-old who's regressing into herself, becoming more immature and smushing her food. Now the long night, hard to get her to sleep, and us looking at every theory in the book from PANDAS to ADHD to autism. Monday at the pediatrician. The first pediatrician only saw what she believed to be normal. The normal babbling of a 4-year-old. We assured her this was not normal for her, and when she stepped away, the conversations in trance-like answering and robotic voice began. She returned to the second pediatrician, and they observed the behavior. He remanded us to the ER immediately. He said we can do nothing for her. We wanted them to swab for strep throat to rule out PANDAS. My wife has issues with strep throat over the years with swollen tonsils and lymph nodes. And I currently had swollen lymph nodes myself. They wouldn't, and we suspect they thought our daughter had fallen into household or recreational drugs. Leave everything like cough syrup on a high shelf in the kitchen locked up and don't do illegal drugs or prescribed medications. So we went to the hospital, where till today she's been through a litany of tests. She has baffled and scared quite a few doctors, and today left what seemed to be a very sure of her psychologist with the case of the I don't knows. She also started with this thing that, well, she started with the she seems normal talk. Then we mentioned the cloudy people, saw the terror in my daughter's eyes, and then began to just lose her shit from that moment. We think it's stress-related, but they won't let her out of the hospital, and the neurologist gave us the hard sell on steroids. She'd seen her child in trance-like states and endured the psychologist and, well, assured the psychologist that there was a real problem. I hated agreeing to the steroids, but I just wanted her home to rest, and the hospital had been traumatic. She's been referred to the nursing staff as killers, and her hospital gown is jail clothes and described a jail area somewhat in the hospital. But here's the punchline. I decided to talk to her to get through to her, ask her about the cloudy people and who they were and what they were doing. And she said the name George. I said, "What does George do?" "George and Harold make comic books," she said. "Captain Underpants is a favorite of my son. It just so happened she watched it at the hospital, and I'm getting nowhere." So frustrated, I said, "George and Harold are on the TV. It's Captain Underpants. Tyrone and Lady Tasha are backyardigans. And they're on TV too. They aren't real." She gets quiet and whispers, "They have the same name." "The same name as who? George and Harold?" "No, as the George at home and Georgie, the fucking dog, who's at rescue off the streets, whom we named Georgie because our child, who was still crawling at the time, just said the name out of thin air. We thought it was cute and assumed it was from a cartoon and thought nothing of it." She stopped talking soon after that. We feared autism and we took her to speech therapy, eventually started talking again. But if that wasn't enough, my wife's sister watched her today at the hospital. When the sister was leaving, she told my wife that she also talked to ghosts as a child. My wife realizes that, well, she had repressed those memories. Now I've been home without my wife for 5 nights, still a skeptic and jumping at every strange noise I hear in the night. The lady in my kitchen and that pounding noise every night. Without further ado, I suppose I should start like when I was young. I lived with my family, my parents and an older sister, in a trailer home on a plot of land behind my grandparents' house, which was, no kidding, a large 2-story pink house. It was in Texas, in Galveston County to be more exact. Behind my parents' and grandparents' property was a family with their own business there, which was a large U-Haul rental place. The family that lived there was a wife, 2 daughters, and husband. I won't be naming any names except one, the husband. There was a man named Timothy Gribble. Now, Timmy here was a convicted murderer, strangled and raped 2 women, and he was given the death penalty and executed back in 2000. I lived in the trailer up until maybe 4th grade, then ended up moving to a pink house to house sit it, since my grandparents moved to a new home for retired folks. Now I'm mainly just trying to at least place the setting. Perhaps it'll help to bring some understanding as to what I experienced over the years on these properties. Even when I was a kid and moved into the pink house, or even visiting, I always felt off being there, like something just wasn't right. Nothing really happened though until I was in 6th or 7th grade. first it was a weird thing with the front door, and it would just open on its own. At first, it would just open slowly and stay open. Easily explainable, right? A door unlocked, old house. Town sitting on a fault line, so the foundation wasn't exactly the best. It never really weirded me out, and what was weird was one night, around 8 or 9 p.m., I'm just watching TV in the living room. The door just opened and closed itself quickly twice. Didn't creep me out right away because I figured, oh, it's just my cousin, and he said he's coming by to pick up an inhaler for my mother. They both have asthma. He was known to be a little bit of a jokester toward me, so whatever, I'll just see if it was him. I looked outside and my driveway was empty. Asked my mother if he had just came in, and she said no. So I put it out of my mind and moved on. Fast forward further down the road, I laid down for bed and I started hearing a faint noise, like a hand faintly pounding on the wall or floor. From there, I would hear this every night. I disregarded it since nobody else could hear it and said I was just imagining it. It bothered me for a while, and I just accepted that it won't go away and I'll just once again move on. Figured if there's something, it's just doing its thing, and as long as it left me alone, I'd leave it alone. Then the night I actually saw something I couldn't explain, and to this day my family swears I just imagined it. It was around 3 a.m. I'm in the living room playing a video game on the TV. And I want to say this was around when Nintendo 64 was around, because I kept remembering the game Killer Instinct Gold from that night. So I go to the kitchen to get a drink, and I look across the room, and there was a figure standing there, and I froze. My dining room and kitchen is a bit large, and standing at the entrance next to the staircase, looking across the dining room past the bar into the kitchen. And the figure was a woman, and she was a slim build, wearing a long nightgown, and had no head. There wasn't a bloody stump where the neck was, just there was no head, and as I said, I froze. I wasn't truly scared, just unsure how to react. Just wasn't processing what it was that I was seeing. Turned around, went back to the living room, and just sat down confused. I kept thinking about it. I kept pondering. Did I really see that, and was that real? So I got up and went back in there, and she was still there, never moved. Just standing there. I went back in and out several times, and she didn't leave. And I finally said, "Okay, you stay there. I don't care what you do. I'm going to my room and going to sleep." No response, not even a wave and nothing. So I went to bed and laid there all night until 6 a.m., terrified, wondering what if she'd come up here into my room. Thankfully, that was the last I saw her. There were other experiences that happened in that house, and even in my old trailer home. A couple of weeks after that, we're doing some remodeling work in my room, so I wound up having to sleep a few nights in my parents' room on the floor. And as was every night, the faint pounding noise continued. Again, I would ignore it and just sleep, and that night the noise grew a little louder each time. It stayed faint, but grew slightly louder each time. I would ask the parents, "You hear that?" And they would say, "No, of course I didn't." As it continued, it finally stopped for a little while. It was oddly quiet, and I figured, okay, finally guess it got tired. After about 10 or 15 minutes, something slammed into my parents' closed doors to the room hard. It sounded like somebody just ran head first into it, and trust me, it was loud. I sat up and said, "Okay, I know damn well I was not the only one who heard that." The parents agreed. My father and I checked the whole house, even her attic, which is not a place you really want to go into since the house is so old. Nothing, and no one was there with us. The noise went back to its faint self that night after that. To this day, I think about this all the time. I have had other things happen, but these two events stick out all the time. I just still don't know what to think about them. I don't really know if this woman in the kitchen was a victim of that Gribble guy or someone else. I just don't know, and I wish I actually had some evidence to even prove it all happened. Either way it happened, I guess nothing else I could say there. Again, I have other things to share, which I will later on in a couple more threads. But what's everybody else's take on this? Some days I wish I did imagine it all. Evil spirit or demonic encounter a friend had. Years ago, when I was between 18 and 20, I was in a little metal band with 4 others, and this incident happened to our bass player in his home, which is also where we would gather for practice. However, in a way it involved all of us. And again, this is his telling of the incident. This was in South Texas in December. It happened sometime late at night, according to him. Started at 11, maybe 12. He woke up randomly and just felt compelled to look out of his window. He was sleeping on the living room couch that night. When he looked, he saw a shadowy figure crossing his yard. He said it looked like it was moving quite erratically. His example was like how the doctor moved around in the remake of House on Haunted Hill. Thinking he was just tired and half awake, he thought nothing of it and assumed it was just one of his neighbors. They were known to do that often, and he went back to sleep. His neighbor did that often, huh? Shortly after that, he woke up with this feeling like somebody was holding him down and making it hard for him to breathe. Which sure sounds like sleep paralysis, except, well, he claimed the whole time he could hear chanting and whispering around him, and no one was in the room with him. It eventually stopped abruptly after a minute or two. He sat up confused and terrified and got a drink of water and tried to go back to sleep, which happened eventually. And shortly after that, it all happened again, same feeling, same chanting and whispering. He always said he never knew and could understand exactly what was being chanted and whispered. Regardless, this episode ended and he once again was scared and confused, and he chalked this up to maybe he had a bad dream and managed to go back to sleep. Then it all happened once more. He woke up like something was holding him down, making it hard to breathe. The chanting and whispering all around him again. Though this time, something new happened. He said he looked over next to him on the couch, and standing in front of the Christmas tree was a short, about 4-foot-tall, shadowy figure that appeared to be cackling at him. He wasn't making any other noise. This went on for what he said felt like forever this time, and when it stopped, he said forget sleeping, went to his bedroom and played his bass guitar the rest of the night. Good man. Also, for the remainder of the night, coming from the direction of his sister's room, he would hear 2 knocks every couple of minutes. He didn't go back to sleep until the next night due to this. When the band and I gathered the next day for practice, he told us what happened, and of course we all laughed and said, "Yeah, right, you're full of shit." Then he showed us that in his yard he found what looked like footsteps. They were tracked through his yard all the way to his front door. And the steps were just that, footsteps, made from shoes, but no defining features to them. No imprint on the bottom of a shoe, just plain. Then when we sort of told around what time this started happening, that it was about 3 a.m. when the last attack happened, we all froze because of what we realized we were doing that night. Our singer woke up randomly and was praying. Our lead guitarist woke up and just couldn't go back to sleep, feeling like something was wrong and off, and I, for no reason, just woke up and turned on my lamp and started reading the Bible. We all realized that all of us at the same time he was experiencing the incident had gotten up at 3 a.m. and either prayed, read a Bible, or felt a sense of dread. Strange metal band. And our drummer wasn't there at the time. He never said if he did anything that night as well, but the story had spooked him. The Oz Effect Experience. That silence feeling, being watched. Yeah, I'd recommend you listen to it. Last summer I had this feeling, in the middle of the woods in a spot in the Caribou goldfields. Caribou, maybe. where a triple murder and robbery took place in the 1860s. I was on the Old North Trail in an area called Murderer's Gulch, on a secondary road into an abandoned mine. This place is deep in grizzly bear country, in thick forest. It was a hot, sunny summer day. No people live within miles of this place. One can Google for the story of the murders and robbery. My girlfriend and I wanted to check the area out after hearing the story. The main roads washed out, so we took the Old North Trail. That's where the robbery took place over a century ago, which is now an old deactivated logging road down to the opposite side of the main road past the washout. That leads into the abandoned mine. The main road had been totally washed out at Murderer's Creek several years earlier. The secondary road we took was not great, which had small washouts and was very overgrown. We spent 2 days clearing and fixing the road, and on the second day, we decided to walk the rest of the road, to get a sense of whether it was worth continuing trying to fix said road to get down to the abandoned mine in my truck. But anyway, before we went down on foot, my girlfriend wandered down the road a bit and came running back as I was digging away past a small washout in the road. She asked me if I heard that sound, in quotes. Well, I had not heard anything as I was shoveling, just filling the small washout to a point to get my truck further down said road. We walked down to the abandoned mine to see how much work was ahead of us. I had my 45-70 lever-action guide gun with me, since we were in bear country. It was a steep grade with a cliff down to the mine site, hundreds of feet below, and thick forest on the other side of the road. Basically, it's a bottleneck the whole way down for about 1.5 miles. We got down, looked around the abandoned mine for about an hour, before heading back up the steep road to my truck, and on the way back I had an off vibe. I stopped before the V onto the bypass road that we came down. I felt something was off, like we were being watched. A big danger feeling where my hair stood up. My girlfriend asked if everything was okay, and I said, yeah, not wanting to freak her out. But I stood still listening, and I could tell she felt it too. And that's when I noticed it was silent. No sounds, no birds chirping, just silence. Then a squirrel lost its shit, chirping the danger sounds that they do. Then we heard 3 very loud knocks up the road back to the truck coming from the woods. Loud and spaced about a second apart between each knock. It was like somebody smashing a big rock on a tree not far behind the tree line. This being up the way that we had to go to get back to my truck. We kept walking toward it. There was no choice if we were to get out of there. It was hot and steep, and there was no way we could run due to the grade of the hill. Then we heard something. It was following us off to the left in the forest. Then 5 loud knocks 200 meters up the road from the last knocks. We were in the bottleneck, steep cliff to the mine on the right, close knocks to the forest on the left. I looked at my girlfriend and said, we have to get the fuck out of here. We pushed up the steep road, me keeping an eye on the forest, ready to shoot whatever it was that was following us. It was the scariest walk of my life, but we got to the truck and got out of there. The sound my girlfriend heard prior to heading down turned out to be the same knocking sound we heard in the walk back up. The man at the end of the hall. So this is absolutely something that really happened to me. I was around 11 or 13, and also, fair warning, it's a bit of a long one. I grew up in a tiny town in northern Michigan with my family. My parents had split when I was 7, so it's just me, my mom, her partner, and my siblings, except the 2 oldest who had already moved out. I finally got my own room after the oldest left, and I was so excited, but honestly, for the first couple of months I didn't actually sleep in there. I was too freaked out, and I always ended up sneaking into my sister's room to sleep. But right before we moved out of that house, I decided I was going to finally sleep in my room alone. My bed was placed so that if I lay flat on my back, I'm facing the doorway. And that particular night, I left the door wide open because it was a sticky, warm summer night and didn't have AC. Sometime after midnight, I woke up, and I couldn't tell you the exact time, and I didn't really check, and even if I did, I doubt I'd remember. Turned onto my back and glanced toward the hallway. And there he was, a dark, shadowy figure, tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat, just standing there at the top of the stairs, still and silent. And for a second, I thought it was my mom's partner playing a prank on me. The shape wasn't right, though. Silence wasn't right either. My heart was pounding, and I yanked the blanket over my head like a little kid and eventually fell back asleep. A year later, we're living in a small trailer in the woods, and that's when I had the first dream. I was back at the old house, and I remember walking through the hallway and thinking I'm home, and felt so safe and familiar. Everything was exactly how it had been. Cluttered shelves, crooked curtain rod, my messy little room, and I wandered through the house feeling peaceful until I woke up. Didn't think much of it. About a month later, I had another dream. I'm in the same house, but this time it was just different. Some furniture was missing, bookshelf in my living room, big clock in the kitchen, the floor rug by the stairs. Felt emptier and less like home. I woke up pretty unsettled. After a few months passed, and I dreamed again. The house was missing more things now, and it felt cold and unwelcoming. I wanted to leave, but something kept me walking deeper inside, and I saw it. The same tall shadow figure from that night. He moved slowly down the upstairs hall, almost floating. I felt my throat close up, and I wanted to scream, but nothing came out, and I woke up. The last dream happened while I was staying at my grandparents' place. I was back at the old house again, but now it was completely empty. The bare wooden floors echoed under my feet. There was no furniture, no light, and just shadows. That's when a figure appeared in front of me. Not the same one with the hat, and this one was harder to see, almost like the edges were blurred, and he asked me softly, "You okay?" I told him I wanted to leave, and he held out his hand and said, "I can take you home." Something in my gut twisted, and I knew it wasn't right, and I said no. He kept promising, whispering things I can't quite remember now. About how I could stay where everything was familiar, how I didn't have to be afraid anymore, but I turned away and I woke up. The next day, I told my sister everything about the shadow figure and all the dreams. And at first, we joked that maybe I had some weird sixth sense, and years later, I watched a video about shadow people. And that's when it clicked. A few more years after that, my boyfriend, whose family has all kinds of supernatural stories, explained what it might have been. He said sometimes these things use dreams to creep closer. First, they give you something familiar and safe, and then little by little they strip it away until the only thing that feels safe is them. And if you ever agree to go with them, well, you're not really in control anymore. He told me I did the right thing, saying no, and telling someone. Apparently, sharing your dream with another person can break whatever hold these things try to build with you, and that's why he said people in the old days always told their dreams to someone else in the morning. And honestly, I've never seen that shadow man again. It does sound nice to say the dreams you had to someone in the morning. Sweet dreams. Tell them to someone. What lies in the dark? Paranormal M dares to find out. Subscribe now before the shadows find you. Whispers in the Graveyard, Alabama. So at the same Catholic all-girl private school I mentioned in my first story, something unforgettable happened to me and 4 other girls during El Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. I've always believed that was the moment that everything strange began to follow me. Every year on that day, our school organized a visit to a small military cemetery. We brought marigolds, sugar skulls, colorful ribbons to decorate the graves of Hispanic soldiers who had fought in wars. A few of the girls even visited their relatives' graves, and as usual, we were preteens trying to scare each other with ghost stories. At the center of the cemetery stood a white stone structure, a tall marble pillar shaped almost like a giant shard. Spiraling steps wrapping up around this thing. Underneath it was a shared tomb, where dozens of names were carved into the surface. It always gave me goosebumps. After leaving our offerings, we gathered on the steps for the traditional group photo. Then everyone slowly drifted away toward the tent where the caretakers were preparing sweet bread and hot chocolate. Except me and 4 of my classmates. We lingered on the cold stone steps, joking about how we were literally sitting on top of dead people. The air was damp, the fog hung thick, and the Michigan wind cut straight through our jackets. I thought it was Alabama. One girl, whose family practiced spiritual rituals, we'll call them, started reminiscing about how her grandmother used to call on spirits during this holiday. She laughed nervously while trying to remember the chant, murmuring like somebody reciting a half-forgotten rhyme. When she finally pieced the words together and whispered them clearly, the entire monument trembled. Not a little breeze, not a creak, it shook beneath us like a passing train. We bolted down the steps screaming, which of course made everybody stare like we'd lost it. And no one else had felt a thing. Moments later, the girl who had said the chant turned pale. The teacher helped her to the tent while I stood with another classmate. The only other one who wasn't involved in brujeria. That's when we saw him. From where we stood near the front gate, the rows of graves stretched out before us, neat and low to the ground. Beyond them was an empty field of frosted grass, and farther back a dark tree line hugging the fence. Out of the mist, a man appeared, walking slowly between the headstones. He wore a black coat with the head pulled low over his face. No gloves, no hat, and it was freezing, easily 15 degrees. Worried he might be a homeless man in danger from the cold, we turned to wave over at teacher. When we turned back, the figure was gone, just gone. No crunch of footsteps, no shadow among the trees, no sign of anyone crossing the open grass. We didn't speak. We just squeezed each other's hands and walked to the tent in silence. And that night when I got home, I cried quietly underneath my blanket. Not because I was hurt, but because I knew what I saw, and I knew something had changed. The Night Shift Whispers. Okay, so I work at a 24-hour convenience store. I used to belong to a big chain named after a bird. Can't remember exactly which. A bird. And that's before it got sold to another company that changed the name completely. And that was ages ago. The only reason this matters is because the building itself is old, and even though they've quote-unquote renovated it a few times, you can still feel the age in its walls. We're always scheduled solo on shift. Most of the time that's fine, just a little bit dull. It only gets rough when there's a sudden rush and you're the one, like, juggling everything yourself. But the real fun, or nightmare, starts overnight. Alone in a gas station that barely sees any cars after midnight. I'm not usually the type to get spooked easily, but some odd shit happens here that no one can explain. And it's not just me. Everyone who's ever worked overnight says the same. Oh, I guess I haven't checked with the new night guy yet, but I probably will. If he's got stories, I'll share them. Here's a list of the stuff I've either experienced or been told about. We've all felt like someone's standing right behind us, especially in the storage all the way near the back. It's this heavy watching feeling, like something doesn't want you back there. The bell at the door will go off and you'll rush out front, and of course no one will be there. You come back, try to finish restocking, and that pressure comes back again. I used to think my coworkers were being dramatic, and I worked a few weeks at third shift myself. Stopped teasing them after that. Coworker number 1, Jay, he told me he always felt a creeping sense of panic between 3 and 5, like something was standing just out of sight waiting. Coworker number 2, M, swore that she saw a tall shadow walking along a row of freezer doors. Jay and I both caught a glimpse of something too, just a blur, something dark darting from the corners into the back. Never gotten a clear look. We've all heard things crash in the manager's office, different from the stockroom. The office is behind the register and on the end of the store. Big thuds like a box falling. You go in there, everything's untouched and neat as it was. Coworker number 3, T, said that she was sorting sodas in the back. And that's when someone whispered her name right behind her ear. She froze, turned, and it was empty. She was the only person in that building. I didn't hear this firsthand, M told me, but M doesn't lie about this kind of thing. M also said sometimes it sounds like someone's fiddling with the candy aisle. Once, she thought she saw a little boy dart behind the rack, and she called out to no response. Checked the security footage and there was nothing. No one came in for another 20 minutes after that. M's been here a night shift the longest. Jay quit 2 months ago because, in his words, that feeling was too much. T left for unrelated reasons. I don't usually work overnight anymore, just cover shifts. But every time I do, I get that same cold feeling at the same hours. Keep wondering if something ever happened here, an accident or something buried in the history of this building. Maybe I'll dig around and find out. If you made it this far, does this sound just like bad energy or something more? I have been attacked by a guy with a machete at a gas station late at night, so it's not fazing me. The Midnight Toy. This was something that happened to me. It was around 10 or 11. I've always been a big fan of stuffed animals, and honestly, I still am. And at that time, my collection could probably fill an entire couch. A few of them stayed in bed with me every night. The rest, they all sat lined up neatly along a long dresser at the foot of my bed. Right next to that was another dresser, much narrower but nearly as tall as me, and I was 5'3" back then. This layout will become important later. One morning when I arrived at school, there was a stuffed bear sitting right in my locker. At first, I was thrilled, and then it hit me. How on earth did it get there? No one shared lockers, no one was supposed to give away their combos. The only people who knew mine were my 2 best friends. The bear was adorable, but strange. No tag and a handmade vibe. Like something a grandma would sew. I asked everyone all day who it belonged to, and nobody had a clue. Not friends, not teachers, not even the janitor, so naturally I claimed it. That night, I sat in my bed, studied the bear closely, like I always did before naming any of my stuffies. As soon as I held it, a voice in my head rang clear as day and said, "My name is Marigold." I laughed and said out loud, "Marigold? You don't even look like a marigold, but it kind of fits." My 10-year-old logic decided, "I don't know you yet, so you're not sleeping in my bed." Good logic. So, I placed Marigold carefully on top of the tall dresser facing the wall and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to find her on the short dresser, dead center, facing directly at my bed. I tried to convince myself I'd just forgotten moving her. I put her back, but it happened again and again. By night 3, I stayed up as long as I could, determined to catch her in the act, and there was nothing. But when I opened my eyes in the morning, there she was, dead center again. That time I let out a proper scream. I wasn't panicking, though. I'd grown up on ghost stories and kind of believed in them. I decided to officially, quote-unquote, introduce her to the rest of the gang. I wedged her between a floppy bunny and a penguin plushie, facing the rest like they were posing for a photo. The next morning, she's back in the middle of this short dresser again, sitting up perfectly straight. Which made no sense because she was one of those limp, soft-limbed toys. That did it. I ran straight to my mom. She swore she hadn't touched it and muttered something like, "Well, maybe it's a spirit then," which didn't exactly make me feel better. And then I noticed something I should have noticed earlier. My dog hadn't stepped paw into my room since Marigold arrived. Normally he'd curl up next to me every night, and that night I was forcing him onto the bed anyway. He was stiff and alert and didn't sleep at all. But I did still feel safer with him there. Morning came. Marigold wasn't on either dresser. She was on the floor, or rather was on the left of her. My dog had ripped out her eyes and shredded every bit of stuffing throughout the empty sockets. It looked like a small plushy massacre, and I was stunned. He wasn't even tall enough to reach the top of that dresser, unless, of course, she hadn't stayed there all night. He wagged his tail proudly. I gave him a treat and a million hugs. Rest in peace, Marigold. Not to sound like a guy that knows anything about stuffed animals, but if anybody has that Beanie Baby lobster, apparently it's worth like $80,000. Damn. The Watcher in the Shadows. The story I'm about to share with you unfolded over several unsettling months last year. Gave you a bit of context, so the neighborhood I live in is long and has an eerie history. Over the decades, there had been a string of deaths, some tragic accidents, others the result of far darker motives. Like a husband taking the life of his wife, or a high school student killed by a speeding drunk driver. What makes it creepier is that my house sits right at the edges of a dense forest, and just beyond the trees there's an old forgotten cemetery. The first strange event didn't happen to me directly, but to my father, and before that night, though, I'd already felt something wrong in the house. Whenever I was home alone, I'd catch glimpses of a shadowy figure in the hallway outside my room. My dogs began acting strangely, too, barking at empty corners with their ears perked up as if something invisible was moving around us. That day, my dad had been fixing the cracked floor in the basement. He spent hours down there, applying some sort of industrial coating over the cement. The last section led him right under the wooden staircase, and everything seemed normal until night came. Around 3:30 a.m., my dad jolted awake, gasping, as if a surge of electricity had shot right through him. And from that moment, the air in the house grew thick, almost suffocating. The sensation of being watched became pretty constant. The dogs barked more aggressively, and the sightings of that dark figure were no longer just fleeting shadows. Weeks passed in an uneasy calm, until the night I came home late from a friend's birthday. As I stepped into the small entryway that connects the basement stairs to the kitchen, a wave of dread hit me so suddenly it made my knees weak. I hurried upstairs, trying to shake the feeling. My brother had fallen asleep in my room, and PlayStation still glowing. I changed in the bathroom, and then for some stupid reason I turned to glance into my room. And what I saw will stay with me forever. A tall, pitch-black figure was leaning over my sleeping brother, its limbs unnaturally long, its head tilted like it was studying him. No features, just darkness. I froze for a second, bolted to my brother's actual bedroom down the hall, but it followed. I heard at first the sound of something dragging against the walls. Then it appeared at the doorway. Its shadow was filling the frame, hands curling around the edges. The air turned icy. I could feel its presence pressing against me, and then, as if losing interest, it just vanished. I didn't sleep. A while later, I finally spoke to my younger brother about everything. I expected him to describe the same dark figure. Instead, he told me about something else. The Protector, he called him. According to my brother, the Protector looked like a man in his 40s. Medium height, well-worn gray-blue suit, red tie, white shirt, brown hair, combed back, but a little bit messy. They told my brother he wasn't there to hurt us, only to shield us from something far worse, and my brother said he heard his footsteps at night, steady and calm. And when he was near, the house didn't feel so suffocating anymore. My parents, lovers of ghost stories, but still skeptical, they worried that he was deceiving us. They burned sage and sweetgrass and Palo Santo around the house to banish whatever was there. Yes, Gecko. For the first time in months, the house felt light. We slept, we laughed again, and we thought it was over. But the darkness doesn't leave that easily. When the Protector appeared again, this time to my boyfriend, everything seemed to change. The oppressive feeling returned worse than before. My dad began waking up, night after night with the same electric pain. Shadows moved where they shouldn't be, and sometimes we felt fingers brush against our backs or something shove us when no one was near. I started wearing a blessed silver cross, and oddly, encounters slowed down for me, but not for my father. It felt like the entity had chosen him. One afternoon while working on his truck, the jack suddenly gave way. The entire vehicle came crashing down on his chest and shoulder. My brother found him in time, using the spare jack to free him. When my mom and I returned, the ambulance had already taken him. He survived with a fractured shoulder, but the timing felt far too deliberate. That night we performed another cleansing. Salt lamps glowed in every room and holy water in every doorway, and finally the house went quiet and the darkness faded. Weeks later, the Protector appeared again, just once. Only my boyfriend saw him, standing silently by the window. Maybe he was saying goodbye, or maybe he was warning us. To this day, we don't know what that thing was or why it wanted my dad. House hasn't felt the same since. Sorry about the slight lack of breath. I got a broken rib earlier today. The luck I got, I tell ya. Voices in the Cellar. When I was around 10 years old, my family lived in a small duplex house on a quiet street. We stayed in the lower flat, while my aunt's family lived right above us. There's a shared cellar underneath the house where my cousin and I often went to play. It was damp and cold and always smelled a little bit like old wood and rain. In the farthest corner of the basement, somebody had spray-painted strange symbols and crooked words on the wall. We always said it must have been done by some born teenagers or something. None of us dared to step too close to that part. We had an old tape recorder we used to make silly songs and fake radio shows with. It was our favorite little hideout, complete with a couple of folding chairs, some posters we taped to the wall, and a box of snacks we weren't supposed to eat down there. One afternoon while we were playing one of our quote-unquote broadcasts, the singing suddenly cut off, and for 2 seconds there was only silence. Note the silence. Then a low, crackling voice whispered, "You sound like Lily." Lily was the name of our next-door neighbor who had moved away months before. We froze and our smiles were gone. My cousin laughed nervously and said it was probably the tape glitching. But when we tried playing it on another cassette player, the same whisper was still there. We kept going down to the cellar anyway. Kids are like that, stubborn and curious. But then little things began happening. Our paper decorations disappeared and turned up the next day in odd places. Sometimes the light bulbs flickered off all at once. We'd race up the stairs screaming. And once my cousin swore something brushed her shoulder as we ran. Our parents just waved us off with a laugh. At home, strange things happened too. The kitchen door would slowly creak open when I was alone. I'd tell myself it was just a draft, and my parents did work late, so I spent a lot of nights in that house by myself. One warm night when I should have been asleep, I was listening to music in the dark, and I heard someone calling my name softly from outside my window. It was my older brother's voice, or at least it sounded like him. I sat up, peered out, and saw nothing but the moonlit yard, and he kept calling, "Come out here." My heart pounded. Then I noticed a brown puppy standing by the fence. My beagle, Max. He had died not long before. And the sight made my chest ache, and I asked, "Whose dog is that?" No answer, just the voice again, but closer. I shouted, "If you don't come out, I'm telling Mom." And then silence. No voice, no puppy, just the sound of cicadas. The next morning, my brother comes over for breakfast. Confused when I accused him of teasing me. He swore he'd been at home all night, and my mom told me it was probably a dream and reminded me of how I missed Max and I wanted to scream. Not long after, my cousin admitted that she'd been hearing whispers from inside her closet at night. She swore she'd seen someone standing in the bathroom mirror before the door slammed shut on its own. We only had each other because no one else believed us. Then came the nights when I saw him. A tall, shadowy figure with a wide-brimmed hat would stand silently in the corner of my room. In a rasping voice he'd say, "You belong to me." I'd hide under the blanket, praying like my mom told me to, but the more I prayed, the worse it would get. One night I dreamed of one of my stuffed bears spinning around with flashing lights behind it. And then bam! A sharp pain exploded in my face. I woke up with a bloody nose and, terrified, ran to the kitchen where my mom was packing lunch. She said I must have bumped my nose in my sleep, and she didn't seem to believe me when I swore something hit me. My older brother was called in to, quote-unquote, straighten me out. Felt like I was just shouting into a void. The whispering and the shadow man never stopped, though nothing else ever heard me again. Till one evening when it finally happened to my mom. She had dozed off on the couch when something yanked her ankle hard, almost pulling her off. She jumped up yelling at my dad, who wasn't even home. When she realized I was right, her face turned pale. Within a month, she found us a new house. My aunt moved too, and we never went back to that cellar again. The House That Never Slept. I'm someone who always sensed and have seen spirits. As I grew older, those encounters became less frequent, never completely disappeared. When my husband and I started looking for a smaller house, now that our oldest kids are moving out, we came across a cozy 2-story place in a quiet street. I knew from the moment I walked in that I wanted this house. But as soon as I stepped into what would become my study, I felt the presence of an older man. It didn't feel dark or threatening, so I pushed the feeling aside and we decided to buy this house. For weeks, everything felt warm and peaceful. I'd still sensed something in that room, but it was more like sharing space with an old friend than living with a stranger. The first time the Shadow Man revealed himself was through my 6-year-old daughter. One early morning, as she lay next to me, she often snuck into her bed. She suddenly sat up wide awake and whispered, "Mommy, who's that man?" Her small finger pointed toward the doorway. Her hand clutched my arm tightly. It was around 6:45 and my husband had already gone downstairs for coffee. I tried to stay calm. "Maybe you just saw Daddy," I said. She shook her head slowly, eyes never leaving the doorway. I could feel the familiar weight in the air. Is he still there?" I asked gently. She nodded, still gripping my arm. But the moment my husband walked back into the room, she whispered, "He flew away like a bird when Daddy came." The second time, I'm sitting at the dining table, scrolling through my phone, when a sharp chill crawled down my back. I turned, and for half a second I saw a tall figure standing near the staircase. I didn't let fear take root. "You're not welcome here," I said firmly. "This is our home. Now, leave." After that, the house went quieter, so I thought. A few months later, my oldest son comes home from spring break, and his old bedroom, the one where I'd first felt the presence, was now a guest room. He told me he kept hearing scratching sounds on the walls and footsteps at night. I told him to pray and not to be afraid, but that was when things shifted. I began to dream of a woman with tangled white hair and hollow eyes. She would appear at the foot of my bed whispering in a language I couldn't understand. Each time I tried to pray, but the words stuck in my throat. My husband said I thrashed and mumbled in my sleep. I didn't tell anyone about the woman, but a week after my son returned, he came to me pale and trembling. "Mom," he whispered, "there's this witch in my dreams. Her hair is white and she tries to grab me." My stomach dropped. I only told him to keep praying. Though my heart was pounding, she had visited me too. One night while trying to break my daughter's habit of sleeping in her bed, I woke up to the feeling of someone sitting beside me. I smiled in the dark, whispering, "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" But when I turned, it wasn't my daughter, it was her. Her face was so close I could see the thin cracks along her cheeks like dried clay. Her grin was slow and cruel. My whole body froze. I didn't let fear win. "You don't belong here," I screamed. "Get out of my house now." Squeezed my eyes shut, prayed harder than I ever had. When I opened them again, she was gone. Next day, I blessed every room, opened all the windows and doors, and told every spirit, friendly or not, to leave. After that, neither my son nor I saw her again. Still feel the Shadow Man sometimes, like a quiet guardian in the corner of the room, or maybe he really was never a threat at all. Hard to tell. The night I couldn't explain it away. So to preface this little segment for you, I'm a ridiculously skeptical person. I'm an atheist. Logic over everything type. And up until that night, I was pretty convinced that ghosts were just Scooby-Doo villains and bedsheets. I've always believed that if you dig deep enough, science can explain away anything paranormal. But man, still can't explain what I saw that night. The girl whose dorm I was in had told me before that she's sensitive to spirits, and apparently ghosts just kind of show up around her. I remember laughing it off like, "Yeah, okay, sure, Casper." I'd never actually believed any of it, but after that night, I can't say the same anymore. So anyway, back to the story. Also, sorry if I ramble. I was scrolling Reddit while writing this and got way too invested. I was sitting cross-legged on the far side of her dorm room, phone in my hand. She and another friend of ours were chatting a few feet away. The place was dim, just some string LEDs and a warm lamp glowing near the corner. It's a pretty big dorm room, a quad I think they call it. Bathroom doors to the left, a desk pushed up against the wall right next to it. And I wasn't even thinking about ghosts, so they were all completely sober. I was about to turn my head to add something to their conversation when I caught a flicker of white movement in my peripheral vision near the bathroom door. At first, I brushed it off as eye floaters or some trick of the light. But for some reason, I turned my head all the way, and holy shit, there was this drifting, swirling mist moving quickly from the floor up toward the desk. Then it slipped into the open bathroom. I blinked hard. I rubbed my eyes. Even did that little head shake like in cartoons. But when I opened them again, it hadn't disappeared, still there and clearer now. It looked kind of like a small figure in a faded white dress, but it was made entirely of smoke, constantly shifting like it couldn't decide what shape to take. Naturally, my first thought was, okay, I'm losing it. Never had any kind of hallucination, never taken anything that could cause flashbacks. And no mental breaks either, I checked. Meanwhile, my friends were still talking, completely unaware. I pointed toward it and said, "Hey." Before I could even finish, the girl whipped around and said, "You see something?" The second she said that, the air in the room changed. And I swear it felt electric, like the whole place suddenly became charged with static. The mist shifted again, turning grayer and more condensed, like it was saying, "Yeah, you called me out, here I am." I didn't stick around to analyze it. I looked away, heartbeat doing a little drum solo in my chest. A little bit of Gene Krupa. And even my other friend, the one who never believed in anything remotely supernatural or supernormal, he got pale and said he felt it, and it wasn't just me. When I finally stepped out of that room, I felt physically lighter, like somebody had just been pressing down on my shoulders and suddenly let go of me. I don't know what I saw. I just know I'll never roll my eyes at ghost stories the same way again. Sometimes it's nice to get a little software update. The girl who came back different. My best friend, the one I've known my entire life, they had a terrifying experience at an abandoned train station. She's changed completely. She's not the same person anymore. She used to be the warmest soul I knew. And now it's like she's someone else completely. I'm honestly scared, and I don't know how to even help her. I've known her since we're both in diapers, and she's 20 now and I'm 22, and our parents have been close since college. Family barbecues and holidays together and everything. She was the kind of person who'd make strangers feel like old friends, and she used to wear bright colors, always had her nails done and always smiling. We'd spend hours picking outfits together and going to the movies on Friday nights, and we'd sneak out once or twice for silly adventures. I was there for every big moment. First day of high school, her graduation, even her first tattoo appointment. She chickened out halfway, but still laughed the entire night. We went on trips together too, like New York and Florida, and even a short cruise once. She was like the sunshine in every room. Then one night she told me she was going with some friends to an abandoned train station outside of town. One of those places everybody whispers about being cursed, and I rolled my eyes. She'd never been into that ghost stuff. But she seemed oddly excited, and she mentioned that they were bringing a spirit box they got online. I thought it was all just a joke. Well, she didn't answer my calls or texts for about 2 days. It really wasn't that unusual, but something in my gut felt off. So I showed up at her house. I had her favorite matcha latte like I always do. Her mom looked worried. She said my friend hadn't been acting like herself since that night. When I knocked, she opened the door and just stared at me. No hey, no smile, just this blank, hollow look. Her eyes looked tired, her hair was messy, and her room was pitch dark. She sat on the floor, knees tucked, not saying a word. I asked her what happened, and she mumbled something about hearing voices that wouldn't stop. Over the next few weeks, she slipped further away. She stopped showing up anywhere. She wouldn't answer messages, and when she did talk, it was about strange, dark things. She said the whistle of the train follows her in her dreams. I'd catch her whispering to somebody who wasn't there, and if I asked, she'd either shut down completely or lash out at me. She once threw a mug so hard it shattered against the wall, and she was never, ever like that, ever. So strange. She stopped showering, stopped wearing makeup, and doing everything she loved. She wore the same faded hoodie every day, curtains closed, barely eating. She used to play pop songs on blast, and now it's just silence, cold silence. I don't know if this is something supernatural or she's having some kind of breakdown, but I'm terrified. This isn't just a rough patch, maybe. Feels like she's gone. Does anybody know what I can do? I just want my best friend back. Well, you can be a little bit relieved that there's no more pop songs blasting. The rest of it sounds awful. You gotta help her. When the light comes home. So, I'm a teenage girl, and I've lived my whole life with two grandfathers. One is my biological grandpa, the other is the man that he married. I always called my biological grandpa Pop since I could talk, and the nickname stuck. They became my parents in every way, adopting me when I was still a baby because my birth parents were too young to raise me. Pops passed away in late September 2018, just 2 weeks after my birthday because of lung cancer. He'd been my anchor and my comfort and my father figure. Losing him felt like somebody had pulled the floor out from under me. It's been over a year now. Grief still sits quietly in the corner of my heart, waiting to rise whenever I talk about him. The house I grew up in was built by Pops and his husband right before I was born. It was always warm and familiar and full of laughter. And that's why the strange things happening lately have been hard to explain away. First off, I've always had pets. We had a golden retriever who absolutely adored Pops. She'd follow him everywhere like his little shadow. After she passed away, I adopted a gray kitten this past winter. Kitten never met Pops, but sometimes late at night I'll catch him staring at blank corners of the room, pupils wide like he's spooked. Meanwhile, the dog we still have, a younger one now, looks completely calm in the same direction. People say that animals can sense things that we can't, but I'm not sure if that comforts or unnerves me. Then there was the light. One morning in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, getting ready to meet my best friend. The sunlight filled the house. No lights were on, TV was off, and my other grandpa was still asleep. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw this sharp, bright white light flickering in my room for just a second. When I turned to look, gone. It happened again a few nights later. Laying in bed, room completely dark, mirror on my closet door facing me. And suddenly, the same white light shimmered in the reflection. When I looked at that spot directly, there was nothing. I looked back, it had vanished. It wasn't headlights, not a phone, not anything I could explain. And there was also the shadow. I had just grabbed a late-night snack and heading back to my room. There's a big window in the hallway, right before my porch door. As I passed, I saw a dark human-shaped shadow glide past toward my room. My grandpa, still sitting in the living room, I could see him. I wasn't scared, but I was puzzled, like my brain accepting without knowing why. And the strangest part of all has been my dreams. I keep dreaming of Pops, alive and warm, exactly like before. We're always doing ordinary things, watering the plants, making spaghetti, sitting together watching old movies. We don't talk much, but I can feel him near me. And in those dreams, I can remember the smell of his cologne, the weight of his hand on my shoulder. And then I wake up and the silence hits hard. I definitely regret not spending more time with him when I had the chance. He always pushed me to focus on school, and I did, but now I'd give anything to trade a few study nights for just one more walk with him. My mom once told me she dreamed of her lost loved ones too. She believed it was their way of saying everything would be okay. I don't know if that's true, but I want to believe it. I haven't really told many people about these things. I don't want to sound crazy, and I did tell my girlfriend, but it felt weird trying to explain something so intangible. Maybe it's Pops, maybe it's just my mind trying to keep him close. Either way, talking about it here makes me feel a little bit less alone. I feel you. Whispers from the ceiling. When I was about 5, my mom became pregnant again and decided to move in with her new partner. His house was closer to town, much bigger than my grandma's cozy place, but we'd been living it there. Well, that was before all of this. And as a kid, I was thrilled by the idea of having endless space to play in. My new bedroom was on the second floor, facing my parents' room. The staircase and a small, unused bathroom sat between us. The bathroom wasn't working, but it had a narrow ceiling hatch with like this pull-down ladder that led to the attic, which was right above my room, by the way. We lived there until I was around 10 or 11. And that's when the strange things started happening. Sounds in the attic. I can't remember the exact moment it began, but it must have not been long after my sister was born. Late at night when the house went silent, I'd hear soft shuffling and light footsteps coming from the attic above my bed. I'd peek out of my room to check if it was my parents or one of our cats, but everyone was always where they were supposed to be. No one else ever seemed to hear it. As time passed, the sounds would grow louder. They turned into heavy thumps and sharp stomps, and once the unmistakable crash of glass shattering somewhere overhead. I'd stay awake until the sky began to lighten, free to close my eyes. I don't remember if I ever told my mom, and I probably didn't. I wasn't the kid who opened up easily. Talking to a Fish. I like that title. One night around 7 years old, after just hours of lying awake, I stared at the painted fish on my wall, a decoration I used to love. And then it spoke. Not loudly, just a whisper, and I remember answering it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Even now, I can still remember that strange, quiet conversation, and it feels like a dream. I don't think it was. Alrighty then. 2 unseen friends. By the time I turned 8, I started seeing him. A boy. His name was Paul, and a girl whose name I can't quite recall. They seemed my age and always barefoot, always smiling. I'd begged them to meet my mom, but they never wanted to be around adults. When they did come inside, they only stayed in my room, and Mom would open the door and ask who I was talking to. I'd scream in frustration when she said no one was there, and we'd wander through the woods behind the house together, climb fallen trees, build little forts from branches. Paul always led the way, and the girl followed him. The day someone vanished. There was an old wooden swing that was hanging from a thick oak in her backyard. Our neighbor's youngest daughter adored it. She was just 4 and tiny and fearless. One afternoon, her parents came running, terrified. They couldn't find her anywhere. Both families searched the woods, calling her name as the sun began to set. And then from the edge of the trees, Paul appeared. The girl was beside him. They didn't speak, they just motioned for me to follow. So they led me behind the house, and there she was, sitting calmly on the swing, humming to herself. That didn't make sense. We had checked the backyard at least 3 times, and as soon as I turned back, Paul and the girl were gone. Echoes that stayed behind. We left that house for 2 or 3 days. Never saw Paul or the girl again. For years, I didn't talk about any of it. And then not long ago, my grandma told me that whenever she visited, she'd hear footsteps too. Maybe that's just why I love horror stories and ghost tales and all things strange. It's like that house gave me a lifelong fascination and maybe a weird talent for functioning with barely any sleep. I still think of Paul sometimes. His name feels like an old friend I never said goodbye to. The visitor in the hallway. As a preface, I've turned this over in my head 1,000 times now, building different explanations like little card houses. But truth be told, I still don't know what actually happened that night. I was 11, close enough to 12 to start thinking I was older than I really was. My family had moved into a creaky, century-old house in Massachusetts. At the time, it was split into 2 units. Ours was the lower floor. Older couple lived upstairs. They had access to the attic, and we had the basement and the front porch. A narrow wooden staircase connected the 2 levels, ending in a locked door at the top. Only the landlord carried that key. My bedroom was tucked close to the living room, facing the front yard. Past my door, a narrow hallway led to the bathroom, then into the kitchen, wrapped around to a small study where my dad kept his computer. The floor plan made a rectangle, like somebody had designed it to kind of guide you in circles. House never quite let you stand still. It wanted you to keep moving, and here's what happened. One night, I'm lying awake after watching some cartoons on the old TV in the room. The faint sound of the static fading was still in the air, and that's when I heard a distant click. The unmistakable sound of a lock turning. There was no mistaking it. The only lock that made the sound was at the top of the staircase. My body froze before my mind did. A kind of stillness where even breathing feels like way too much noise. Then came footsteps. Slow, heavy, each one closer than the last. The steps stopped behind the double glass doors, leading from the study into my room. Against the faint light leaking in from the street, I saw this figure, a tall silhouette, solid black, as though the darkness itself had chosen a shape. It wasn't monstrous exactly, just wrong, too quiet and too still. The doors creaked open, not slammed, not swung, but opened, as if whatever was behind them belonged there. The figure stood at the foot of my bed. It had no face, no features, but I swear it felt like it was looking at me. My chest tightened and my throat locked. Time, stretched like a rubber band, pulled too far. Then, with a motion so fast it felt rehearsed, 2 inky hands clamped around my ankles and yanked. The air rushed cold against my skin. My body flipped over hard, and in that split second, just before I hit the mattress again, everything went black. When I jolted awake, I was upside down, hid at the foot of the bed, feet on my pillow. The doors were closed, and the house was silent. I did not think. I ran. I tore through that looping hallway to my parents' room, avoiding the staircase like it might reach out and grab me. They were groggy, confused, half listening as I stammered out of what happened. My mom just pulled the covers back, letting me crawl in. The next morning, nothing was out of place. Upstairs door still locked. A couple upstairs only muttered about someone stomping around in the night, and my parents shrugged it off, and I tried to as well. But years later, my mom brought it up again over dinner, that same mischievous smile on her face. Maybe the ghost was just giving you a heads up, she joked. Things did kind of flip upside down after that, didn't they? My parents divorced not long after that night, and every now and then in quiet moments I still feel that cold rush of air down my legs. Whispers in the hollow hallways. Got a lot of things hollow lately. I wanted to share a night I'll never forget. The night I visited the old Ridgeview Sanatorium at the edge of Louisville, Kentucky. This happened a little bit over 10 years ago, and a group of my friends and I decided to spend the night in that massive, crumbling building. Ridgeview has long been rumored to be one of the most haunted places in the country, featured in countless paranormal shows and whispered about in local legends. If you love stories with a bit of history and mystery, this is a place worth looking up. We booked a midnight to dawn session, giving us access to most of the building. It was a humid June night, the kind where the air feels heavy in and of itself. Much of the sanatorium was open to outside since many of the windows were long gone now. Before letting us loose, the staff led a short tour through 5 doors, telling ghost stories attached to each one. They also took us to the infamous underground delivery shaft, a tunnel where the deceased were once quietly moving away from the main building. Once the tour ended, we were allowed to wander freely. A staff member was stationed on each floor for safety, but otherwise we could explore however we liked, and right from that first moment the place gave me the chills. About 20 minutes in, one of my friends had their fully charged flashlight die without warning. I just watched him put in new batteries, so seeing it flicker and go black was unnerving. Spent the first couple of hours exploring the lower floors in groups of 3 or 4. A friend swore that he had heard someone whisper his name in one of those old patient rooms. All the while, another said that they saw something dart across a hallway. Just a shifting shadow in the moonlight sort of thing. In what used to be the kitchen, another friend and I heard loud banging, sharp and close, like somebody slamming a metal door. When we followed the sound, we found a row of rusted cabinets. We tried slamming one ourselves, and sure enough, the echo matched perfectly. No one else had been anywhere near that part of the building. Around 2 a.m. we returned to the delivery shaft. The first time we visited, we had been in this big group, so this time we wanted to experience it in silence. A few of the girls stayed behind outside, sitting at a picnic table. The rest of us stepped into the long, sloping tunnel. We were mid-conversation when one friend suddenly hissed, "Shh, listen." Faint, but clear, came the sound of voices. 2 people, maybe 3, taking soft and deep breaths and talking. It was deep in that tunnel. The echo carried their words up toward us. Though we couldn't quite make out what they said, we assumed another group had entered from the other end, but when we crept forward, expecting to see flashlights, only darkness. Then, as if on cue, the voices stopped. We walked the full length of the tunnel, 100 yards or more, and found no one. The far end was locked. We hadn't passed a soul. Later, the girls outside told us they had heard footsteps approaching the exit, loud and deliberate ones, but no one ever would come out. The rest of that night, it was just as eerie. In what used to be the surgery room, the heavy metal doors started to swing shut on their own, until one of my friends leaned his shoulder into it. We heard knocking behind the walls, and photos I took later revealed strange white orbs floating in several shots. And during one moment that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it, I had to climb from the ground floor to the top alone. The silence was absolute, and yet I could swear something was watching from every hallway as I walked. If you ever find yourself near Louisville and enjoy a good scare, I honestly recommend visiting Ridgeview. I'm not a ghost hunter, and I've never been really one to believe anything easily. But that night changed how I think about empty buildings, if you know what I mean. Some places, it seems, don't really stay empty at all. A menagerie of things about a house. To start off, you need a bit of background to understand how I ended up in this mess. When I finished high school in 2003, I couldn't find a decent job. I took whatever came my way. Fast food, warehouse, you name it. So when I finally landed a steady job with a company specializing in biohazard cleanup, that's pretty cool. Fires, floods, everything in between, I was thrilled. That excitement lasted maybe about a week. On my third day, my boss called me into his office and offered me the lead position of some special cleanup crew. I didn't even have a full uniform yet, and suddenly I was supposed to manage 3 new hires. I thought a raise was coming, but nope. No raise, no training, just a rusty van filled with cleaning supplies and some hazmat suits. A list of phone numbers. He called the position CSC crew leader. Told me I'd never see a body because the coroner would have removed it before we arrived, and that wasn't really exactly true. Yucky. The chair. The first job in my new role involved an elderly woman who had died alone in her living room chair. It was early summer, no air conditioning, and the coroner was late. The smell hit us like a wall, thick and heavy. Even though I had this respirator on, I could still smell all of it. The coroner pointed out the chair, the soaked carpet, and the puddle in the basement where everything had seeped through. Then they left us to work. As I bagged the back of the chair, I set it by the door and turned back. The base of the chair rocked on its own. No one was in the room. I told myself, uneven flooring, maybe. But then came the chill down my spine. I was sweating through the hazmat suit, but I shivered like I'd stepped into a freezer. Minutes later, the guys in the basement bolted up the stairs, pale as ghosts. They swore someone was down there, and we searched every corner. Nothing but footprints from our own shoe covers. Just as we turned to leave, a harsh, wet cough echoed from the shadows. We froze, dust shifted in the far corner as if somebody had just moved through. I tried to shake it off, but when I returned to the living room, the gallon of cleaner I'd placed by the floorboards was gone. I found it behind those trash bags by the door there, which was impossible because I'd stacked the bags afterward. Then came the whisper, soft, close, no words I could make out. And that night, every one of us dreamed about the same old woman. She begged us to stop throwing out her things. She shoved at us and coughed violently and cried that we were ruining her home. In my dream, she threw my cleaner exactly where I'd found it earlier. This job sounds traumatizing. The basement. 2 weeks later, another job. Suicide in the basement. Coroner said that they'd felt off in the house, and well, we did too. The lights went out while I was vacuuming brain matter from the wall. My equipment still ran, but the room was black. And then came the screaming from my coworker. Turned my flashlight on and I saw it. A shape darker than the dark, a man with a beard and a flannel shirt, and one blink and he was gone. My coworker said something had wrapped around his waist and pulled him. Trinkets fell from shelves and he couldn't breathe. He was pale and shaking when we got outside. When I returned alone, the lights were on. The things that had fallen were back on the shelf. TV was playing baseball. The smell of burnt hair filled the air. Every time I glanced to the side, I saw that same black shape standing at the edge of my vision. Before leaving, I passed a hallway with family pictures. One photo showed a man in a flannel beard, or in a flannel shirt. A beard with a deer carcass, same man I saw. The house on Mason Street. The last one I'm going to tell you about happened in mid-July. A man had died after being beaten by a mob in a misunderstanding. The air inside was thick with panic, and every step I took felt like walking through someone else's grief. Shadows darted around corners like frightened animals. We heard whispers like, "Stop, help, please." Whenever the neighbors outside started yelling at the house again, the activity would spike. Running footsteps shook the floorboards. Doors slammed without moving. When we left, the house felt like it just exhaled. Sorry. When we left, the house felt like it exhaled. The front door slammed on its own with such force that even the people on their porches ran inside. Didn't sleep after that night. I kept a journal after those first months. Told myself it was just my brain trying to cope with trauma. But it wasn't just me. And every one of the guys who worked those early jobs with me experienced something, and every one of them is gone now. I can rationalize a lot of things, but not everything. Some places hold more than just memories, is what I'm driving at here. And I can't believe when I looked at the word exhaled, it seemed foreign. Sometimes my lips get possessed. The night I floated between worlds. When I was in 8th grade, just turned 14, my mom and stepdad came home late one chilly March evening. It had been snowing earlier, so the house was already wrapped in that kind of quiet only cold nights can bring you. My stepdad headed straight for the kitchen, scooping himself a big bowl of chocolate ice cream. Mom disappeared into their room to switch on an old mattress warmer. Then she went to the bathroom to wash her face, humming some song she probably heard on the radio. I was stretched out on the living room couch in nothing but an old TV shirt and pajama shorts, half watching some late-night sitcom rerun. That's when a strange flickering light caught my attention. It was coming from down the hallway where all the bedrooms were, and a second later my mom's voice cut through the silence. "Fire, there's a fire!" The mattress heater had shorted out. The blanket had caught flame. My stepdad rushed toward the room, shouting for everybody to get outside. He grabbed a mixing bowl from the counter and started throwing water from the bathroom sink onto the fire. Thick smoke was already creeping toward the ceiling. My older sister, who was 16, woke up fast. My little brother, who was 7, was deep in a kind of sleep that storms couldn't shake. It took both of us dragging and yelling for him to get up. At the front door, he tried to turn around and run back to his room, but we pulled him outside and over to the neighbor's porch. Inside, my stepdad was still battling the growing blaze. Our dogs barking wildly, just trapped behind the baby gate in the kitchen. Without thinking, I ran back in, grabbed the dog, and shoved her out into the cold. By then, the smoke was so thick I had to stay low to breathe. Found my stepdad in the hallway, filling a bucket that he'd grabbed from the laundry room, and together we yanked the burning mattress out through the door and into the yard. Curtains and part of the carpet had already caught fire. We worked in a kind of rhythm, me filling a small bucket and him throwing water, both of us coughing. At some point, my head started spinning, my chest tightening in a way I recognized from too many childhood asthma attacks. I saw him stumble. The bucket slipped from his hands and water splashed over the floor. I kept throwing water from a little bathroom bowl, and the fire wasn't slowing. When I tried to pull him up, my legs gave out. And later they told me we both collapsed. Me just a few feet inside the doorway, and he'd fallen lower where the smoke was thinner and started breathing again. I hadn't been so lucky. The next thing I remember wasn't pain or fear, it was quiet. A deep, dark quiet. I was floating somewhere weightless, as if wrapped in warm velvet. No fire, no coughing, no panic, just stillness. Then out of nowhere, everything inside me felt like it was burning. A slow, rising throb. like every nerve had been set alight, and after that, black. Mom told me later that when the firefighters got there, they pulled me out first. The EMTs had to restart my breathing and lost my pulse more than once on the way to the hospital. Last time my heart stopped, it was about half a minute. They shocked me with a defibrillator. She said I screamed, "It's burning inside me. Let me go back," before passing out again. I don't remember saying it, I just remember the peace. I spent nearly a week in the hospital and they put me on one of those hyperbaric oxygen chambers because of the smoke. Hyperbaric oxygen chambers are awesome, by the way, especially if you have Lyme's disease, but anyway. My lungs felt raw, like I'd swallowed fire. My mom said that I saw God, and I don't believe I did. I think I got stuck somewhere in between. And in that in-between, there was no pain, no fear, no noise, just a dark calm. When I woke up fully, I could feel everything. The beeping machines, the soreness in my chest. The weight of knowing half my room was basically gone. Posters, my clothes, everything. And the memory of how for a brief moment, there was nothing but quiet. I've never felt that kind of peace again. Well, that actually sounds lovely. Antique bookstore. For some context, this was quite a few years ago, and even now I can't tell if what I experienced was real or just a trick of my own mind. I used to work at a small antique bookstore in a riverside town, a place once infamous for smuggling routes, underground gambling dens in the early 1900s, during all those dry years of Prohibition. I was the acting floor manager for a few months, doing long shifts and often opening and closing the shop 5 days a week. When I first started, the owner's niece told me a story. How the alarm installer had bolted out of the cellar one afternoon without saying a word. According to her, he swore someone was pacing on the floor above him. He had just come in. The place was supposed to be empty. I laughed it off as one of those new employee initiation stories. The cellar, she explained, used to be part of an old speakeasy, but now was nothing more than a cluttered storage space for boxes and unused furniture and dusty book carts. That morning, I came in like any ordinary day. I slid my key into the front door, stepped in, and went to disarm the security system. But instead of disarming, the keypad beeped and told me the alarm was being set. That made no sense. I always armed it at night, and it was my responsibility. If anything went wrong, it would have been on me. Still, I brushed it off, thinking maybe the owner had popped in after hours to drop something off. But when I turned around, the door to the cellar was ajar, and the door was always locked. I remember hearing faint sounds like murmurs, low and steady, drifting from below. I assumed maintenance had been scheduled, so I went down the steps calling out, "Hey, morning, you guys already in?" And at the bottom, 4 men stood in the middle of the cellar floor. One of them wore a faded orange safety vest. The rest just regular work clothes. They faced away from me. Not one of them answered, not even one flinched. I waved kind of louder this time. There's nothing. Air was cold and smelled like wet paper. I decided it wasn't my problem. Went back upstairs and got to the computer and opened the register. The part I can't shake. About maybe 90 minutes later, somebody came up from the cellar, just one man, the guy in the safety vest. He walked straight toward the front door and said, "All done down there." I frowned and said, "What about the others?" He blinked at me, genuinely puzzled, and said, "What others? I'm the only one here today." Stared at him for a long time after he left, listening to the quiet beneath the floorboards. Swore I could still hear the low murmur of voices, though. The Night the Moon Bled. Before I begin, I just want to say this isn't a story I usually share with people who actually know me. It sounds insane, and honestly, if I hadn't been with somebody who experienced it as well, I would have thought I just dreamed the whole thing. But anyway, here's the true story, something that happened about 15 years ago. One night, a close friend and I decided to grab something to eat. We're both bored at home, texting each other, and agreed to meet at a small diner in Hackensack, New Jersey. That was a bold move. I drove over to pick him up, and we went to a place because he used to know somebody who worked there. The food that night was surprisingly awful. Greasy and overcooked, and just not what you'd expect from a Jersey diner. What diners have you been at? We joked about it and left most of it untouched and decided to head home. Now I'm hungry. I was driving, distracted by her sort of complaining about the fries, and made a wrong turn. And instead of going toward Route 17 like I meant to, I ended up on some quiet side road I didn't even recognize. We weren't in a rush, so we didn't really care at first. Then I saw a turn that said River Street. Familiar enough, and I took it. The road didn't lead anywhere I knew. A few minutes later, it started to feel wrong. We were surrounded by dense trees, and that was the strange part. Hackensack isn't exactly wilderness. It's right by New York City. And as we drove deeper, we spotted a car pulled off to the side of the road. It wasn't wrecked, but no one was inside of it. Then up ahead, a police cruiser with its lights still flashing. Driver's door open, no officer, no sound. The road curved sharply to the right, and through the trees a deep red glow was spilling across everything. Thought it was a traffic light or maybe a building sign, but as we cleared the curve, we saw it. The moon. But not like any moon I'd ever seen. It filled the sky like it had moved impossibly close. Every crater was sharp and visible, and they were filled with red, looking like blood was spilling out, glowing and alive as if the moon itself were bleeding. For a long, breathless moment, neither of us said anything. I thought I'd lost my mind, and my plan was to just stay quiet and drop my friend off, get myself checked in at the ER. And then out of nowhere he whispered, "We're going to die." I stared at him and asked why he'd said that. He turned to me, eyes wide, and said, "Don't you see the moon? It's covered in blood. It's going to crash." That moment weirdly made me feel relieved. At least I wasn't the only one seeing it. We described what we saw to each other and pointed at the same spots and some glowing rivers, the same impossible closeness. We were too calm. I told him that if the moon really were that close, we'd already be feeling the pull and the chaos. And yet nothing. Just the red light pressing through the trees. Then, as we rounded another curve, the forest abruptly ended. The red glow vanished. We pulled over, and behind us, empty road and normal night sky. Bloody moon was gone. My friend begged me to take him home, and I did, and against every bit of logic, I tried to retrace the route alone. No matter how many turns I took, the road with the trees was nowhere to be found. The same exit led me to a different street, busy, lit, and familiar. For days after that, I scoured old maps, spent nights driving around trying to find that stretch of road again. To this day, we still talk about that night. He's told people, I mostly haven't, but most think he just made it up or got too deep into some weird belief, but me, I just know what I saw, and it was real. The meadow that shouldn't exist. This happened to me when I was around 12. Staying at my grandmother's house, spending the weekend with my cousins. She lived way out near quiet riverbanks surrounded by dense pine trees. Our favorite thing to do was wander off into the trees, finding wild raspberries or just making up adventures as we went along. That day, I was with two of my cousins. Let's call them Lily and Jonah. Lily was the same age as me, and Jonah was about a year younger. We decided to walk a little further than usual, ignoring my grandmother's rule about staying where she could call us back. She was inside making jam, and honestly, we thought we were invincible kids anyway. About a half an hour of walking and laughing later, I started to notice how quiet everything had become. No birds, no rustling leaves, and no crickets. The stillness had crept up so slowly that it didn't startle me at first, and it didn't really feel right either. If Lily and Jonah felt the same, they kept it to themselves. Not long after, we stumbled into a small meadow. It looked like it had been pulled straight out of a painting. Shafts of light spilled through trees, falling on a patch of grass that was impossibly lush and soft. The kind of grass that made you want to kick off your shoes and lie down for hours. And the strangest part is the soil around here was dry and rocky. Nothing ever grew that green. And this wasn't random growth either. The grass looked trimmed and cared for, like somebody'd been tending to it. But the nearest house was my grandmother's. There was no one else for miles. Butterflies, they were floating kind of lazily above this little cluster of wildflowers that didn't belong in this kind of forest. Everything about it was too perfect and too intentional. It felt like stepping through a doorway into another place entirely. And we had grown up in church, never believing in anything other than what we were taught in Sunday school. But we all just knew deep down we shouldn't walk any closer. Without a single word between us, we turned and ran hard. What felt like a long walk getting there only took us maybe less than a minute to get back, stumbling out of the trees and straight into my grandmother's yard, panting and pale. We dragged my older brother, who was like 15 then, begged him to follow us back. But when we returned, the clearing wasn't there. Just more scraggly underbrush and sand. It wasn't something I think I could make up, and I have two other people with the same memory burned into their minds. One more strange thing. When my grandmother first moved there, she told us to never answer a familiar voice calling her names from the woods, not unless we were absolutely sure the person should be there. She even made up secret code words with Lily and Jonah, in case one of us isn't really one of us. I would have been laying on that grass faster than you can say Lemony Snicket. Or beaver nuggets. The Vanishing Things. I know this might sound completely unhinged, and yeah, I've gotten my fair share of mental health stuff. Anxiety, depression, ADHD, and PTSD. But what's been happening doesn't fit neatly into any of those boxes. I've had a couple of weird experiences before, both of which I wrote about on Reddit, but eventually deleted because the replies didn't seem to help much. The first thing that happened was back when I lived with my ex-boyfriend. It was in his family's old house. In the laundry room, I'd sometimes catch a sight of a tiny figure out of the corner of my eye. Like a child, but not quite human. Little things would be moved around or vanish down there. And once, after we politely asked whatever was there to please leave our stuff alone, we found what looked like a pair of tiny handprints outlined in spilled baking soda. Not long after, I moved from Illinois to North Carolina. A few odd things shifted around in my new place too, but nothing actually went missing at first. I swear I might have seen that same shape standing near the heater one night, but I can't be sure. The second thing happened a few months later. I'd hear slow, deliberate footsteps pacing just outside my bedroom window. The kind of sound you feel in your chest. crystals I kept on my windowsill would end up in random places, sometimes on the floor. During one dawn, just before the sky went, I heard something say my name from outside, and I tried to yell go away, but no sound would come out of my mouth. And the part I really need advice on, since I first started seeing this little figure. Three of my most meaningful belongings have disappeared without a trace. I can't swear it's connected, but honestly, it feels like it. The first thing was a smooth black pebble I picked up at the lake on one of the worst nights of my life. It wasn't just a rock. It was the one thing I carried everywhere. Holding it always made me feel a little bit steadier. One day it was gone. My ex and I tore the house apart, and I know I hadn't taken it anywhere else. The last time I remember having it, curled up on the couch with a fever, he placed it in my hand to calm me down, and by the next morning it was gone. The second thing was a soft green overshirt that my brother gave me when I turned 20. It was light with wide pockets, and I'd always stuffed with these quartz points or dried flowers when I walked in the woods. And one afternoon, I just hung it on a chair. A few hours later, it had vanished. I checked every closet and every drawer, even the trunk of the car, and nothing. And finally, my black baseball cap with a crescent moon embroidered on it. Stitched it myself. Wore it almost every day for years. Had it on last night when I went with my mom to get takeout. Never left the car and turned the entire house upside down since then. Just gone. All three of these things were part of my everyday life. Always remembered where to set them down, and now when I try to think back to the exact moment I last held them, it's like there's a hole in my memory, a blank spot. I can't recall a single detail. I keep wondering, like, am I losing it or is something taking them? If it's something, a fae, a spirit, whatever, is there a way to ask for my things back? Even just the hat. And no, not carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide certainly can't take things. The shadow by the window. One night when I'm about 18, I decided to stay at my parents' house while they were away on a short trip. I knew they'd be coming back the next morning, so I figured I'd just hang out there alone for the night. Got to the house around midnight and it was quiet. I didn't really mind. Made myself a sandwich, grabbed a soda, and ended up chilling in the master bedroom where the old family computer was set up. Whole house was dark, except for the glow of the monitor. Everything was fine until about 2:30 a.m., and that's when I hear the front door creak open, loud and heavy. You can't mistake that sound in our house. I froze for a second and thought, oh, cool, they come home early. When I listened closer, something felt off. There were soft clicking footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes pacing the kitchen. I glanced at the bottom of the bedroom door, and I saw a shadow moving slowly back and forth. I got up, walked to the door, opened it just enough to peek out, and nothing. Kitchen light was off. Front door was locked, same as before. Tried to convince myself I imagined it, and maybe it was the fridge or something. Went back to the computer. About a half hour later, the footsteps returned, this time slower and heavier. The shadow slid across the floor again, right under the door. It looked like the outline of someone standing near the sink. I rushed out, flicked the kitchen light, but the room was empty. Not a single sound, just silence that somehow felt too thick to breathe in. I decided to stay in the kitchen this time. If something was happening, I'd rather see it than hear it from the other room. And then without touching anything, the kitchen light snapped on. Stayed bright for a few seconds, started flickering like an old bulb about to die. And that's when this cold, heavy feeling wrapped around me. Like someone was standing inches behind my back, and my chest felt tight, sad, and angry, and empty all at once. turned my eye toward the front door. There was a small window above it, and through it a weird pale light was seeping in, too bright for that hour. And right below it I saw something, a shape, and it wasn't just a shadow anymore. It had weight to it and edges like a tall figure made out of darkness itself. It didn't move, it just stared at me. I don't know what came over me, but I shouted, "Leave me alone! Get out of this house!" And that's when it opened what looked like a mouth, and the sound it made wasn't human. It was a deep, piercing shriek that cut through the air like broken metal scraping against glass. Every picture frame on the walls crashed down at the same time. I couldn't even scream, I just stood there shaking. Then just as suddenly, the light above the door went out. The dark shape was gone. Heaviness disappeared like it had never been there. All I could hear was the buzzing of the fridge again, like nothing had happened. But the broken frames on the floor said otherwise. I turned every light in the house on, sat in the living room until 5 a.m. and waited for my parents to come home. When they finally did, I didn't tell them a word about that night. For years I thought maybe I just lost it. But the sound of that shriek, that's something you don't forget. And a public service message from your narrator, or the narrator you've been listening to. Try to appreciate every moment where everything's genuine. Anytime somebody understands you, really separate that from all the mess and all the robot stuff and just the general chaos, because every little tiny moment where you're being understood by somebody truly, you gotta try to make that as big as you can, and then rest your head on it. Sweet dreams. See ya. Paranormal M goes where others won't. The haunted, the cursed, the mysterious. It's all here. Subscribe and face the darkness with me. The shadow follows. A few years back, another family used to live in the house where I am now. They were deeply involved with some dark stuff. Witchcraft, illegal trades. And in that house lived a woman, her 2 daughters, and her cousin. He was mixed up with dangerous people, and one night it caught up to him. He went out late, just a couple of streets away, to a small abandoned lot. That night he never came back. They found him there, shot in the back. And after that, the threats came fast. The people who killed him warned the family to leave or face the same fate. Within months, they sold the house to my parents and disappeared from the neighborhood. My family moved in shortly after. My father, my mother, my younger brothers, and me, the oldest. We lived there for 2 years. During that time, something strange happened. Both my mother and I saw a man, about 180 centimeters tall, wearing white pants and a blue shirt, moving silently through the hallway. But here's the thing, neither of us said a word about it to the other one, not for 2 years. Then everything got worse. My parents separated, and my father's new partner was a woman who openly practiced black magic. She was involved in Macumba rituals. Macumba. And even tried to hurt us. I'll never forget the night somebody buried graveyard soil at her door. It was meant for my mom. It almost worked. But she found help from others who practiced protective magic, and she survived. A year after the separation, we moved away temporarily to live by the coast with my aunt. But when we came back, we learned my father had moved in with his new girlfriend, and she used her things and slept in our rooms and, as some neighbors later said, was seen doing witchcraft inside her house. When we returned, she was gone, but something else stayed. And it's been 9 years now. The figure we used to see changed. What once looked like a man turned into a thick, dark shadow showing up almost every night. Objects started to move on their own. Cups fell without a hand touching them. The computer chair would spin at night. My webcam light flicked on by itself whenever I came back from the bathroom. And somehow I saw it more often than anyone else. Once, at dawn, I opened my bedroom door and I saw the shadow inside my mother's room. When it noticed me, it rushed toward me, and I remember crying in the dark too many nights to even count. At 16, I moved rooms. There's 3 bedrooms in this house. My mother's room, the middle room, in bad shape, and the back room, which is mine. That back room used to belong to a man who died. And according to the neighbors, he used to do rituals there. The first night I slept in that room, I woke up to everything being turned upside down. And there it was again. The shadow. It did not want me there. Every winter, the walls were sweating moisture. Faces and handprints appeared out of nowhere. And it's been 3 years now, and I guess we've learned to live together. I've yelled at it more than once, telling it to leave me alone. It still shows up, but now I don't even flinch. Living with this thing has changed me. I've grown colder and harder, and fear isn't the same anymore. The last time I saw it, I turned around in the patio, and there it was, just standing there staring at me. I laughed and said, "It's been a while." Even my family says I'm not the same person I used to be. They say I've changed, that something about me feels different. Maybe they're right. Living with a shadow for years does something to you. There are other stories that I haven't told yet, like the night my cat stared at the same corner for hours, or how my little brother got sick after the shadow stuck to him. But that's for another time. Even now as I write this from the back room, I can feel that familiar chill. He's still here. Trapped in the loop. You're not kidding. I was stuck in a dream loop for what felt like forever. I've decided to come here, to r/paranormal, to share this because honestly, it left me shaken. I've had nightmares before, but nothing like this. It made me afraid to sleep for days. And that night, didn't even make it to my room upstairs, too tired from work. Crashed on the living room couch. Normally, I don't like sleeping downstairs, and it always feels heavier at night. I had no energy to even care. My mom was at her night shift. It was just me, my 2 dogs, and the cat. Usually their presence calms me, but that night it just didn't. The weird part started when I woke up. Everything around me looked exactly like before I fell asleep. The dim lamp, the TV screen reflecting the empty room. My pets curled up on the rug. But when I tried to sit up, I couldn't. I was completely paralyzed. My chest tightened. No sound came out when I tried to scream. I must have passed out again just from the panic. And then I woke up a second time. Same room, same lighting, same everything. This time my fingers twitched a little and I tried to pull myself up by the couch arm. But again, no strength, like something was pressing me down. My throat burned from the effort of screaming silently. Tears welled up. No one could hear me. Not even the dogs moved. This cycle repeated over and over, and sometimes I could move my arms and sometimes not at all. House is always the same. And then something changed. I noticed a figure standing at the end of the couch. Just a shape, no face, no details. A shadow, but with weight. The moment I saw it, I blacked out again. When I opened my eyes, it was gone. I could finally move my arms and legs, but my voice was still missing. I banged my fists on the window above the couch. I was hoping the noise would, wake me up for real, or at least get the dog's attention. They didn't even twitch. That's when I knew I was trapped in a loop. I tried everything, shaking myself, biting my own tongue. I was clawing at the couch cushions. This time I couldn't pass out again or wake up. I was stuck in a silent, airless world, screaming with no sound. Felt like dying. Like I was disappearing inside my own house. I don't know how long it lasted, and when I finally snapped awake, my hands were clenched so tight my nails had dug into my palms, drawing blood. And for a moment, I still didn't believe I was out. I screamed anyway. This time for real. The dogs jumped up barking. I grabbed my phone, called my mom, sobbing and begging her to tell me if I was awake. I'd fallen asleep around maybe 2 a.m. now, and officially woke up at 4. 2 hours. And for 2 days after that, I refused to sleep. Even now, I set alarms throughout the night because I'm terrified it'll happen again. It scarred me. The shadow in the basement. This happened on Monday, March 2nd, 2020. Honestly, I don't think it'll leave my mind anytime soon. A little background first. I work at a small family-style deli. It used to belong to my aunt. And a few months back, it was bought by new owners, and I stayed on as the night cleaner. Now, weird stuff at this place isn't exactly new. When I was little, I used to sit in the storage room downstairs while my aunt worked up front. And even then, there was this heavy, chilly feeling down there. And sometimes, just at the edge of my vision, I'd catch a glimpse of this tall, fog-like figure, I guess I would call it. March 2nd felt different, though. It wasn't just one odd thing happening, it was several, all in one day. Work started off normal enough. I was helping behind the counter and learning to prep orders, even though I usually scrub floors and wash trays. And there were 4 of us on that shift. I was near the register and the kitchen was behind me. Past that, the dish area. One coworker was coming out of the kitchen while we all heard a sharp noise from inside. So we turned up just in time to see a stack of soup containers slide off the top shelf and hit the floor. Now, usually I'd just say something shifted like gravity or a breeze or whatever. But that shelf has a metal guard at the front, and those containers nest tightly together. If one falls, the whole stack falls. But only 3 slid off, and the rest stayed put like nothing happened. We laughed it off and said, "Yep, it's the ghost again." Same way we do when doors creak or spoons clatter for no reason. Later that night, after the dinner rush, just me and one coworker were left to close up. I stepped out of the dish area toward the dining room. The second I crossed the doorway, I heard 2 loud claps behind me and I froze. My coworker and I just stared at each other. There was no one else in the kitchen, and I checked anyway, and it was empty. So we ended up chatting about ghosts, half joking, half serious. We've all heard stories about this place. Before leaving, I went down to the basement to grab trash bags, and I muttered out loud, "All right, ghost, do your thing," in this fake brave tone. And that's when I saw it. Down the narrow walkway between the soda crates and the freezer, a shadow, tall and thick like smoke, rushed toward me. I actually flinched. Then it was gone. Don't remember much except grabbing the bags and sprinting back upstairs, and my coworker said my face was as white as a sheet, like I'd seen a car crash. We locked up faster than ever. I told him and a couple other coworkers later, and they said they believed me, or at least they believed something's been hanging around here for years. Anyway, gotta clock in for another shift soon. If I disappear, well, blame the ghost. Yeah, me too. A Sunday Goodbye. My grandfather was one of the most extraordinary people in my life. My dad was his only child, and my siblings and I were her only grandchildren, or his. 3 girls, and he treated us like absolute treasures. I was lucky enough to grow up with my papa by my side for a long time. He was the only grandfather I ever had, and my mom's dad passed away before I was born, and her mom never remarried. So Papa filled every corner of that role with love and laughter. He passed away in 2017, after a long and wearying illness. And in those final months, his legs grew weak and his mind tired from the frustration of being stuck in a body that he really no longer would let him live the way he wanted to. He'd been a pastor all of his life. Nothing made him happier than preaching and talking to people. When he couldn't even make it to church anymore, I could see it weighed on him deeply. The last time I talked to him was a week before he died. My close friend's wedding was coming up, and I was part of the bridal party. I asked him quietly if he wanted me to skip it, though both of us probably knew it could be the last time I'd see him. He squeezed my hand and said, "No, sweetheart, you go on, celebrate." I told him I loved him, and he told me he loved me too, and I walked out of his house, not realizing that would be the last time I'd hear his voice. He left us early on a Sunday morning, the very day I was supposed to return. Somehow it felt right. Sunday mornings were his favorite. And after decades of preaching, it made sense that his first day in heaven would be on Sunday. We were heartbroken, but also at peace knowing he left on his favorite day. I was the only grandchild who couldn't really make it to see him in hospice, but I held on to our last goodbye. A few quiet but meaningful things happened after, and I'm a teacher, and the week he passed was the start of pre-planning at the school where I worked. I walked into a colleague's classroom one morning and I saw a huge box of Little Debbie oatmeal cream pies on her desk. She told me to grab some. I immediately burst into tears. She didn't know, but, well, Papa always would just keep a little box of those in his pantry. He'd give me one every single time I visited, and she just smiled and said, "Take another." Later, when I received a small box of his belongings, I found his Korean War dog tags tucked inside. I hung them above my bed so I'd feel close at night. Not long after, I dreamt of him. Everything was white, soft and quiet, almost like that scene between Harry and Dumbledore in Deathly Hallows. And then there he was. He looked decades younger, hair dark and thick again, no glasses, wearing a white shirt and black slacks. He had that big crooked grin I loved so much. He reached for my hand, and I swear I could feel the warmth and the roughness of his palm, exactly how it felt when I was a little girl. Papa smiled at me and said, "I love you, baby. I'm all right." Then he was gone. My grandfather was a remarkable man, and though I haven't felt his presence like it since, I don't really need to. I know he's at peace. And that dream is one of the most treasured memories, a quiet Sunday goodbye that felt like a promise. Whispers beyond the door. Most of the unsettling experiences I've ever had with anything remotely supernatural happened when I was with my ex. And I've got a handful of stories, so buckle up. Click. From ages 21 to 24, I dated her, and she wasn't just cool. She was this effortlessly bold, alternative girl with streaks of red and silver in her hair, an obsession with all things creepy. And her family house, honestly, it felt like stepping into another realm. In their living room hung this ancient portrait of her great-grandparents. Everyone in her family swore that if they tried to move that photo or mess with the house, weird stuff would happen. They weren't lying, by the way. I'd seen doors rattle on windless days, glasses tip over by themselves, and whispers float through the hall when no one was around. They had these translucent French doors separating the dining room and kitchen. If you stood in the dining room, you could clearly make out shadows moving, and you could hear murmurs, as if people were chatting inside. But when you went around and stepped into the kitchen, nothing, just a quiet hum of the old refrigerator. Then there was the dog, the ghost dog. If you sat on their sunken couch long enough, you'd see a blur rush down the stairs, take a sharp turn, vanish into the kitchen. You'd even hear faint tapping of claws on the tile before silence swallowed it whole. So, one night I'd left my hoodie upstairs. As I ran up to grab it, I saw through the frosted glass of the stairwell door a husky sitting perfectly still at the landing. My heart just froze. I pushed the door open, but by the time it swung past where it was sitting, it had disappeared into thin air. I snatched the hoodie, bolted down, pulse hammering. When I told my ex, she was casually rinsing dishes, and I muttered, "I just saw a dog upstairs." Without even looking up, she asked, "White and gray husky?" I swear, my blood turned cold. A couple of months later, we went camping at an old war memorial site in upstate New York with one of her friends. We'd rented this tiny wooden cabin built sometime in the 1930s. We were sitting around a fire pit rolling a blunt and laughing about nothing. Then came the crunching. Steady footsteps on the gravel path behind us. They circled the cabin slowly, like someone pacing and finally stopping at the edge of the firelight. I slid the tray under my chair and turned. There was someone or something standing at that tree line. I could see the shimmer of the fire flicker off what should have been a face, but when I hit it with the flashlight, the beam sliced clean through empty air. No figure, just trees. We sprinted inside and barricaded the door with a small table. And that entire night, there were random knocks on the cabin walls. None of us stepped back out. The warning in the attic. When I was 11, my mom decided to clean out the attic before the end of the year. She wanted to donate old clothes and shoes to Goodwill to get some extra tax deductions. Is that how that works? She called me up to ask if I wanted to keep anything before she packed it all up. And while digging through dusty boxes, I found an old Parker Brothers Ouija board tucked inside a cracked shoebox. I had seen something like this in movies, never actually used one. I asked if she'd play with me. She laughed and said that she would, and once she finished sorting through the donations. That evening after dinner, she explained how the board worked, and slowly, like it was some kind of old family tradition, we lit a small candle, turned off all the lights, and started the session. Honestly, I was half expecting it to be a total joke. The first thing the board spelled out was my mom's name. I burst out laughing and accused her of moving the planchette. Well, she swore that she wasn't, so She asked the board, "Who are we talking to?" And it spelled out the name of her ex-boyfriend. Let's call him Eddie. Passed away in a car crash when I was 5. I only had a blurry, vague memory of him. She asked if Eddie could prove it was him. The planchette moved quickly, spelling out little details only Eddie could have known. Where he'd first kissed her, what song played on their first date. Still, I assumed she was the one moving it. Then things got weird. Eddie said he had a warning about my stepdad, Tom. He spelled out, "Tom is dangerous. He will hurt her. He will be punished." Over and over again it said this. Mom frowned and told the board that Eddie would never say things like that. That she had a good life now. She pushed the planchette to goodbye and blew out the candle. We didn't talk much about it after that night. Oh boy. 3 months later, everything changed. One morning, while getting ready for school, I noticed something odd hidden behind the air vent near my closet. It was a tiny camera. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of security gadget. But after my mom called the police, the truth came out. Tom had installed cameras in several rooms, including my bedroom and bathroom. Ugh. He'd been recording me changing and sleeping for months, and worse is he's been trading the videos online. Jesus. Excuse me. It's disgusting. Tom was arrested and charged and eventually sentenced to prison. Good. No one, absolutely no one had suspected anything. He'd been the kind, funny man who made everyone feel safe. And a few weeks after everything fell apart, walked into my mom's room. She's sitting on the edge of the bed holding that same Ouija board box, and her eyes were distant when she whispered, "Eddie tried to warn us." Still get chills remembering that night in the attic. I don't know how or why, but somehow, Eddie knew. That story is scary. Like that one. The house that didn't want us there. In late summer, when the air was still warm but the evenings started to cool down, my brother and his girlfriend were going around looking for houses. My mom and I usually tagged along, partly to help, mostly because it was kind of fun. One evening, I stumbled across a listing on Zillow for a place not too far from the neighborhood they liked. It was having an open house that same day, so we all decided to swing on by. The first thing Mom and I noticed when we pulled up was how oddly dim the house looked. The sun was shining everywhere else. Front yards of the neighbors glowed gold in the late light. But this one house, it sat in a kind of dull shadow like it didn't want to be seen. The oak tree out front wasn't even big enough to block the sun like that. It just looked wrong. And then the roof was covered in dozens of pigeons. Silent, still, almost like they were glued there. No fluttering away as we approached, just watching. I don't know why, but that gave me chills. As soon as we reached the front steps, a rancid metallic smell hit me and Mom. Nobody else seemed to notice. We even checked our shoes, thinking maybe we'd stepped in something. The porch was clean. Inside was worse. It was cold and not just chilly from the air conditioning. It was cold in a way that felt like it came from the walls. A couple of lights were on, but half the house was in shadows even though it was barely 4:30. There was a narrow side hallway tucked behind the living room, and the light bulb above it buzzed and flickered like it was about to go out. The moment we stepped in, the air got thick. The smell became so strong, Mom literally gagged. She stepped outside immediately, said she felt something sitting on her chest. I stayed with my brother's girlfriend, and she peeked into the first bedroom and froze. The windows were completely fogged over from the inside, like somebody had just boiled a kettle in there. No fans, no heater, no reason, and yet the curtains were swaying like a breeze was passing through. She grabbed my arm and said, "We should leave." Just as we turned, we heard a loud clank from the garage door. My brother and the realtor had gone that way. Apparently, the lights had cut out, and the door jammed shut. When they got out, my brother looked pale as hell. He said the windows had been nailed shut, and there were strange symbols scratched into the back wall. There was also an old freezer locked with chains, and he didn't open it. As we were about to leave, we heard faint, staticky music coming from the kitchen, like an old radio tuning itself. No one had turned anything on, and the dial wouldn't budge. It flickered on and off as we walked out the front door. Right before we got in the car, I looked back and saw the curtains in the upstairs window moving again, although every single window was shut tight. 2 days later, the listing vanished from Zillow, no explanation. Later, I found an article mentioning that the area used to have some pretty dark history back in the 50s. Whether that explains anything, I don't know, but that house, it doesn't want us there. When the wind carried her back. This happened quite a few years ago, maybe closer to 12 now. My family, being my mom, my 2 sisters, and my brother, we only had 1 dog and a single cat at the time. But one chilly spring afternoon, a scruffy gray cat began showing up on our porch. She was thin, her fur a little bit rough, but she had the most determined eyes I've ever seen on an animal. She would sit there for hours, staring at the door like she was waiting for someone to finally remember her. My stepdad wasn't thrilled about taking in another animal, so at first we ignored her. And every evening for almost 2 weeks, she'd just sit there, softly meowing, leaving little gifts of birds or insects on the doormat. One day, when my younger sister went out to get the mail, the cat darted right past her and disappeared under the couch. No one had the heart to chase her out. So we named her Willow, because she moved like the wind, quiet but always where you least expected her. Willow was a hunter in the truest sense. She didn't touch the dry food in the kitchen, but preferred to roam the garden and return smelling of rain-soaked soil and the herbs that grew by the fence. A few weeks later, a family friend brought us a tiny golden-furred kitten, and to our surprise, Willow immediately took to her, grooming her and curling up beside her at night. When she wasn't prowling outside, Willow loved my mom's study. She'd stretch out on the windowsill, soaking in the sunlight like she always had belonged there, you know. For just 4 short months, she filled her home with this strange, wild kind of warmth. She was never meant to live in a tame life, that indoor kind. So one misty morning, as my mom opened the door to let her out, Willow bounded across the street. Car didn't stop in time. My mom found her first, and she wrapped Willow gently in one of my brother's old baby blankets, placed her in a wooden box. We buried her under the plum tree in her backyard, where the wind always seemed to sing a little bit louder. And it was quiet in the house that day, the kind of quiet that seems to press against your chest. Hours later, as the light started to fade, my mom came out of her study with a stunned look on her face. "Come here," she whispered. All of us followed. The moment we stepped into the room, the air shifted. That earthy, rain-washed smell that was so uniquely Willow's filled every corner. It was the strongest by the window where she used to nap. Mom hadn't told us why she called us in, but she needed to, and we all smelt it and we all felt her. Mom said she'd been sitting at her desk when the scent crept in, so it was so strong she thought for a second Willow had somehow walked back in. None of us said much. We just sat there together, letting the smell of her settle over us, whispering how much we missed her, and then just as suddenly it was gone, like the wind that she was named for. When the night watches back. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember. Probably since I was around 3. My very first memory were of these soft glowing spheres, kind of like liquid blue marbles floating in midair. They'd drift into my room every few nights, slowly gliding above my bed like they had their own quiet rhythm to them. They looked like drops of water moving in space. I used to watch them until I fell asleep. When I was 10, something new began. I started seeing a little girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old, wearing a pale dress with tiny yellow flowers stitched all over it. She didn't speak, just crouched under my mom's craft table, staring like she was hiding for something. She never came closer. At 11, the nightmares began. I'd jolt awake to see shadowy figures crawling across my walls and floor. And when I fully snapped out of it, there would always be this tall, thin shape standing at the doorway. He wore a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat, and his outline sharper than anything else in the dark. Then I started seeing him even when I was awake. When I told Mom, she said she'd seen the same figure before, so my sisters had it too. That's when I began looking into spirituality and started practicing pagan rituals. A few years later, after too many bad nights, my boyfriend, who's now my husband, congratulations, suggested that we do a cleansing ritual in my room, and it should have been simple. Candles, sage, and protection chants. Nothing would light. It was like the air itself was pushing back, and my altar items shifted when we turned away, and a weight pressed on the room like a held breath. We stopped that night. A few days later, we tried again, starting outside and working our way in. Halfway through, the floor under the house exploded with this massive crashing noise. Then the pipes started rattling like rocks being thrown through them. I was shaking, but we didn't quit. The second we finished, everything went dead silent. That's when we heard the growl, deep and low and almost animal-like, and this black cloud-like shape slid past the doorway. By 18, we were living in a quiet little town called Ballingup. Ballingup? It's right next to a patch of forest. There were no fences, just open gravel and trees. Some nights we'd see streaks of red and orange light weaving between the trunks. It wasn't scary that time, and honestly, it was kind of beautiful. The last encounter at her house was different. Liam and Mum had taken the truckload to a new place. I stayed to clean. It was just past 8 p.m., and the house was creaking, and normal enough, I thought. Then movement outside caught my eye. Across the road, half hidden behind bamboo, he was there in a tall coat and a hat watching. I screamed so loud the window shook, and then they really did. Every door slammed shut. I ran into the pantry, locked it, and waited. When Liam and Mom came back, I was a mess, sobbing and shaking. We didn't come back till daylight. The move went mostly fine after that, until the very last trip. And as I stepped through the front door for the final time, it slammed shut on my hand so hard it fractured 3 bones. Ouch. The Night in the Mountain Cave. Thought I'd start small, with one about my dad who passed away. Was at home in 2014, just shy of his 93rd birthday. He was a career soldier full of stories, but none quite like this one. So my dad, Don Baker, he had a presence you couldn't ignore, a broad-shouldered man with a deep rolling laugh that filled every room. A temper that, when it came, it could silence it pretty much just as fast. He married my mother when I was 6, and I grew up learning to read those two sides of him like weather. And for years I thought those were the only sides he had. Until when maybe was in my early 20s, he shared a story that revealed a quiet, unsettled part of him I'd never seen before. Restless and itching to leave his little Minnesota home, or hometown, I suppose, and his quote-unquote Norski clan, he shaved a year off of his age to join the army in 1938. And before long, he found himself swept up in intelligence work and was shipped to China. That was just after the Japanese invasion of Shanghai. That's when Pearl Harbor happened. He jumped to the South Pacific as a paratrooper, fought until he was badly injured. That's cool. After months in a stateside hospital, he was deemed too banged up for combat, but good enough to train others. So they assigned him to the newly formed 11th Airborne at Camp McCall. It was there, amid jump towers and dusty fields, that he helped build out new strategies for paratrooper recon missions. Years later, during the Korean War, now an intelligence operative, he was part of a small team that jumped behind enemy lines to collect and return with critical information. The danger wasn't just in the landing. Oh no. The front shifted constantly, making every return route a gamble. Many didn't make it back. One night after a recon, he was halfway through the route back to friendly lines when a violent mountain storm rolled in. The wind howled like a living thing. The rain felt like needles on his face. He knew the trail too well to push through it blind. So he turned back a short distance, went to a small cave that he'd passed earlier. The place was cramped but dry, and exhaustion just took him fast. He fell asleep to the sound of the storm hammering all the rocks outside. Then he woke up. He woke up to someone shaking his shoulder. It was Buddy, a friend he'd trained and fought beside for years. Someone he'd trusted with his life. Buddy looked soaked and pale in the weak beam of a flashlight. His voice was hoarse from the wind, and he crouched down, drew a crude map into the dirt, showing a detour through a ravine that my dad hadn't even known existed. The pass up north's been blown, Buddy told him. You take this route, you'll make it. Then Buddy clapped him on the shoulder with that half grin I'd always remembered, slipped out into the storm again. Dad said the whole thing couldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. Following that new route, Dad made it back without so much as a glimpse of trouble, and 2 days later, after dropping off his intel, he stumbled into the mess tent, dirty and dead tired. He came to a round of cheers from his unit. Over watery coffee, between laughter and clattering trays, he asked, pretty casually he asked this, "So, when'd Buddy get in?" Table fell silent. "Bake," someone said finally. "Buddy didn't make it." Dad frowned. "What the hell are you talking about? He was with me in the cave 2 nights ago." Another voice cut in quieter now. "Buddy was killed 4 days ago, near the North Pass. They took everything." For a second, he thought they were playing some cruel joke on him, but the looks on their faces said otherwise. "That can't be," he muttered. "He showed me the ravine route, and I followed it home. The man across the table leaned forward. His face was pale as chalk. Big. There is no ravine route on our maps. Dad never tried to explain what happened after that. He just stared at me with this look halfway between defiance and wonder. He was there, he said, tapping his finger on the table. But he was there with me. If he hadn't have been, I wouldn't have come home. He didn't call it a ghost story. He called it a miracle. Maybe not even. He just let it sit there like a fact, unshakable as the mountains themselves. I like that one. The missing hours under the streetlight. I'll change names of any people involved, but the places and the road names, they'll be factual. I've never told anyone else about this story except her. Mostly because even though I do believe in certain paranormal things, like ghosts and UFOs and strange creatures and the like, I'm not the kind of person who buys into every story or wants people to think I've lost it. It was late spring of 2012, and I remember it clearly because my 23rd birthday had just gone by. On a Thursday night. I just finished a late shift at a local diner. It's in a nearby small town, barely 8 miles away from the place where I lived. I decided to stop at a quiet bar down the street, where my cousin Luke worked behind the counter. It wasn't a busy night. Outside of the occasional karaoke night, the place was usually pretty empty. I was only halfway through my first rum and coke when my phone started buzzing. It was Ben, a childhood friend I've known since elementary school. Told me he and a few friends were hanging out at his brother's place. Beer and cards and maybe some weed. Asked if I wanted in. I figured why not. I hadn't even finished my drink, so I told him I'd drive over. House was in Toledo, about a 25-minute drive from my place. I swung by my house to grab a bit of cash, and I had this habit of only bringing $20 to the bar to make sure I didn't drink too much or do something dumb like closing the place down. Checked the clock in the kitchen before leaving. 10:37 p.m. Shot Ben a quick call to say I was on my way. They planned to kick off the poker game at 11 sharp. I'd taken the same route to his brother Eric's place dozens of times before. We'd gather there at least a couple of times a month, a small group of us to play tournament-style poker in the basement until somebody took it all. I was idling at a red light at the corner of Oakdale Street and East Broadway, just across from the elementary school on that corner. And that's when I saw it. At first, it looked like nothing more than a weird reflection from the traffic light, but then I realized it was not. There, in fact, was a white light hanging in the sky just behind the signal, pointing straight downward. It wasn't flickering like a star or a plane light would. It was steady and sharp and unnaturally bright at the core of it, like a spotlight without a source. I turned off the radio and rolled down the window. Silence. No helicopter could be that close without making a sound. Curious, I pulled into the little parking lot of an old ice cream shop. It was across the street. I wanted to give myself a better look at this thing. When I stepped out, tilted my head up, I saw the shape clearly. It wasn't round like flying saucers people always describe. It was elongated and oval, almost like a silver capsule and smooth with no markings or blinking lights. It hovered there perfectly still. For a second, I thought maybe it was a blimp. Way too big. Too bright, too. After what felt like maybe half a minute, my eyes began to sting. Not like burning fire, but that watery, irritated feeling when a bug hits you in the eye. I squinted, I rubbed them for a few seconds. When I opened them again, the light was gone. It was just gone. No sound, no trace. Only the empty night sky over the neighborhood rooftops. So I just shrugged it off. Figured I'd tell the guys at the game about the weird light later. Eric's house was maybe 4 blocks away now. I parked, knocked on the basement door like I always did, and there's nothing. Tried the front door. Nothing again. Finally, after pounding loud enough to wake the block, Eric answered, looking confused and half awake. "Why the hell are you banging on my door this late, man?" I kind of laughed nervously. "Ben told me to come over. You guys were playing cards, remember?" He squinted at me. "Yeah, but he called you like, what, 5 hours ago? It's 4:30 in the morning." I froze. My brain refused to process it. In my head, it was maybe 11:10, 11:15 tops. There's no way 4 hours had passed between that red light and his front door. I forced a laugh, tried to brush it off. "Damn, must have really lost track of time. Can I use your bathroom before I head back?" He nodded, still eyeing me like something was off. And in the mirror, I almost didn't recognize myself. My eyes were bloodshot red, and there was like a bruised darkness beneath both of them, like I hadn't slept in days. So, to this day, can't explain what happened during those missing hours. I don't know if the light had anything to do with it. I can only say this. I've stood on that corner since then, many times, staring up at that sky, wondering if that night was just a strange trick of time or something else entirely. Whispers in the dark. I'll try my best to keep this short, but honest. Good man. I have what I can only describe as a kind of unseen protector. I have met others who've had strange experiences as well, but few ever seem to live with it as constantly as I have. When I was 14, everything in my life felt like it was unraveling. My family was a storm of arguments. I spent most of my time locked away in my room, just quietly falling apart. It was during that dark stretch that I started sensing something in the house. It wasn't imagination, at least it didn't feel like it. And at night I'd hear soft dragging noises along the walls, like nails against wood sorts of sounds. I'd wake up and I'd feel cold fingertips brushing against my arm, and sometimes I'd see a tall shadow linger just beyond the corner of my bed. But then there was something else. A different presence. Spoke to me softly in the quiet, whispered my name when I was shaking. Pulled me out of nightmares even. Kept me breathing when I thought I couldn't anymore. One night I fell asleep sobbing, and woke with my hand lifted in the air like someone was holding it gently. I squeezed, and something squeezed back. When I opened my eyes, it released me, and the darkness fell still again. Another time I heard a clear voice. "Sweetheart, wake up." My eyes shot open to the weight of a shadow pressing down on my chest. I shoved with all the strength I had, gasping. That same whispering presence sat beside me on the bed, and the heavy one dissolved into the corner of the room. Eventually, the darker presence seemed to fade, driven out, or perhaps simply gone. The whisperer stayed, and it grew closer. I started calling him Leo. He made sure no other spirits came near, and he liked to talk to me. Through a pendulum board and through my dreams, through a voice in my head that didn't sound like mine. Sometimes he'd say the strangest things that turned out to kind of matter later. 2 nights ago, he told me to grab a few coins. I don't carry cash. I asked why, and he just repeated, "Take them." That morning, I left my wallet at home. Without those coins, I wouldn't have been able to eat it all that day. Other times, he's told me to change my route or buy something random. Later, winds up saving me from a mess. It's kind of unnerving, but it's real. After high school, when I moved into shared apartments, things got stranger. Leo wasn't just protecting me. He reacted to people. I once told him I didn't want someone touching me again, and that person threw out their back sitting down next to me. Another broke out in hives every single time they reached toward me. The moment they left my space, the marks would fade like they'd never been there. Coworker tried to make fun of the whole thing, dared Leo to show up. A week later, he begged me to tell Leo to stop. He'd been pushed off of his bed, heard whispers in the night, and saw something walk down his hallway. That same silhouette, always the same. And then there were the objects. Keys on the floor one moment, gone the next. Reappearing days later, sitting upright on a shelf. A hat dropped from the ceiling once. That's totally normal, huh? TV remote found balanced perfectly on the bathroom door frame. Nobody could explain it. Friends, partners, even random guests began to experience him. He'd whisper their names and they were alone. And he once warned my best friend somebody would steal from her. And they did that same day. One roommate told me every night at exactly 2 a.m. he'd hear Leo walking down the hall, heavy and deliberate footsteps. The door to his room would creak open just a few inches and then close softly. And over time, he started saying, "Good night, Leo," like it was normal. People who had seen him all described the same figure. Tall, like impossibly tall, hunched but not towering, long, thin limbs, a face with sharp angles and glowing red eyes, covered in a shadowy fur like something between a wolf and a nightmare. Never a sound from the mouth, only whispers that arrive inside your skull. This has been going on for years. At least a dozen people, some who've never met each other, have described him nearly all the same way. Different homes, different cities, same Leo. I keep wondering, are there others with guardians like this, something that protects and watches but isn't entirely gentle? I'm open to questions and thoughts and stories, and I'm open to anything. Echoes of the Attic. Growing up, strange things were simply woven into the fabric of my everyday life. Spent my childhood in a creaky house built back in 1872, and for as long as I can remember, my siblings and I, we shared that house with at least 3 restless spirits. The first one as a child, or at least I think so. I never saw a face, but the energy was playful and patient, I guess you could say. This spirit's favorite pastime was to race up a narrow wooden staircase that led from the kitchen to the upper hallway, and then leap down again, making the boards squeal. And this happened at all hours, mind you, but especially late at night when everyone was trying to sleep. We'd hear the hurried steps, then the thud of the small jump, over and over until somebody dared to open their door. Then, of course, complete silence. The same spirit loved to play with the bathroom door, and it would push it open and slam it shut just when somebody was inside. And the light switch, click, 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 on and off like a taunt. My most terrifying encounter with it happened one gray afternoon when I was about 17. I was soaking in the tub when the overhead bulb began to flicker softly, rhythmically. Tried to ignore it until the door, which I had left slightly open, it slammed shut with a force that made the mirror rattle. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my actual chest, so I just froze there and I was listening. Then came the sound of feet on the stairs, light and quick. I waited for what felt like forever and pushed the door open. Nothing, just still air and the quiet groan of old wood, and I checked every room. House was locked and empty. The second spirit is a woman. We've all seen her at least once. My moment came when I was about 13, sprawled on my bed reading a book when movement caught my eye. Through the open door, I saw her glide past, tall and long-faded dress that brushed the floor like smoke. Her hair was pinned up in a neat knot. Her face had no motion at all. She didn't even make a sound. Just walked down the hallway and disappeared beyond the stairwell. I wasn't frightened then, only curious. Years later, when my sister moved back in with her newborn, the woman made herself known again. And on several nights, I'd wake up to the baby crying and then I'd hear this lullaby. It was soft and low, the kind of tune you hum to calm a child. The crying would stop. It would be replaced by silence. But whenever I opened the nursery door, the song vanished and the room was empty except for my sleeping niece, of course. Happened 4 times. Then never again. And finally, there's the cat. A small, pale shadow darting just at the corner of your vision. It would streak up the staircase, brush against your ankles, and disappear into thin air before you could even react. And more than once I tripped over where it should have been, if you know what I mean. Cat never made a sound, but its presence was as real as the house itself. Careful now. Whispers Among the Trees. March 13th. I went with my mom and went to a close friend in a quiet rural area in Minnesota. This place is infamous statewide, not just for eerie sightings, but for its long history of strange gatherings and hidden rituals and unsettling rumors that have floated around for decades now. Out of respect for the locals who dislike outsiders, ghost hunting who don't like outsiders ghost hunting. I won't name the location, but we were allowed there because of family connections and because my mom runs a small YouTube channel about unusual places. The night before, I barely slept, and maybe that played a part in what happened next. We arrived late in the afternoon, heading straight toward the old burial site that sits at the end of a gravel road. So my mom mentioned how the place was known for its quote-unquote intense energy. She's always been sensitive to things most people can't feel, almost like a radar for emotions in the air. As the car crept forward, the woods on either side leaned in like silent witnesses of sorts, their branches bare and creaking in the cold. Off to the right was a single small mound covered in pale green moss, even though the ground was still hard with frost. And that was the first thing we noticed. There were no other mounds or anything nearby, just this one oddly alive. We got out of the car, our boots crunching on the gravel, began walking down the narrow road. It didn't take long before we all heard it. A rustling sound from the trees. At first, we assumed it was deer. Later, we'd find tracks that confirmed some animals had been passing through recently, which did calm us a little. But as we kept walking, the air grew heavier and the trees groaned and popped as though pushed by an invisible weight. There was no wind. When we reached the old iron gate, it stood wide open as if expecting us. The moment I stepped through, a pressure settled over me like a wet blanket. It wasn't just nerves. Something felt wrong. I walked slowly between the crooked rows of gravestones, some so faded they barely had names left. The graveyard sat on a gentle slope, and the silence was unnatural and supernormal even. And the birds in the distance sounded far away, like they're warning us not to go deeper. A pull kept drawing me toward the edge of the woods, and every few steps I caught the flick of something dark in the corner of my eye. Behind a tree, then slipping behind an old gravestone. But when I looked directly, Nothing, no deer, no squirrels, no movement at all. Near the far corner, I found one small lonely grave, completely separated from the others. Mom noticed it too and muttered, "Why is that one all alone?" As if on cue, I heard a sudden crunching of leaves. Looked up just in time to catch the shadow of something retreating between the trees. Told myself it was just an animal, but the graveyard was utterly still. I didn't believe my own excuse. Then the dizziness hit. My steps slowed and the world tilted just slightly. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt watchful. I could hear one bird chirping somewhere close, repeating the same hollow note again and again. I need to take a sip of a drink, excuse me. Again and again. And at the time, I didn't think much of it. The drink didn't work at all. Now I wonder if it was a warning. We turned back toward the gate, and that's when my stomach twisted sharply, as if somebody had grabbed it from the inside. My hands were cold, but my skin burned. The creaking trees sounded like whispers urging us to leave. Clutched my side and quickened my pace toward the car, afraid I'd collapse right there on the path. Once inside the vehicle, my head was spinning. Mom set up the spirit box with the aux cord. While the static crackled, I pressed my forehead against the freezing window, trying to cool down. I didn't want to throw up in her friend's car, so when the session ended, I told her how sick I felt. She turned to me, eyes wide, and said, "Something tried to latch onto you," she said. Her voice was matter-of-fact, but I could tell she was worried. She handed me her rosary, a pouch of dried herbs and a few charged stones, telling me to keep them pressed in my hands. I focused on breathing and whispering quiet words in my head. The pressure slowly lifted, but didn't disappear completely until we were home. Mom saged me by the front door, and the moment the smoke hit my skin, the weight in my chest broke. Slept through the night without dreams. Aren't you one to brag? Sorry about not editing out my drinking and coughing. It's just that I've lost a bunch of jobs to robots actually stealing my voice lately, so I like leaving in all of the stuff that makes it abundantly clear I'm a person sitting in a tiny chair reading at a microphone. It's fun. Moving on. The White One. Some of this information I got from my mom, since I was honestly too little to keep every detail straight. From the time I could form words, I used to talk about Woe. W-O. I was obsessed with him. I'd chatter on and on, telling my parents what he said and what games we played, what he liked. They thought it was cute, and I was the youngest of 3 boys, and they figured my brothers didn't really want to hang around with a toddler. So I made my own friend. That's right. It started getting weird, and my mom would find me. 2 or 3 years old, sitting cross-legged in the hallway, having full conversations with absolutely no one there, so I'd laugh and nod and tilt my head as if I was listening. I wasn't pretending to talk to a doll or anything. I was just looking at empty space. But to me, Woe was as real as anyone else in that house. It's a good name. Every meal, I insisted, Woe had a chair. Not just a chair, but his own napkin, his own cup. If we drove anywhere, I'd scream if they didn't buckle him in. They even ended up putting an old booster seat beside mine because I refused to leave him behind, and they had to say hi to him too, or I'd throw a fit for ignoring him. All of these in air quotes. I remember Woe. I saw him, and I swear I still do. Somewhere in the back of my mind, he was small, maybe just under 2 feet tall. shaped like a round little creature with short arms, short legs, and he was completely smooth and pure white, like someone made him out of a giant marshmallow. He didn't really have a face, but there were soft impressions where eyes and a mouth should have been. He never moved that I could see. I'd just blink and he'd be somewhere else. And he didn't talk out loud. I just knew what he was saying. One day I must have been 4 or so. Woe told me he wanted to show me something. I followed him to the back of the house where there was this old square wooden panel. It's like the kind with that simple latch. I'd never noticed it before, so I opened it. Inside was a cramped crawl space with a cracked cement floor. There was a single dusty rocking horse sitting there, like something forgotten for decades. I crawled in, sat down with my knees to my chest, and Woe was standing in the doorway. I can still picture it, him blocking the sunlight like a shape cut out of the world. When I told my parents about that place as an adult, they went pale. They said none of us kids were ever supposed to know about it. The floor inside drops off just a couple of feet in, straight down into wiring and old pipes. If I'd gone a bit further, they might not have found me. I don't know how I even knew it was there. Woe was with me for years. Never skipped setting his plate. Never took a car ride without him. Part of my life in a way I can't fully explain. And then we moved, and I remember that last day clearly. My mom picked me up, buckled me in the car, and turned around to get Woe. And I just lost it. I screamed, "He's not coming." And that was it. Never talked about him again for years, and if anybody mentioned him, I'd burst into tears. Years later, my mom told me a boy had died on the property decades earlier. Some accident with the basement gas line. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, and I never felt afraid of Woe, and I still don't. It's just strange. He wasn't like the imaginary friends most kids have. Showed me a place I shouldn't have known. Stayed for years. Even now, part of me still remembers him standing in that doorway, quiet and white and still. And honestly, I kind of miss him. The Man in the Gray Coat. My family's lived in the apartment we're in now for almost 6 years. And honestly, it's been pretty chill. No creaky footsteps, no flickering lights. No random whispers in the middle of the night. And after some of the other horror movie bullshit that's happened in other places we've lived, it was honestly a blessing. But of course, that peace didn't last. My computer fan is going crazy. Settle down. Like a plane landing. 3 mornings ago, I was making oatmeal at like 7:30 a.m. You know, being a responsible adult or whatever. Both of my brothers were in their early shifts. Dad was out, Mom and her boyfriend passed out like usual. Everyone in this house sleeps like the dead, except me, I guess. Our apartment is shaped kind of like a long L. The door opens to a hallway with the living room and kitchen on the left. 2 bedrooms on the right, and at the end is the bathroom. Turn left again, and boom, my little cave of a bedroom. I was standing at the counter stirring my oatmeal, staring into nothing. When I caught sight of somebody in my peripheral vision, it was a man, tall and dressed in a long gray trench coat, matching hat, black boots. No gloves this time, just pale hands that looked strange. He walked down the hallway like he owned the place. Before he'd even passed the bathroom, he just blinked out. No fade, no sound, just gone. I whipped around so fast I nearly threw my spoon into the sink. And I swear to God, he wasn't see-through. He was solid. He walked like a normal person, shoulders slightly hunched forward, like someone late for a train. The only thing I couldn't make out was his face. The hat shaded it completely, like somebody turned the brightness down on just his head. My heart's just trying to break the sound barrier at that point, so it felt like somebody was breathing on the back of my neck. That kind of awareness where you just know someone's there. There's a gecko screaming in the distance. I don't scare easy, but this was new and awful. But also, I was hungry, so I dumped the oatmeal in a bowl and beelined it to my room like a coward. I've got a cat. His stuff's all in my room, so I couldn't close the door. Between Mystery Hat Man and dealing with my cat's artistic poop choices in the living room. Nice way to put that. A man was awaiting his doom, plopped on my bed. Kept flicking my eyes between the bowl and the door, and he showed up again. Not in the hallway, at my door. Same coat, same boots, same horrible face and the shadows thing. The door was half open, and he's about to step around it like somebody who didn't want to wake you up, but still broke into your house anyway. And then, poof, gone again. I made some kind of pathetic wheezing noise. Imagine being halfway through a mouthful of lukewarm oatmeal while a ghost trespasses in your bedroom. Peak life moment. The feeling of being watched wrapped around me tighter. I decided to do nothing. Mostly because I didn't know what the hell to do. My cat eventually strutted in, completely unbothered. Animals are supposed to sense ghosts, but mine, he's as sharp as a damp sponge. Love him to death, though. Thought about closing the door, but that meant going toward where Trenchcoat Man had just been. No thanks. Third time's the charm. Saw him again. Exactly where he had vanished. Only this time he leaned back like he'd changed his mind about coming in and then gone again. The instant he disappeared, the feeling of being watched evaporated like nothing ever happened. I don't do drugs, I wasn't tired, drunk, or dehydrated. Just a guy trying to eat breakfast. Once again making the narrator hungry. A day later, something else happened, and it was early again, 8:15. Brushing my teeth in the little sink in my room, and suddenly had this heavy urge to check the front door. We never lock it. Don't ask why, I don't know either. Stepped into the hall, and bam! Front door wide open. Again. My mom and her boyfriend just waking up, and I asked, and they rolled their eyes like it was a routine. Apparently, they'd found it wide open multiple times at random early hours. And then today, bathroom door in my room, it's one of those sliding wooden ones, decided to mess with me. Turned away for 3 seconds to fill my cat's water bowl, and the damn thing's wide open. Closed it, shrugged it off, went to do laundry. Came back 10 minutes later and the front door was open again, 10:32 a.m. on the dot. This place was quiet for years, and suddenly Trenchcoat Man shows up and the doors can't stay shut. I don't know what changed. Maybe something got bored, or maybe something woke up, but either way, I'm locking the damn door from now on. You're damn right. The door that shouldn't exist. Title needs an expletive after following the previous story. Anyway. Hey, I needed to talk to someone about this. I know it's weird to boast on Reddit about something like this, but honestly, I'm shaken. And for context, when I was 11, I had a lot of problems with sleep, like actual medical level problems. Sleep studies and weird episodes and sleep paralysis, the whole nightmare package. Fast forward to today, and my mom's in the hospital after a stroke. Ugh. She's stable, but the fact that I can't visit because of COVID restrictions, well, that's been eating me alive. I decided to lie down next to my boyfriend, just to try and shut my brain off for a bit. Then everything got weird. This dream, or this place, it was crystal clear. I woke up in a narrow, yellow-tinted room with peeling wallpaper. The air smelled like chalk dust and something sour. Pushed open a creaky door, and outside were 5 people. 5, all staring at me like I'd just come back from the dead. They'd told me I'd be unconscious, or maybe in a coma, for who knows how long. We were trapped in an endless complex that felt like a mix between a university campus and an abandoned mall. They said they'd searched every hallway and every corner and every staircase, but nothing ever changed. Of course, I said, let's check again. I don't know why. Maybe because some part of me felt responsible. I didn't know their names, but they weren't strangers. Their faces were so familiar it hurt. Like they'd once been people I loved but forgot about. Well, we wandered for hours and maybe minutes, hard to tell. One guy in the group clearly didn't trust me. He wouldn't even walk near me. Something in me knew, like we had a history, like bad history. And then I saw at a door. They swore it hadn't been there before. And above it a swirl of dark smoke hovered, shimmering like oil on water, and others hesitated and I didn't. Reached out and the mist vanished. But a stab of pain shot through my chest like a hot knife. Inside, we found rows of locked doors. One small key that was tagged with the title of Dean's office. We followed winding corridors until the key fit. There were 2 desks inside. The distrustful guy lunged for one, and my gut told me, don't let him. I yanked open the other drawer first and found a heavy flashlight that doubled as a stun baton. When I pressed it, it crackled. Real, not dream real. Then a giggle, and it came from the hallway. I ran. Standing there was a girl, short, messy hair, barefoot, and I'd seen her face before. I knew I had. Her eyes were sugar sweet, but behind them was something I can't put into words. What the hell are you? Someone behind me whispered. Not her again. It's been years. The girl tilted her head. You really don't remember, do you? She said my name like she'd known it all her life. I spat back. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Anymore? Why did I say that? She smirked. Liar, I can taste it on you. I swung the baton, and this time, unlike every other nightmare I've ever had, I hit her. Solid, sickening crack. She didn't even blink. I jabbed her with the stun, and she screamed. But then she laughed. You still can't hurt me. Not when I wear her face. Her word cut me open. Then darkness. I snapped awake in my bed, my boyfriend next to me. I thought I was safe, but the room melted away like wet paint, leaving only a black yard surrounded by tall fences. Her laughter echoed from nowhere and everywhere at once. I squeezed my eyes shut, begged to wake up. When I opened them, I'm back in another room. 2 figures in black hoods stood at the foot of the bed, and behind them a building, gray and crumbling. I grabbed my boyfriend like he weighed nothing. I clawed at his leg trying to hold on, and my strength bled out of me like water from a cracked glass. All of them muttered, so that's what ties him here. And then nothing. When I opened my eyes again, I'm standing in what looked like a school fused with a shopping mall, and the signs overhead reading Wing A and Wing B and Wing C. A was for ordinary kids. B for the privileged, C off limits and closed. Some rich brat was yelling about it. I don't know why, but I snuck in anyway. The deeper it went, the colder it got. Walls grew damp and dark, and the tiled floor gave way to crackled concrete. And somewhere far down the hallway, that same giggle. And I woke up an hour ago. Hands are still shaking as I write this. I remember everything, every word, every shadow, every inch of that place. I don't know if it was just a dream anymore. The Thing in the Silence. Some months ago, my life was falling apart. I was drinking almost every night and smoking like it was the only thing keeping me breathing. I lived far away from my family, completely on my own, doing everything I knew they'd never approve of, and felt like freedom at the time until it didn't. One evening, my sister called me out of nowhere, and she already knew, and somehow they all knew. A week later, I'm packing my clothes, leaving behind my job, my so-called friends, and the poison I'd built my days around. The first week of being sober was a storm inside my head. My hands shook, my heart raced, and I couldn't stop imagining bottles hidden somewhere in the house. Even in my sleep, I'd dream of drinking again. Then sleep stopped coming at all. I lay awake every night, suffocating in my own mind. Eventually, I told her family doctor everything, under the promise that he'd keep it away from my parents. He listened quietly and then said that these were the classic symptoms of withdrawal. Told me it would ease over time and asked me to start meditating and learn how to hold my mind still instead of letting it drag me down. I didn't believe him at first, but I tried. Surprisingly, it kind of worked. After 2 weeks, I could reach a strange floating calm I've never felt without alcohol. Push myself deeper into meditation. An hour would turn into 2 and became my night ritual, like closing a door to the noise of the world, and a month later I could drop into that state in seconds. But one night, something changed. I'd close my eyes, breathing slow, falling deeper than usual. Then in the dark behind my eyelids, something moved, and it wasn't just darkness. This was darker than dark, a shape, a pulse, and it grew bigger, like it was crawling toward me from somewhere far away. It was massive, covered in twisting shapes, its face a mess of something I can't describe. I froze, ripped myself out of the meditation, opened my eyes, gasping for air. My shirt was drenched in sweat. I told myself it's just my brain making things up, but it wasn't, and that was the beginning. I stopped meditating and started playing games to keep my mind busy. Then the whispers began, low and scattered voices, like someone was talking behind the walls. And every night I felt something lying beside me. The air turned cold, like frost creeping up my arms, and I could feel it. I just couldn't see it. Soon after, shadows began to flicker at the edge of my sight, quick but clear. They were there when I ate, when I showered, and when I worked. I blamed my mind. Did it again and again until my belongings started moving on their own. A mug on the table, a book on the floor, different places every time. I tried filming it, but it never happened when I was ready. The only strange thing is my cravings are gone. Don't even want to drink anymore, I just want silence. Thing doesn't leave. Feel it getting closer each night. Doc says I'm fine, mentally and physically, but I hear the whispers and I see the shadows and I feel the cold. And it feels like it's waiting. The House That Wore Her Faces. I once shared about how something in that house could mimic my mom, my sister, and me. And if you've ever felt a place stare back at you, you'll understand why I still think that patch of land was more than just haunted. The moments it pretended to be my mom were the ones that carved themselves deepest into me. So, the voice that wasn't hers. One evening, my dad and sister went out to get dinner. I stayed home, thinking Mom was upstairs. Dad called to ask what I wanted to eat, and I shouted, "Mom?"
Yeah?
"What do you want to eat?"
What?
I got annoyed and I stopped replying. My dad sounded puzzled through the phone. And that's when he told me Mom was with them the whole time and I was alone. Children that weren't there. Another day, sitting in the living room by myself, I heard kids laughing and running upstairs. Clear as day, I didn't even stop to really grab anything. Pulled it out the front door and walked fast to Grandma's house, shaking the hallway. The whisper. There was also this thing right next to my mom, or next to her exact sounding voice. I don't know why it was next to it, but okay, I think they mean, this thing, using their mom's exact voice, whispered my name right next to my ear. And that sound still crawls underneath my skin when I think about it. And that house, in many ways, built the distance between me and her. Nightmares didn't help. I dreamed that she entered my room, smiling gently and saying she wanted to talk, like after a calm apology. But when the doors closed, she shifted and grew into a monstrous wolf-like creature and lunged for me. The demon at the door. Dad had his own nightmare. He dreamed he saw a mom standing outside the glass door. Confused as to why she was there, he moved closer to open it and her face twisted and she threw herself at the door like something feral trying to claw its way in. And I once dreamed Dad and I are on a sort of narrow hanging bridge. He started swinging violently, trying to make me fall, and in real life he's my best friend. That house made love feel uncertain. Words no one said. Another evening during an argument, we heard my dad call me a terrible name. My mom and I spun around shocked, and Dad stood there confused, and he swore he never said a word. Doors that moved themselves. Once when Dad was home alone, he heard the door to the garage open and slam shut. They called out, got no reply, checked the locks, and everything was still shut tight. Another mommy. My sister had her own moments. She was in the master bathroom while Mom was brushing her hair. And suddenly she said, "Oh look, another mommy." Mom froze, turned, and my sister quickly added, "Never mind, she's gone now." Doppelganger. I loved sneaking up on my sister, and more than once I heard her run into her room, only to fling the door open and find no one. Second time I stopped trying to explain it away. Mom sometimes caught a glimpse of a girl with long hair. Looked a lot like me, standing in my room. Once Grandma saw me dart into the kitchen. She called me, but the sound of my footsteps came from the staircase behind her. The house that didn't want to be empty. After we all moved out, Dad stayed alone for a while. He said it grew louder and more footsteps upstairs and more thuds and more voices. Things shifted places, and one night he swore he saw something with a beast's shape crouched in the dark. The last time I saw that house as we drove away, it felt like it exhaled, almost pleased we were leaving. And I swear, it felt like losing. Brace yourselves for, I still quite frankly don't know if it's a earlier version of my delivery when they told me to speak in a high-pitched voice to match the British guy that originally was hired to do this job. Or if it's not even me, it's confusing because I don't recognize anything. But you should try to make them just have me do 2 hours rather than play old versions of me at the end. Request that. You've got a voice. I sort of have a voice too, but not in this matter. Sweet dreams. See ya.